Trying to get the skin of your dream for a long time but can't get it in any way? On our website you have a unique opportunity to get your favorite knife. Users on our site can hand out skins themselves, and participants need to fulfill some simple conditions. For example, watch a video or buy a case on our website. After that, you automatically become a member of the distribution. Go to the user giveaways tab and do what you like. Hellcase.
Do you have any unnecessary skins or want to sell them? Try Skin Place. Visit the website, select the skins you want to use. Easily fill your Steam trade link. Make sure we offer good prices and choose a payment method. Hit the button and boom! Instant cash. Safety. Low commissions. Instant payouts. Skin Place.
Skin Place launching an event with a total prize pool of $10,000 in honor of our first anniversary. Just sell skins, claim daily bonuses, complete missions, visit the shop, and participate in the main giveaway with popular skins and a powerful PC. Follow our social media to not miss.
About the rosters a little bit as well, and have a little breakdown of what each team looks like on paper. And
matches. We have some really interesting themes that we're going to be seeing throughout the day. Cybershock one, G2 Ares for me is the big one. I mean, I didn't see this one coming, didn't have it in my bingo cards, but here they are. And even though yesterday they suffered a loss versus a really tough opponent, I think they're going to be having a decent chance. But continuing our discussion about the Drillers, I have to absolutely agree. They have a really big goal, but maybe we're just actually starting with Permita on the other side. Not really sure whether today is going to be Friend or Marcos, because I think that the last information was that Friend is not going to be playing, and I think that for this Permita squad, the situation has been a bit tough in the last couple of weeks. You know, we have Sydney, who most recently left the organization. They don't have that permanent fifth player, but there are some positives, right? Binox has been stepping up big time, at least in the last 2 weeks. Out of the 20 maps he has played, has only 2 negative ratings, 4 neutral ones, and 16 positives KDAs. And overall, the team has been looking decent, especially with Friend on it. And unfortunately, we're not going to see the OPA perform, but I still feel as if Permita have somewhat of a chance. But as we discussed, I mean, you're facing Drillas in their honeymoon period, right? 3-1 in Series 13. Yes, yesterday a loss versus TSM, but the Asian was really close. I think that they also did well on Nuke. So in terms of who's the favorite, I honestly don't know.
Yeah, it's such a pick and mix of players now for Permita, right? As you say, there's this revolving door of issues and problems. You know, Friend has been playing for 11 days. Tamiko joined up 4 months ago with the departure of Veggie, and then all of a sudden, you know, maybe we're not playing Polish side. Obviously, for Drillers to talk about the team, you know, I think the whole point that I was trying to make is, as a team, Drillers don't have the world's worth of experience. However, individually, you know, you even said to me, individually, we've got some really sick players here, right? You've got Kvem that comes from ICLA. You've got Waro, whose time on Monty was super respectable, and I think a lot of people were opening to the idea that he's actually a very good player. And let's not forget that run that he had with ex-Mad Lions, right? He obviously played at the time with TMB, Red Star, Buzz, and JL, and you have a look at, you know, some of these players and where they're at now, and it's like, actually, you know, he held his own with some of the better players on the comeuppance in 2024, and maybe, you know, heading into next year as well. You've got Hadji coming from France as well. Like, you have a look at him, he's sort of like a decorated player. 3D Max, Heat, Falcons, Envy, Vexed. You know, he's played on some pretty massive names. And again, like the other two individuals, Mestel and Amsalem, again, like, you've got this like Israeli core trying to qualify and try to move forward. And to be fair, you know, a lot of people be like, oh, you know, you look at the names of 3 and then you look at the names of the other 2, and it's like, well, you know, it feels like there's some imposters in this team. But Amsalem really surprised me in terms of how well he played in the RMR qualies, and Mestel as well, known as an individual that can very much pop off. So I think you've only got pluses in this team, and especially with the hindrance that Permita is going to have today, I think they stand a pretty good chance of winning this BO3.
Oh, absolutely. And you talk about Amsalem, and I'm just gonna add that whenever he steps up, this is where Drillas, in my eyes, can get the job done, even versus some tougher competition. Because in the last couple of matches, or rather, I'm just gonna focus on the match that he had versus Fabet. He did 42 kills with 29 deaths, and yeah, we have Oro, a really experienced OPA, a guy that leads the team, especially on the T side. We had this small discussion with you that Drillas so far have looked really decent on the T side. I mean, the calls coming out of Oro have looked really, really clean, and with Hadji in the roster, you know, bringing that French firepower with Kvemsa's potential, I think that, you know, apart from the honeymoon period, you know, which we think they are in, I think they can maybe show a bit better team play. And if they do so, I see a world in which, you know, they complete that run that they are currently on to, because the goal for them is to qualify for the major, right? And here in the CCT, they're trying to get as many reps as possible to play the tougher opponents like Bash and UA, like Fabet, like alternate attacks, like today Permita, even though Permita, you know, a bit shakier with the most recent roster changes. But yeah, I mean, if they can keep on showing this really well-structured T-side plays, and if they can stabilize the CT side as a team, and if they can show that additional coordination, then I do see a chance to see Onapixos' team in the major.
Yeah, look, we've got to talk about the maps in this series, right? 4 Drillers, probably minus Inferno for Permita. Minus D2 is usually what they go for. Whether they leave that open right now for Drillers is a different story. There were only 1 for 3 on the map, so Permita could have tried to punish. Drillers, time to fire into a map, and I was going to say, you know, Mirage or Ancient has been the go-to for them. For Permitter, I think or if you could go for Inferno, you would. Obviously, it's the perm ban, so you go Nuke. It's one of their more played maps in the pool. Anubis going to get removed out by the Drillers' side, and of course, it's Permitter that then remove Vertigo. So if you're an audio-only enjoyer this morning, Mirage, Nuke, Ancient are our 3 maps of today. And I can't help but quickly glance at sort of percentages and how this veto looks. And it's like, well, Drillers, best Permitter in terms of win rate on Mirage, despite Permitter having 42 maps played on this in the last 3 months. We then head to Nuke. Again, you know, Drillers have only played it a couple of times. They beat Bravado and they took 8 rounds off TSM. It's not exactly a bad map for them, just in an experienced one. And then you go on to Ancient, where Drillers have won 6 out of 7. So I don't know, I feel like when you have a quick look at the percentages and sort of how well the teams have been doing in the past few months, I can't help but think that overall in this veto, that Drillers probably have had the better form.
Oh, I do agree, absolutely. Maybe I would have preferred to have seen Asian as the map for the Drillers instead of Mirage, because I feel as if they're giving the chance for Permitta to actually show a really decent individual level and maybe steal this one away. Not to take anything away from the Drillers, right? But it's a bit risky, especially when you're facing a team like Permitta, which should perform a bit better on Nuke. But let me stop yapping and let's jump on Mirage, which is going to be our first playing field. Permitta starting on the CT side. The Drillers will need to show resilience and take over the bomb sites.
Here we go, B03 will start now. Drillers on the T side, Mirage their selection. And Permitta, you can see, putting a lot of bodies behind the B bomb site. Unfortunately for them, it's A that is going to be put under the most pressure. Smoke towards jungle. Glocks start to file on out from ramp, and one in Palace as well from Waro. Just good clearing, angle by angle, position by position, and there is no fight from Permitta, having put so much of their resources towards B. There's no point overextending until the cavalry is ready, but it might not even be needed. Tamiko with a double, Marcos a second, Mary the fourth, Mestal 1v5, and this one looks done already as the util buyer for the T side with no Kevlar. This looks nigh on impossible for the Israeli. Mask going to stick the defuse, and Mestal, no chance he was going to win that round. As soon as the smoke hits the floor, there was no opportunity for him to win that one out. And Permitta, pistol round win.
Yeah, that was a really well-played pistol round by Permitta, putting more numbers onto the B bomb side, knowing that if it is going to be an 8-8 by the Drillers, they're ready to play in the post-plan situation. And with that in mind, Drillers are actually investing their finances, which is logical, of course, considering that they got the extra dollars with the C4 explosive reaching the bomb side. But let's see what they're going to be able to put on the table in this next round. Maris' positioning looks good. Always the window got smoked, and this is where Drillers are going to look to take more control.
Oh, but look at this, Brawly style of Counter-Strike. Mary, Tamiko both hit the deck. Mestal, oh my words. Okay, he's been spotted, I think. It's safe to say Master will find him. But it's still a 4v3. All the chips still in the middle of the felt for the Drillers mid-push. The bomb will finally make its way out of middle and head towards a bomb site. It's just going to be a standard B split, I think, with the numbers that they have, the advantage that they hold. Waro being so deep in ladder room. You've got Hadji now even falling back. Waro's just going to be a linchpin. You know, he's not here to activate to find the entries. He's just here to pick up on the information. And he would have the drop towards under. He'll be calling that to his team. Hadji moves back. I wouldn't recommend peeking it. Yeah, that's, I don't know. I feel like that's a bit silly. If you know that there's a player in under, you can get the jump on him. He's obviously there for the flank. But Hadji decides to peek him rather than the roles being reversed, which means now Drillers down to 3. Permitta have gambled on the wrong side of the map. The bomb will go down, and there is a really good chance that they walk away with an equalizer.
Yeah, it could be, but I mean, if you're Permitta at this situation, do you even go for it? It's a bit risky. Yeah, you have the guns, you have a kit, you have some utility to work with, so it seems like they want to test the waters, and here they go. But that's a nice kill found by Clam, and with this one, I think that this is where the Polar side is going to call it off. Yeah, they're falling back. deciding to save the Kevlars, the helmets, and the M4s. And a great round by the Drillers.
Yeah, well played. I think just it's a bit of a shame that Hadji dies there in sort of the top underpass position. As I said, I'd like to have seen him play a little more passive. When Waro is spoon-feeding the information to you, you know, he's heard a guy drop under, you know he's going to be pushing that. Is it worth trying to take an early fight and get a kill over just waiting patiently and letting him walk into your crosshair? Probably not. But other than that, can't fault the round that was shown in front of us. Fast mid-push. Permit to get caught out of position, trying to get into one. 2 quick kills, 3v3, they end up on the B site, and a calculated save made by the CT side means all things level after 2. The Drillers with the better economy here. It's an opportunity for them to stretch their legs and show maybe why they can't be underestimated in a European space. Good start for Kavam.
Yeah, he needs to get it going. One of the reasons as to why the Drillers weren't able to put a win versus TSM and even previously the Skill Academy. He's a key piece. Ooh, Voro getting caught here, giving Mary an upgrade. Still 4 versus 4, and Drillers are there once again looking towards the B bomb side. I mean, they are usually successful in taking this left side of Mirage, but considering how much time they have, they can try and force the issue towards middle. Just peek, see what is happening there, throw the window smoke, try to go for a split. Mask getting away with his life down to 49 HP, but this is not the end of the world. But maybe Pinox a bit too aggressive, and with Mary getting caught through the smoke now, Tomiko needs to activate Great Double to still give a chance over to Permita.
Actually, the HP lead given away, but Medstal's timing out of B. Send him to the death screen. It is just Mast left 1 on 2 with half health. No real clue as to where the second player is coming from. I think he knows there's a gamble that has to be made. He moves through the smoke. Mestal holding patient though with the girl. He'll make the upgrade to the M4. He'll make it a second for the Drillers. And this is what I'm talking about. You know, you've got individuals here that are more than capable of stepping up, right? We were talking about Kvem early underpass. You've got Mestal that finds the most important 2 kills of the round towards B to lock in that second. I don't know, it's exciting. It really is. These new teams that come out of nowhere, a lot of people will be quick to judge and quick to, you know, be disappointed. I think for Drillers being their first and only European stint, it takes a while for teams to get on their feet, and these guys seem to be hitting the ground running. Despite losing a pistol round, the next 2 claimed their own. Flash towards connector. Kvem looking for early fights. Oh, the bodies are just going to line up on short. A freebie for Hadji. Kvem, Waro, Mestal, all with kills. And it's one of those sort of death ball rounds, right? As soon as the pieces start to fall together, everyone from Drillers just holds W.
Yeah, quick and easy round secured by the Drillers. I do really like the fact that Kvem has already found himself into a couple of nice duels. You highlighted Mestal. I think that he has significantly improved, especially on the D side, since his last stun with Nom. I think that the timings that he has been finding for the Drillers have been really crucial in terms of them getting the advantages and opening up the sides. But it is in Vorus' textbook to go a bit harder on towards middle. This is why you're seeing the Drillers taking this part of the map so early on. A strategy that the majority of the CIS teams go for, especially on a map like Mirage. Now the boost to put Voro. This is what I'm expecting for the Ukrainian IGL, to just slow it down, to stay patiently there, to try and see where he can catch a head or 2. This team can play around connector, can play around short if they want, and maybe an A split coming in, considering where currently Amsterdam is. So let's see what is going to be the call out of Voro.
Gotta say, yet again, this fast mid-maneuver in the early round from Drillers has been quite impactful. It's forced Permitter away. No fight from short, no fight from connector. Everyone just bunkering up towards the sites. And as you say, you can only see from the map, at least the interpretation would be, that they're getting ready for an A push. And Salem, good start. Needs to be a great one, and in fact it is. Hadji's just found the third. And Permitter, 1 by 1, get dropped like flies again. Mast, Marcos, out towards B. 2-on-5. There is no way to even try and make this work. Masters moving towards the A site. This round's already a dud one for Permitter. This should have been a save. This should have been two guns getting moved forward. Instead, it's the AWP left to fend for itself. And you can't help but think that Drillers are going to feel pretty hungry and pretty motivated to get rid of this last player.
Yeah, the hunt is on. They know that Marcus is the last one having an AWP, so they want to make sure that he doesn't hold on to it. And as the shot was missed, Haji finds the final head. I mean, what a round out of Drillers. I do really love the fact that they were so quick in taking mid control, which eventually forced Permitta to go for a call. You either had to push, as they did, and they get caught, unfortunately, for the Polar side, or you need to remain really passive, playing behind Ticket, playing from CT, trying to cover the choke points. They knew that potentially Voro was there in windows, so you definitely don't want to be contesting this part of the map. And we saw what happened. A clean round out of the Drillers, and now Permitta once again down with the low economy, not able to put a better buy, playing with just a couple of pistols. And usually retro, you know, I'm gonna say the Bulgarian saying that from pistols can hurt the most, especially if you can catch your opponent with an 8 in hand, but this is not going to be the case. I love the proactiveness. I love how Drillers are really careful. They're not overlooking their corners. They're drawing the utility. They're not pushing more than what should be required out of them. And maybe here markers can actually create some more chaos. And this is not going to be the case. Amsterdam pushing towards the B bomb side. C4 explosive shall find its target. And with that, this is round done. The Drillers with a 5th on the T side.
Yeah, they've really turned up the heat here. You know, after losing the pistol, things weren't looking too great to start out for them. And then all of a sudden, barreling 5 rounds together, momentum definitely on their side. Going one by one, I mean, fair enough. You're probably feeling pretty confident, but it's 2 guns that were unnecessarily lost. Waro from Salem going to have to rebuy. But I guess when you've got this much money in your pockets, it doesn't really matter how many people fall down. It's about making the statement, and that is Drillers 5 out of 5 as of recent. There is a technical pause before we head back into round number 7. I think for Permitter at this point, you know, rather than a one of the technical variety, I'd like to see one of the tactical, right? I think for them, you've been obliterated. It's not exactly like Drillers have done anything different on a round-by-round basis. Sure, maybe they've ended up in a different bomb site, but you know, it's been very repetitive. It's just been mid for Drillers. And there's been no counter. We haven't decided to go aggressive to try and push and force an issue. We haven't exactly, you know, tried to push an extremity like a ramp, or we're trying to push into apps for some information. It just feels like Permitter are being very respectful of how Drillers are playing, and they're kind of getting cornered into these bomb sites, which is where Drillers are able to exploit so much. You know, they're just clearing numerous angles. They've got the bodies that can just go running in. There's trade potential. They're not doing anything out of the ordinary. It's nothing spectacular. It's just system Counter-Strike where they're abusing this mid-hold and working out rounds from there.
You said it best. I absolutely do agree. It's a straightforward, clean default strategies on the D side. There it is. Haji working around the catwalk smoke. Now Molly for window. Of course, the player there, he even has a smoke to extinguish the flames. And yeah, I mean, at this point, the Drillers have not been forced to go for something extraordinary. I would love definitely to see a bit more out of Permitta towards middle. You need to try and start contesting this part of the map, because we saw what happened when you lose this one. And it seems like Drillers are a bit more interested in that A bomb side appearing out of Palace. They clear out Marcus, and with him falling down, with Haji finding Tomiko, this is problematic for Permitta.
Get caught, gun transition, Mast able to recover, Merry another. Bomb will go down, short, 3v3 surface level, looks winnable, but with the HP that we're seeing out of this CT side, Beanox was the only man with proper health to go for a retake. He gets dropped, Mast, Merry, forced to tuck tail, play for save, and it is another one for the Drillers. I've got to say, big fan of how they're playing. You know, it's not even they're playing good CS. I think it's very easy to say that, right? I think a lot of people in chat will be quite happy with this result. You know, Team Owner Pixel blasting another European Tier 2 contender, at least on their selection in this BO3. But, you know, it's not exactly like there is a sort of difference in IGLing. It's not like they're getting outclassed in that sense. It's just very easy, very simple, very loose. And I think when you've got individuals that are so capable, you know, Hadji 7-3, Kven 6-2, Mestal 6-1. When people are tapping heads, you know, just calling very loosely, okay, we're going to try and end A, this person come back with bomb, you two go out middle. It's all just working really, really nicely. Big, big fan of it.
This is their playstyle. On maps like Vertigo,
Yeah.
Nation, on Mirage, they are just relying on the contact plays, as we just
man.
saw. You know, you just peek, you catch Mary, and then suddenly it becomes significantly more difficult for Premita to do anything. Clem is covering ramp, he finds another, and this is another round in a row in which we don't see anything extraordinary, complicated out of Druidus. It's just straightforward appearances towards mid, and you cover ramp, suddenly get yourself a two-man lead, you can play around the map, and you make Prometheus' life more difficult. And this has been the case for the Drillers throughout the entirety of Series 13 and here in Series 14, right? And I mean, for such a team, okay, obviously you have a lot of experience, you have individual pieces that can definitely shine, sure, but I mean, you don't want to be playing the more complicated maps, like, for example, Nuke, or even if you want Vertigo. Okay, if your opponent picks it, trade, but I mean, yeah, it's just a straightforward CS so far out of the Drillers, and it has been working wonders. Marcus, a scout versus 5, this is never going to be the clutch, and I mean 7-1 on the T side, this is definitely what Onapixos' team wanted.
Yeah, and I think the underlying point as well is the fact that it's 7 in a row, and Drillers have enough money to just go for constant buys, right? Like, there is no stopping the economy right now of this Drillers attack. Bomb's making its way towards B. They've spent all this time in getting into position to hunt down Marcos. You can see Krem having a look towards Palace. You've got Hadji that's tucked in jungle. Nestor going to start moving through spawn. Life's good. They're going to be able to catch this AWP. I don't think there's any way out for Marcos here, or not AWP, Scout I should say. The smaller AWP, the baby AWP. He makes his way to ramp. It is in safety. M4 scooped up as well, but it's the audio cue of him switching guns that is going to be his demise. You can see all these players pushing in. Waro going in first with the AWP is an interesting choice of lineup in terms of the order of players, but I guess just wanting the kills, you've got 15 and a half grand. You know, it's not exactly like money is something that you've got to be paying attention to at this point, and it is 7 in a row for the Drillers. This, by the way, disgusting. Really nice. Full blind, doesn't matter. And again, just working out some early picks. 3 kills in the first 30 seconds, and this round was done from minute 1.
Yeah, and I think that just going around the discussion about the Drillers, for them, it's not only super important to qualify for the major, obviously that's cool, you know, but they want to show that they're still capable of playing great CS. Because we have a couple of guys, so maybe I'm just gonna hold my thought. Goodness gracious, 2 kills already found. Mask getting an upgrade. Great spray through the smoke. Let's see where the recovery is about to happen. I don't think so. There comes another, and yeah, maybe I jinxed it, or maybe I haven't. Clem and Boro now left in a 2 versus 4.
And there goes one of the 2 remaining players. Waro sat and under, hoping for a flank or some sort of push. Never, ever going to happen there. And he is given the tall order to fight and win against 4. There was a FAMAS towards the end of apartments. Problem is, where are the other 3? Waro going to look behind. Going to be going for a round win here. Wouldn't be surprised to see him try and chuck out the AWP and then try pick up an AK. 30 seconds. It's not exactly like he's going to be able to make proper moves into the site with the big green. Very holding behind, but focusing on what's in front. Waro, 20 seconds. And he's saving. He is just even going for it. Okay, hold on. There's a molly. He's made it look like he's going for it. 10 seconds, pal. You've kind of got to get going a little sooner than that. No chance of him winning this one. Holding onto the AK just to see if he can deny his players hunting him. He's still expecting that push from behind. He will go down after time. 12.5 grand though. No worries at all. Permitter can finally break the streak. Their second in a row. Or, well, sorry, the 8th in a row denied. It's their second of the half. You can't really help but think here that the damage has already been done, right? Sort of the greater good of the half is already played.
Yeah, this is the biggest problem for Permita. From here onwards, you cannot allow yourself to drop any more rounds. You need to be having these type of initiatives where you successfully stop drillers and keep the pressure going. Yeah, already 7 found. The rest of play out of Tomiko, and as he finds the first, maybe a second, not the greatest of sprays. Still, you get caught and Boru punishes us. With Mary falling, this is another situation in which the drillers find the man advantage. Mesa is covering under. Yeah, we still have Marcos hiding in connector, but I mean, he's gonna need some support at least from the player from short, and I would love to see the drillers just slowing it down. You know, make Permita wonder what is about to come. You have mid control. Okay, sure, there is a connector player, but if this push gets punished, which will happen, then it's all down to Marcus. And I mean, drillers once again being a step ahead of their opponents.
I've got to point out though, and hopefully this is an obvious one for Permita, but twice in a row they've gone, you know, early mid. They've tried to take a fight in the middle of the map, and they've earned themselves a 5v4. Admittedly, this one still doesn't work out for them, but I feel like there's a bit of track record of success there, where if you've been neutering this early mid pressure, it's been Permita that have benefited off the back of it. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like that read should have happened a little while ago, and the fact that we are now 10 rounds in, you're down 8-2, and we're yet to see a tactical timeout. I'd just like to see Permita sort of slam the brakes a little earlier, take 30 seconds to talk over this situation, because it kind of feels like we've played the rest of this half maybe a little bit tilted or a little bit unhappy with the result, and it's only going to get worse from here on out.
Yeah, I think it's definitely time for a tactical pause. And I agree, right? I mean, whenever you see the drillers having a good start, especially on the T side, you shall get worried. And what TSM did in that previous best of 3 was shutting down drillers in these first couple of rounds, because you don't want to be giving them the chance to create a momentum for themselves. We saw it versus PUA on Vertigo. It was a 13-6 in favor of the drillers. We also had a chance at seeing it versus a Fabbed on Anubis. And especially if they're playing on a map like Mirage, which is a bit buggier, which relies a bit more on that extra firepower, which the drillers have, then yeah, this is where Permita start to struggle, and seems like Retro, they're still not calling for a timeout. I don't like this, I'm gonna be honest. I think that they should have used at least one tactical pause.
And shout out to the 2 guys in the Twitch chat that think that we're pre-recorded, Dolan. You know, just
yeah, oh, after
the tinfoil hats are on. Oh, it's 8-2 to drillers this game.
Yeah.
Oh, whatever, man. Shout out to you guys. Keep on believing. And speaking of believing, I don't think there's much believing to be done now at this point if you're a Permita fan. I feel like 8 already secured against you is one of many nails in many coffins. It's not the prettiest of looks. I expected things to go a lot better in this first half. Finally, we see that early advantage. Yeah, again, it's towards middle. I'm telling you, man, if they'd have just abused middle a little more in the early rounds earlier in this half, I feel like this game would have been a lot less one-sided. Instead, they are fighting for literally everything. Great nade. That is disgusting from Amsalem. He just knows that he's in the smoke. Waro finds another. Bomb goes down. And it goes from bad to worse. You had a good beginning, but it is all just turning sour. 9 will be found by drillers. It could even be 10. Oh, man. That's painful.
That's
yeah,
tutor.
It is.
I mean, come on. Like, he throws a nade and he places it perfectly, knowing, or at least having the idea that a CT player might be hiding in that exact smoke, and then a second kill falls through the drillers, and you suddenly open up the B bomb side. Then we saw what happened to Mari. He should have gotten that kill. I mean, it was pretty much a really good off angle, and still Druidas just make the most out of it. They deny everything over to Permit, and yeah, this is disastrous. I mean, if they don't win the next round, I'm gonna call it right now, it's over. I just don't see a world in which the Polar side comes back on the T side. Druidas are just doing a fantastic job on this T side, and I absolutely do agree with the point that you made that maybe, just maybe, Permita could have had better chances in the early rounds of this first half if they were contesting mid.
Lost the half for Permita to even make a slight difference. Can't even call it a dent at this point. I think you just know you're 9-2 down, it could be 10. Oh my word, Warrow. Unfortunate not to find Mary completely there. Disappointing result. Both parties left low, but neither with an opening kill. But I guess it's the pressure yet again towards middle, forcing Permitter's hand away. Kvem starts to move under. You've got Hadji that's able to circle back in. Warrow's joined forces with Salem in middle, towards A, sorry. Painful. Oh, and the ladder room player spotted. Kvem still wins out. Tamiko dropped. Mestel's in window. The boost is going to allow for the A push to come in. Beanox none the wiser. 3 on 5 yet again. It's Drillers that poke holes in this defense. 1 by 1. Marcos on ramp. Everything to do. He's got a sniper as well. Only 1 bullet can be fired at a time. He's got a second, but 3 more to go. Gonna hear a whole lot of steps to his right. He believes in the player in triple. Misses both. And Drillers double digits in the first half. 10-2 here, Dolan. We knew Mirage was a favourable map for the Drillers, but I don't think we expect it to be 10-2 dominant.
Yeah, I didn't have this one in my bingo cards. What a domination established by the Drillers on the T side. Lovely plays, contesting mid control in these first couple of rounds, then proceeding to some other default executes towards the B-bomb side, towards the A-bomb sides, and I mean, Permita just not having an answer to what was coming out from their opponents. We required a bit more mid-focus out of them. It wasn't the case, just to paraphrase. And I mean, it is right here, right now. They are in a must-win situation. It's a make it or break it for Permita if they at least want to have somewhat of a chance. Because if I have to be completely honest, the Druidas are looking really good on their map pick.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Util set sent out towards A. Salem. Just the bait, the linchpin. He's going to try for everything. The Palace position gets checked. The discipline not working out. Bomb will go down. 4v5. Mestel's got smoke kit, so it's not exactly like Drillers are strapped for options on how they want to play this retake as well. 3 players towards Connector and Jungle. It's the ramp player that's detected first. Mast lobbing in the flash towards CT. Now the penny starts to drop, I think, for the attack on where these players are coming from. Good start for Mast. Good trade. And it's looking like Permita will bail themselves out with a pistol round win. Although saying that, Warrow has found one, looking for a second, hits the shot, picks up the kit and the smoke. But it is Permita that eventually score a round win. It's their third. It's the most important one to keep them at least alive here in the in this map pick of Mirage. It's the pistol that's claimed. I don't know. You know, they won the first round as well. They won both pistols in this map, and the fact they've only got 3 rounds to show for it, I think kind of explains this story as a whole.
Yeah, we can even see it on the graph. I mean, that was the first step. Okay, they made it, but, well, Judas with a force buy, Scout for Voro, a couple of SMGs, an upgraded pistol with a smoke that was just thrown by Fam, and, if there are rounds, which I know for a matter of fact, oftentimes go the other way around, these are the force buys out of the CT side, so Tomiko and his teammates need to be really careful, especially when they're entering that A-bomb side. That's what I just talked about, and you can clearly see the struggles. Haji finds another, and oh god, not in this way, Permita. A 2 versus 4 recovery. Possible, likely, especially after this kill 1 to Haji. Great job versus Mesto, and an even better third Beanox is on point, but health advantage over Tomorrow. He needs a couple more shots, but Beanox reigns supreme. A quick quad kill to shut all of the drillers down and to prevent the disaster for Permita.
I can't wait for the tinfoil hat takes of that round. Just saying that drillers have thrown that one away. Look at this accuracy from Beanox, because I don't think there was much thrown away done. CT side try and play it together. They get owned. Finally, we see a tactical timeout of Permita here. At 10-4, I don't know. I feel like that's 6-7 rounds too late in the game to push forward and take attack of your own. Maybe this is trying to build up momentum. I would just like to have seen them deny drillers of said momentum, you know, in midway through that first half.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's still really early to even mention the world, so I'm not gonna do it. But I'm just gonna say that if Beanox steps up the way that he did in the previous round, and if somebody is there to support him, for example, Marcus, even though he's a substitute, or even Tomiko or Mary, I see a chance for Permita to create that momentum and to deny drillers as much as they can, try and get as close as possible. And, oh, you know, that was a heroic stand by Beanox, but we have to also admit that was way too close for comfort for Permita.
You can see that even with this close affair, we've gone for an interesting assortment of weapons. Everyone trying to play for an eco. Amsalem believes one M4 would do the trick. We'll see if that's going to be the case. He's the man that swings from CT. Good start. Gets one with that M4. Puts a new magazine in it. They want to take face. It's the 5-7 that charges up for another. Kills go both ways though. Beanox, another double, and he's starting to come into his own here on this T side. Waro gets taken down by the Galil. It is a 1 versus 3 for the Deagler Clem. This round all very much done. You hear the steps. Nice shot. Go pick up a premium weapon as well. But hungry for more, unfortunately, falls at the second hurdle. Permita take to another. Not without an expense here, Dolan. You know, the guns getting dropped, I think 3 of them in that round. It's going to have to be quite the reinvestment from this Permita side that aren't exactly the richest team in the world.
Yeah, at least Drillers made it expensive. There was also a small chance for the City side to actually still wait around if somebody could have traded Beanox, but the team player got away with a couple of kills. Haji tried his best. The setup and the idea were good on the side of the Drillers, but the execution was not quite there. So let's see where they will be able to do the job here by having the better guns. Couple of M4s, the FAMAS ability also decent, and they're trying to put a bit more numbers on towards the middle, something that we didn't get to see out of Permita during their CT side. Mask plays around the box. Okay, the CTs need to be careful. I love the incendiary, I love the setup. You're just patiently waiting to spot somebody on Permita's side. And, well, as we discussed, okay, sure, you started creating the momentum for yourself, but you need to keep it going on the T side.
Re-smoke of underpass. Drillers just delaying any poking and prodding towards middle. Taking incredibly slowly this round. With 50 seconds left, they've got moves to make. Permita from the dots on the minimap looking towards an A split. Waro thought he had the timing. Gravely mistaken as Permita start to encircle. It's going to be another kill as well. Beanox finds Amsalem. M4A1S backsides. It can't just go for one. Haji getting stuck in as well, picking up an AK, 2v2, 25 seconds as Haji finds another, spots the third out as well, tries to hold the spray. Mestel's going to give a bit of space over to Tomiko, but he doesn't know where this last man's coming from. It's a stick of the plant. Mestel's from Connector, the peak. Who will it favour? Information now going both ways. Tomiko puts another magazine in his AK, but it's the M4 that will trump him. And it is eventually a round on the board for the Drillers' defense. Took him a little while to get there, but a 1 round nonetheless. Mestal, I think, looking for a bit of util and maybe a kit for the CT side to scoop up. Instead, it is just a 10-second hold and an extra flashbang to the Israelis' name. An AK secured as well. But most importantly, the overarching point is that the CT side claim a round, breaking that momentum of the Permitter side and pushing Drillers up to 11.
Yeah, this is going to stink for Permitter. If they had secured the 1 versus 1 duel, maybe they could have continued and maybe they could have gotten the comeback. Now a timeout, first one used by the Drillers. They know that they were so close to giving away another over to their Polish opponents, and they want to make sure that moving into the next one they feel as confident as possible, and they are more than anything on the exact same page, 2 rounds away from closing out their map pick and sending us on to Nuke. And I mean, the economy is not looking that great for Permitter, right? I mean, 2,600 for Tomiko, 2,700 for Beanox. Yeah, we have Mary with a couple more available dollars. Mask can buy up an AK, but the utility is going to be quite limited, which is my biggest worry. So let's see what Permitter are going to be able to do. Definitely still, you know, they have that bittersweet taste from the outcome of the previous round, but they're still into this one, and there's still a small chance. I see a light by the end of the tunnel, but it's a long way to go.
Yeah, as you say, there's so many steps to take here to get back into this game. Hadji, that feels a bit wild to go for that swing. Kvem's just been trolled, completely trolled by that HE. Smoke's just hit a body as well, so the spam towards connector will ensue. Drillers down to 3. To be fair, it's not exactly like both players fall doing no damage. Mestal getting aggressive in B. Now that's a good start, but the problem is the reaction warranted. All of these players are going to be funneling out short. Mestal getting stuck in. That is a ridiculous shot.
No.
Salem's found another. The Israeli duo are able to collect bodies. And it is pushed from 3v5 to 2v2. Mask's going to try and get stuck in towards Kitchen. Salem needs to hold this down and doesn't. Warro's got a 1v2 to win to try and bail this Drillers side out. This would be a serious detriment to the Permitter side. Warro's got a kit. He knows he's got time to play with. Marcos plays passive. Warro's got all sorts of positions to check. That smoke is just such a distraction. And Warro 2K spends way too long holding the shift key and not long enough trying to find the last man. Marcos just plays a game of timings, and it will be Permitter with another nicely collected 11-6. And Drillers maybe, just maybe, making a meal of the end of this map.
It could be the case. Warro 2K got denied the 2K, and with that, Permitter still with a chance. Just going back to that discussion about the steps that they need to make, I really love the fact that they tried and contested mid. I want to see it once again. Catwalk smoke with a window smoke into a molly for connective, so that Mask can actually go for the cross. He can keep on pushing forward. He can also wait for his teammates to appear out of under. The buy is not the greatest. It's just 402k with the M4. The remainder of the squad having the pistols. Not the greatest of economical situations for the Drillers. But still, they have a solid lead. 5 rounds the difference between them and Permitter. But I just have the feeling that somehow slowly, but maybe surely, Permitter are starting to find their individual form. Okay, maybe not Heroes. That was a great idea out of Voro. He can rotate over towards the B bomb side. And at this point, if you're Drillers, you need to rely on putting your numbers on one of the 2 bomb sites. 3 people onto B. This is not a bad idea considering where Permitter are headed, and if they go for a B play once again, this can go really wrong.
Start for Mary. Warro 2K gets one and backs away with his life. It's a much better trade-off for the CT side than what we saw in previous. A molly towards bench to try and force his hand even further, but the man stays alive. They'll try their luck towards the end of apartments, but you can't help but feel that fate has already been sealed. 30 seconds. 1 player towards short, 1 player towards van. Beanox has slid down silently. But no fights given away. Now they know that the short play is there. Beanox finds one. Warrow collects the short push. And there is just not enough time in the world for Beanox to do well. Warrow, I did say, I feel like played incorrectly in the last, but a faultless round from him. It's an ace in what could be the penultimate round of Mirage. Drillers up to 12. They are on that point.
Yeah, that was the final nail in the coffin. I mean, yeah, Voro with the single rifle doing the job for the Driller, single-handedly reading the place out of Permita, being at the right place at the right time. Everything started with the boost that caught Tomiko off guard, then the rotation. He probably knew that there was a chance of Permita going for another B play. He read the situation, danced beautifully around the side, and now look at what Permita are gonna be playing with. That's a great name, but they have just a single Galil, not anymore. Beanox has fallen, and I think that Retro, this is going to be the end of this Mirage.
Mini comeback attempted to be mounted for Permita. But when you concede 10-2 in the first half, it was always going to be a near impossible battle to fight. Haji will swing from underneath the stairs. It's Warrow that stands on top of them. It is Tomiko against 4, but he will not find a single frag. It's Drillers that take their selection of Mirage. 13-6. Sure, you can say a slow start on their second half, but it is all the same to them. We head on to Nuke, the pick of Permita. So much to do for them. And with the result we just saw in map 1, I think we need to see a Permita side that come in the cut above what we saw in Mirage to stand a chance of taking us to that decider map of Ancients.
Well, Nuke is where we're gonna need to see Permita stepping it up. If there is an argument that can definitely help the Polish side, is that at least in the last couple of matches, I particularly remember casting a most recent match they had versus Favbet. It was on Vertigo and they got destroyed, and we saw the exact same situation. You know, Favbet created a big early read, then by the second half, you know, Permita started fighting slowly their individual form. Obviously it was not enough, they still got crushed, but on the second map they did significantly better. Yeah, still lost 0-2, but I mean, Nuke is a really good map for Permita, not one of the greatest for the Drillers. We saw what happened versus TSM. I have my doubts, but maybe they can convert the momentum into something more in Nuke, and if they can find once again a big advantage on the CT side of Nuke, there is a world that Drillers close this one in a 2-0 way, but yeah, eyes on Permita and their individual and team play, and whether they would be able to put a better fight.
Yeah, we are going to head to a quick break, a chance for some people to get some breakfast at home, maybe, you know, fill up ready for the rest of the day, because we've still got 3 more BO3s after this. It's Drillers, a map up to none, and a chance to close on Permita's pick. We'll see you after the break.
Are you sick of just opening cases? Join the events. At each event, you can find special cases from which tokens fall. Tokens are your ticket into a world of unique awards. For tokens, you can buy a skin, premium, or special balance. Try your luck in the skin generator. Also, you can leave your tokens at the token vault. And the more tokens you keep, the better skin you'll get. Add variety to opening cases with Hellcase.
Do you have any unnecessary skins or want to sell them? Try Skin Place. Visit the website, select the skins you want to use. Easily fill your Steam trade link. Make sure we offer good prices and choose a payment method. Hit the button and boom! Instant cash. Safety. Low commissions. Instant payouts. Skin Place.
Skin Place launching an event with a total prize pool of $10,000 in honor of our first anniversary. Just sell skins, claim daily bonuses, complete missions, visit the shop, and participate in the main giveaway with popular skins and a powerful PC. Follow our social media to not miss.
Welcome in, ladies and gents, once again. A second map here, Dolan and Drillers. A map up to none, and it was in quite impressive fashion, right? Like, I know the scoreline doesn't show a dominant performance, but I think it's safe to say we saw a 10-2 half. They lost both pistols in that map, and they still win, what, 13-6. A super impressive result. I can't not be entertained by how well they looked in that first map. I think the consideration that we have and sort of the speculation that we're making is that was on Mirage, where Drillers were obviously the favourites. We now head on to Nuke. They've only played twice. They've only won once. And for Permitter, they've got a whole lot more experience on that map as well. So I feel like this one's going to be a little trickier to maybe squeeze out a win for this Drillers side.
Yeah, I don't think that they're going to be able to have that exact same performance we saw on a map like Mirage. Obviously, Nuke much more focused on the tactical side of things. But as we discussed, I mean, if the Drillers can actually transform the momentum that they created from Mirage onto the CT side of Nuke, and if they can get this one rolling, if they can get to 8-9 rounds, then I see a world in which they shut Permitter down and go out of this best of 3 as the winners in a clean way. As to Permitter, I mean, yeah, sure, it was a 13-6, but I mean, they won what, 2 pistol rounds? They had that massive B-Nox's clutch getting the 4 kills. Then they denied Voro in a 1 versus 1. So overall, you know, they got 6 rounds, but it was not a really great showing out of the Polish side. And yeah, I understand that they're not playing with a full squad. I know that they have a stand-in, but they need to level it up individually. I'm expecting a bit more out of B-Nox. I think that somebody else apart from him shall also step up, especially on this map where they have the advantage statistically speaking, where we have seen them dominate. I mean, come on, they're a Polish team, and we know the story behind all Polish teams on Nuke. So yeah, I mean, I'm still not fully sold on the 2-0 for the Drillers, but I mean, it will really depend on what Permitter can show on this map.
Certainly, and I think this tests their mettle at this point. With your backs against the wall, you know, you're currently 0-1 in this BO3, and you've got to understand maybe the greater idea of the main Swiss. That is that you're 0-1 there as well. You know, losing this puts you at risk of elimination. You have to win 3 BO3s in a row. And this is one of the more savage sides to the Swiss system, right? It's like when you get off to a good start, things are easy because you've got a few games to only win a handful of, or to get a handful of results and move forward. If you go 0-2, it means that you've got to win 3 games back to back to back. You know, you can't afford to make any losses here. And for Permitter, I think they'd like to see maybe at least try and push it to a third map, have some competitiveness against a side that, no disrespect to the Drillers, you know, I think both of us were very impressed and surprised by the performance they put out. This is a team that hasn't been about for very long. This is a team that shouldn't be coming into Europe and beating the 70th best team in the world in an instant. You know, yeah, sure, you can say Permitter are using a stand-in, but you've got 4 long-standing players there that should know Team Counter-Strike and should be a little more used to each other than what Drillers are. Yet it looked to be that Drillers were the more rehearsed team on Mirage. I don't know. I think it's quite a tough one to call and think about.
Yeah, and it's also really interesting because Permitta's second best map after Vertigo, it was Mirage, and I think that they just didn't show up to what their opponents were putting on the table, especially throughout the first half, which is another really interesting concept. So usually if you have a look at the statistics for Permitta, you're actually going to notice a trend that they oftentimes tend to have a better second half in comparison to the first one, but oftentimes that's the massive problem, right? I mean, okay, sure, if you get to a 6-6, 7-5, it's much easier to just tie it up at 7-7 or 8-8, whatever it is, and then have the CT side rolling. But that was not the case. I mean, they got like 2 rounds out of this first half, and I mean, it was just such a big advantage that the Drillers were really comfortable with it. But with that being said, yeah, I mean, Nuke on the table, our second map, this has to be it for Permitta. This is what we want to see. The stability we were lacking throughout Mirage. This is where we want to see the individual prowess. I do really would love to see a bit more tactical side of this Permitta squad, working around the smokes, throwing a bit more utility. Even if you don't do anything crazy, just go for default, execute either towards the A-bomb side or towards outside. There's just so many things that Permitta can do that I know for a matter of fact are there available in their repertoire. And yeah, Judas, I mean, if we want to see that extra factor that is currently lacking for this squad, it has to start right here against a good opposition on Nuke.
Yeah, definitely. Not ready just yet, so rather than hearing us chew your ear off for the next 5-10 minutes, we're going to throw it to a break. When we return though, Dolan, we are back into the action. Nuke, second map, do or die for Permitta. Oh, okay, never mind. I take it back. I was lied to.
That was the twist.
I was told, oh yeah, like throw to break. We're the last guy's taking his sweet time. I was like, okay, no worries. I'll do that. I'll push us to a break, and then actually no, he's connecting now. We're getting ready. We're good to go. So now I look like the idiot on stream, which well, I'll take the downfall. It's okay. I think the most important thing regarding all of this though is, when you had a quick look, maybe if you're a HLTV enjoyer at home, you have a quick check of the scoreboard. Permitta didn't really have a standout performer, right? Like everyone was negative basically. Marcos was the only man to go not negative, and even then it wasn't positive. He went 11-11 neutral. Everyone else -1, -6, -6, -9. On the other hand, Drillers didn't have a single player that went negative overall in that map. Everyone went positive. So I don't know. It'll be interesting. One more thing to throw out there. Drillers win 75% of their pistol rounds, which ultimately means Mirage was a bit anomalous in terms of those pistol results. If they can get a pistol win here on Nuke, or even 2 of them, you can't help but think this game could very much be one-sided.
That's the first thing. Fam, quite lucky to still be alive. 1 point of hell available, but here come the Polish team. Tomiko on the A-bomb side finds the opener. Marcos and Binox add 2 more, and I think that this is already the pistol round secured by Permitta, unless we see something miraculous and extraordinary out of Amsterdam. Gets 1 versus Binox, but this surely now is going to be the end. And seems like we're going against the odds. Statistically, you mentioned it. Drillers usually win the majority of their pistol rounds, but maybe not today versus Permitta.
Yeah, I was going to say, they win 3/4 of their pistols on Nuke. I know it's funny because they've only played it twice. It's not exactly the biggest sample size to work with, but, you have a look even to Mirage. Before they'd started they had won half of their pistols. They've actually been a pretty decent team at converting pistols. However, 0-3, not ideal. It's not the prettiest of scenarios to be in. Drillers, the lower hand once again.
I'm curious whether they're gonna go for the force buy. I'm a big fan of it, especially on maps like Inferno and Nuke. After you drop the city pistol round, just go for it, invest your finances, get the scout, get the SMGs, try to find the tags, and then finish your opponents with the extra damage from either the pistols or the MP9s. Masked goes really quick, wants to be essentially entering secret, and he'll be able to get there. That's a really quick pace out of Permitta so far. I'm expecting to see a slowdown. They still don't know that they're facing a force buy, so the danger is there. Drillers They need to land some really nice shots. They need to rely on Voro to hold the control towards outside. And if he can find a couple more attacks, maybe there is a chance for the Drillers to take this one away.
HP on Tomiko. Mars trying to round the corner the safest way possible. Pulling out that molly forces Kvem's hand away. Permitter start to circle in towards this lower site. The bomb's there as well. Problem for the CT side is that nobody else has rotated, so Kvem is the only line of defense. And with him quickly removed, Amsalem trying to get into a position to help out. I tell you what, this is interesting because Beanox is going to get caught out in lobby. This means the B push is going to have to start coming on in. Amsalem activates MP9, damage done, 3v3. But this is a very tasteful round for Drillers to be winning.
Yeah, they're feeling it right now. Marcus picking up AK. Let's see who's going to be coming out victorious from this one. 14 seconds, so Permita needs to run towards the upper side of the map. Yeah, they will be able to get there and plant the bomb on time, I do believe. Yeah, 5 seconds, so enough time so that Marcus can complete the first mini quest. But, I mean, if you're Drillers, do you even go for it? They don't have a kid. They're out of utility. You have picked up 2 Galeos and a scout. If they can find one, but Masked is around the corner with a Mac 10, we'll find the first, the second not quite there. So Voro shall be getting away with an upgrade. Or maybe not, decides to stick to the scout, but this is already a round done, and Permita are gonna survive. I mean, a bit more expensive than maybe what they could have hoped for, but not that bad. A 2-0 start on the T side of Nuke. Much better in comparison to the beginning of Mirage.
That's a big shame. I think it was a very winnable round for the Drillers there. Had the opportunity as soon as Permitter pivot A though. It's always going to be tricky. Played at their own game. Super nicely taken care of, and here to take over apparently is 2 for 2. Permitter now on this attack. Full eco for the CT side. They're going to have to buy into round 4. Can't afford to invest in the third, and yeah, just a disappointing start yet again for Drillers. It seems to be these CT sides have always not exactly gotten off to the best of beginnings.
Yeah, I think that we're just seeing how Permita are controlling the pace of these rounds, you know. Even when they go a bit slower like this one, you just feel as if at some point the pace is gonna get accelerated. Tomiko tries to explore ramp, trying to get somebody off guard. We have 3 people on the other side standing to drill us. And maybe if they can catch Tomiko and get an upgrade, there is a small chance that Onypixos' team steals this one away. So yeah, Tomiko just needs to be really precise with his shots. That's a flash, that's a first. Amsterdam spotted. Person there on the box, so this is the last hope for the Drillers. But maybe Permita can actually just fall back and not even try to see and test Kvem.
Tolt needs to step up. Oh, finds 2. I was going to say he needs a worldie of a round pulled out there. Didn't expect him to even get 1, so the fact that he's walked away with a few $1,000s worth of damage, always a bonus. And Kvem in a position to try and surprise, gets an AK. Question is, do you want to go for the round win, or do you think a save is more appropriate? And as you can see here, I don't think challenging is the wisest option. Couldn't agree more with this. Kvem's just going to move away to save, keep the AK into the next. I mean, it's all the same to Permitter. They're going to get the round win, but it's just integral damage done.
Yeah, I mean, overall, 3 great rounds by Permita. After securing another pistol round, they're looking really clean so far on the T side, and they're already onto their 3rd. It's just the 4th round of this nuke, so not bad at all for the Polish team. starting to find their form, picking things up. And this is where I want to see Drillers finding an answer to what is coming out from the Polish team. Yeah, we discussed how this is definitely not one of their greatest maps, but they're finding themselves on the CT side. Voro just received the knob, they have the utility, so maybe try and focus a bit more towards yard. Senor Opa in garage, you know, have that anchor player just stand patiently and contest Permita, because if you give them a fort so early on their T side, this is definitely going to start spelling disaster for the Drillers.
Salem, good start yet again. 5v4 in their favour. It's an individual that steps up. Problem is, it's been about getting these kills at unwinnable points. The fact that that's the opener, more confident. This Driller's side looks. Warro's able to poke a hole through Mary's chest outside. Salem going aggressive in secret there as the only B defender when they could very easily have crossed is disappointing. Kvem, fortunate to find Tomiko, was aiming at Marcos, and unfortunately it's the innocent bystander that gets caught out. Mestel expected someone to be holding from door. Warro's found the kill. Beanox now going to send it down the vent. 1v3 that he's got to win. Smoke drops out immediately. Top of the bomb. Flasher coming from double. He's full blinded himself. No one's on it. They've got to get this kill in quick. Warro in front of the smoke and he gets caught out. Haji's picked up a kit. But the bomb, too far ticked, I would argue at this point. Another tap, it's another spray. It's going to be a successful kill for Haji. Can he find the bomb in time? Yes, he can. Panic stations for the CT side, but they eventually put pen to paper to start their beginnings on Nuke.
Yeah, even a bit of a BM there by the end out of Haji. Played this one beautifully, just waiting to see how long is Beanox gonna keep on giving shots, and the moment that there was an opening, he caught it. Overall, that was a good round out of the Drillers, especially how this one began was what I wanted to see, you know, with Voro playing from garage, with the defender of Rams getting one. But then, I mean, if there is a guy to be having for Permita in these really close situations, in the 1 versus 3s versus 4s versus 2s, that's definitely Beanox. Another highlight that ended up not being transformed into a round, but Kvem did transform the spray into an opener for Drillers as they find it for a second round in a row. Permita looking to enter Secret, looking to take control over Tenos and see what they can do from this part of the map.
Yeah, yet again, it's just outside heavy presence that this T side opting for. The walk in, Warro, he just needs to be on higher alert because he's got himself killed. Salem had to do something to help out, and the bodies just start falling. 1v4 for Kvem. That is so disappointing to see. Can't help but think that Warro probably should have done a little bit better in that situation. Definitely should have found a kill. Same thing can be said for Salem's position. Beanox finds the last as well. Thank you very much, Say Permita. They'll get right back to it as they lead with the front foot.
Yeah, and look at the economy. Drillers are out of money. I mean, like, I understand the idea out of Voro, but I mean, you get caught by a T player for a second round in a row, and by this they open up tunnels, and this is an important part of the map. By having these, you mean you force another CT player to actually go and look for a play, and as we saw, things started falling apart for the Drillers. Permita so far failing themselves on the T side. Extremely comfortably have managed to find a 3-round lead to keep looking to further increase it. And I mean, yeah, you can just feel how whenever Drillers are on a more tactical map, like for example Nuke or even Vertigo, they're just struggling, right? Because on this map, yeah, sure, there are some opportunities to go a bit more aggressive to try and face the T's, but if you start losing the duels, and if Permita are putting themselves in the better initial positions, this is where you can see the Polish team thrive, and we need to see somewhat of an adjustment, especially out of Voro. I think that he shall be really careful, especially when he puts himself down towards tunnels. You cannot allow yourself to be giving openers, to be giving extra space to Permita, because they're a team that whenever has something, they will try and squeeze it to make the most out of this. And yeah, I think that's quite logical that so far they are the team setting up the pace, setting up the tempo of this map, and being one step ahead of the Drillers.
Yeah, I can't lie, this nuke has been pretty disappointing for the CT side so far. Permita learning to take over a game, and they're doing it very well. Another round that gets picked apart, Mestal. 1v5. Everything to do with just a 5-7. I think it's going to happen here. I think it's safe to say that this one is all but over. Mary getting caught out. Or sorry, Mary doing the catching out in that position. So no guns lost. It's Permita that are building more bridges financially. The CT side, someone's got to step up big time here. Someone's got to start winning them rounds, because, you know, that single round win was someone bailing them out, someone finding a multi-kill. Just need people to step up and start doing the same. Maybe a little more consistently as well.
Yeah, the individuals are now on point for Drillers. A lot of difficulties. Permita already on a 5th on the T side. This is not looking good at all for the Drillers, and they will need to start in finding duels, picking up extra kills, because the pressure will continue. They are a team that knows how to play a nuke, and you can clearly see it. Beanox already down, dropped from vents. Not really sure whether he was actually heard nor spotted, and once again Permita taking full control over tunnels. Fam unnoticed towards garage, but this is not where his opponents are going.
Yeah, again, I don't know. I think Drillers, respectfully, you've just got to look at what's happening. Like how Permita have won these 5 rounds. They've owned you outside. They've gone secret most rounds. They've managed to find themselves through that lower position into the site, get a bomb plant, and you've done nothing about it. And yet again, it's another one of those rounds where people are trying to drop down the vents. You know, it should have been communicated. The smokes are up. They can cross. We don't have the information. No one's said a word to each other, and people are getting caught out trying to rotate to B. Super disappointing. It's 6 now for Permita. Standalone round still continues to be the only one that Drillers have got in their name.
Yeah, they need to either go for a tactical pause, just focus their efforts towards holding outside control. I mean, and you know, going back to something that we were seeing consistently, but out of the Drillers on Mirage, it was the mid executes, and nobody contesting mid control on the side of Permita. This time around, it's Permita on the T side, and as you rightly mentioned, they're heavily focused on getting Yar control, then entering Secret, getting controls over tunnels, and hitting that B bomb side, and finally, Drillers opt to go for a tactical pause. Probably Coach Dona having a bit of a discussion there with the team, you know, requiring a bit more out of Voru to call these better strategies, for Haji to step up as he's having a really slow beginning of the map, for Masso to go a bit more aggressive, to you know, see the Drillers start fighting towards outside, because if this map keeps developing like this, we're on for a decider.
Definitely. I think even if it doesn't go all Permita's way from here on out, you know, if they find 2-3 more, this one is definitely dead in the water. You know, to get already 6 rounds out of 7 on the T side of Nuke is impressive. A whole host of that could be found more as well. So let's see as we head into round 8. Are there going to be any changes? Any opportunities for this Drillers side? At least they've got more of a hold and more of a grip on what's happening towards outside. So maybe they've listened and taken my words literally.
A lot of nades thrown. Messed up with the opener. There they come, and that's a great spray, yeah. I think that this is already in for the Drillers, especially with Amsterdam finding one. He shall have the second as well. A third, not quite there, but the moment that Clem and Hadji activate, this is going to be it. So, finally, some signs of life out of the Drillas on the CT side. But, yeah, I mean, a couple of people pushing through the smoke, getting caught. Nobody expecting Amsterdam's aggressiveness. Maybe that was a round that probably Permita kind of overlooked in a way, right? Because they could have been a bit more careful. Yep, sure, you have the default they execute, you throw a lot of utility, but they could have been a bit more patient with this one. But for the Drillers, this is something to work with. I mean, Fam is trying his damn hardest, Amsterdam as well. So I see a world in which if these two step up, maybe Drillers can get to a 5th, best case scenario 6th. But they need to be careful as once again it's masked exploring outside.
Yeah, as you said, look at the positions. Yet again, it's outside that's left unmanned. And well, Amsterdam, Oro 2K immediately dropped into the 2v4. Everything to do here. Ukrainian Orpa towards outside. Amsterdam in on lobby. And Moro's already retreating, already looking to save. This one's done. And again, it's a standalone round. Thought it was an opportunity to build bridges. Instead, they get burnt. It's Marcos that finds Amsterdam, and this one, very, very much done.
Yeah, Voro is pretty much desperate to save that orb. He needs it moving into the next round. Yeah, he gets spotted. Oh, down to 14 points out. He'll get chased. Beanox is there to do it for Permita. They're not even allowing for the Druidas to save anything. I mean, yeah, sure, Voro with a 7400. Okay, this is good because he will be able to rebuy the Lost Gunman. You just love to see the confidence and the pressure that Permita are trying to put on this nuke. And with already 7 on the D side, I think that not to go ahead of myself, but maybe they've already done what they wanted, and by having these amount of rounds on the D side, that's great. And if you keep the pressure going, maybe we're up for another 10 to have, unless Kvem has something to say about it.
Good start. 4v4. Kvem hearing a lot of commotion towards lobby. That's a massive push from Kvem. Taking down Tomiko. Extra damage done as well. There is a player down vent. Yet again, it's Permita that looked to pivot B, this time through ramp rather than through outside. Well, actually, they've come back. They're throwing some util towards A. Mary's broken the glass. Very much spotted there. Now he's going to be calling for his team. Just get ready to go ramp. Like, I literally am looking at Amsterdam's gun barrel. One tap delivered, and now lower is open for the taking. Permita, just such a high success in getting towards this B site. Mars is going to leap towards the site. Door swung open. Must hit frag for Kvem. He will collect it. Dink as well onto the second, but it is a 1v2 for Hadji to win out. Both players low, both players poised, and both players split up from one another. A tap of the bomb. Merry at the other side of the doors. Hadji now knows exactly where he's coming from. He's got a HE if he wants to, but reloads in an open position. Merry holds W, and Permita take another.
This is rough already. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think that we've seen a CT player pushing tunnels and Secret. And once again, the big problem for Drillas is that B bomb side. Okay, sure, here Tomiko with a really great initiative to find the response. Kvem did his damn hardest, but we saw what happened. You give an inch for Permita and they will take him out. And yeah, back to the full buy. Greatest one, a quick initiative out of Permita towards the A-bomb site. Kvem trades once again. So some good news still for the Drillas, but we saw their difficulties, especially in this later parts of the round. But Hadji maybe can turn it around, or maybe not. Marcus and Mary quick to find the response, and Voro in a 1 versus 2.
Not ideal. Look behind the smoke. Gonna have to be more time spent waiting for that to fade away. He'll regain vision of what's in front of him towards sight, but he has not a clue where these last two players are. Saw Mary. Shoulder given. Tag through the wall, but yeah, this one's dud. A dud, I should say. Yet again, it's 9 on the board for Permitter. Warren will keep the AWP. It's another disappointment. Another result that definitely could have gone their way. There we have it. Permitter already with a fantastic half result.
Yeah, oof, I mean, you know, usually I'm really positive, and in the majority of the cases, I'm going to say that there is some light in the end of the tunnel, or that there's still some hope left, but I just don't think that this is the case anymore for the Drillers. This is mental, this is rough. Permitta are just all over the place, finding kills, even recovering from difficult scenarios. It's just nothing is working for the Drillers. Yeah, Kvam has been having a couple of really nice openers, or at least trades after the first kill was given over to Permitta. Very hurt, but Voro gets punished, and without the off, this is already it. Somiko has a free kill onto Haji. Is he going to be expecting the second CT clear? He's going to react to trade Beanox and Retro. That's it. That's another 10-2 half.
However, it is the result flipped on its head. It was a Drillers dominated game on Mirage. It is everything but that here on Nuke. Wait for Amsalem to eventually fall from this round. Permitta. It's looking incredible. I've got to say, the turnaround between the two maps, nothing short of impressive. It is 10 double digits Permitter.
I don't even know what to say at this point. Now maybe we can go back to the conversation that we had about Nuke and the Drillers, you know? Because, okay, sure, on maps like Asian and Mirage, they've looked great on Vertigo as well, because these maps allow for more chances to go a bit more aggressive, to fight towards ramps on Vertigo, to be fighting in middle on Mirage, on Asian to be playing around cave and mid. But I mean, on a map like Nuke, we just clearly see the struggles that Onyx's team is having as a team. And I think that Permitta overall have been the better of the two squads, not only individually, but also by coordinating in a better way, by always having prepared strategies. The executes are good. Okay, maybe this time around not for Beanox. And, well, Drillers are looking to finally secure a pistol round against Permitta. And unless we see something miraculous out of Tomiko, which will not happen, there it is. Drillers, after losing the previous 3 pistol rounds, finally getting one.
If there was ever a comeback to be mounted, it had to start with a round win here. That pistol integral to the storyline of Drillers. It is a force buy out of Permitta in the second. Hoping to cut out this nonsense here and now. Great start from Marcos. Just holding the jump. It's the shot. Freebie found, at least in terms of damage. Now it's up to Drillers to make that move yet again towards a site. By the looks of things, it'll be an inner push. Question is it out A or is it down ramp?
Maybe it's going to be an A play, considering Amsalem's position. Molly on top of HUD, Molly for Ninja, smoke for main, and here they come. But nobody to be found on that A home side for Permitta. With the bomb going down, I think this is already a save. Yeah, it has to be. You know, we have too many Kevlars, 2 helmets, even a smoke and a couple of guns. Yeah, sure, we can send Tomiko to try and see whether he can grab 1 or 2. But with him falling, Drillus a second, not bad, but still, the road ahead of them is really, really long, and it is not going to get any easier.
Nicely worked. Round win is a guarantee. Bit of extra damage would go a long way though as another player falls. Should expect these last couple to be in spawn. That is an expensive way to go out of this round though. Guns to be picked up. Mary's just dropped the AK. So 4 players dead on the Driller's side at the end of that round. And speaking of 4s, that is their round count. Still 6 behind the Permitter side. It would have been nice to have seen them keep some money.
Yeah, some great news for Permitta. I mean, 4 people down after the end of the previous round, considering that Julas had it for free. Not great, but they're still gonna be facing a half-buy. 2 SMGs, couple of pistols, barely any Kevlars, 1 single helmet, so they should have this one in the bags as long as they follow the protocols and are as clean as possible in terms of the execute that they're preparing. So Mask is going to get cleared out. Great opener. He already spotted Beanox, who tries to dance around the bomb side, but it's too difficult when he gets around it. And yeah, Judas are once again going to be planting the bomb. Maybe, just maybe, it would have been better if they were not caught by the bomb radius in the previous one, simply because moving into the next couple of rounds, you need as much money as possible to afford the AWP for Voro, to have the stability with the AKs, with the utility. And yeah, on the T side, arguably it's a bit better to be controlling your economy because you get bigger bonus when planting the bomb. But still, I mean, we want to see cleaner rounds out of the Drillas, especially if they want to complete the comeback and make this nuke much more interesting for us.
There we go. Drillers make things convincing once again. Handful of players to survive. All with AKs, to be fair. But it is a 5th round on the board for Drillers. The gap is starting to close up round by round and piece by piece. Gotta hand it to Permitter though. They are yet to invest properly. An MP9 on Mars, but you know, rather than scouts and MP9s, it is an AWP and 3 M4s that they've got surrounding it.
Nice pickup.
Wow, speaking of AWPs.
Yeah, and this opens up ramp, right? And Voro can keep on moving forward, looking for another, and as he lands this shot, Markish is out of the equation. Oh, this is what we want to see out of the Drillers, and seems like they have started to create a bit of a momentum for themselves. Honestly speaking, Retro, I wouldn't mind seeing Permitta going for a tactical pause after the end of this round, because you don't want to be giving too many rounds over to your opponents. Yes, sure, it is a CT-sided map. Yeah, okay, it is Permittas' mapping, but still, you don't want to be testing Drillers. And you don't want to be seeing their limits, because we know how explosive they are on the T side. We saw it already out of Voro. Nice pickup by Beanox, but it is still a 4 versus 2. So with the control that the T's have over the A bomb side, they're going to get the C4 explosive down. And yeah, just going back to what I said, time for a tactical timeout, at least in my eyes, for Permitta.
Yeah, it's got to happen in this or the next, right? I think if you're going to just take a full eco, is there any point taking the pause then? It's probably more impactful to happen just before your gun buy. But still, it's super disappointing to see, and not to discredit the Drillers in any way, because they clearly have stepped up in their second half on the T side. I think you've got to see it how it is, and that is that when you were 10-2 up, the fact that it is now loss of a pistol, loss of a force, loss of an eco, and then loss of a full gun buy, it's a bit of a head scratcher, to be honest with you. Beanox has just died to the bomb, so they get away with nothing in that round. 4 in a row for Drillers, and on top of that as well, it's the Permitter side that will find themselves, at least momentum-wise, on the back foot.
Yeah, and You don't want to be there if you're Permita. Especially after what we saw on the D side on Mirage from the Drillers. Just make sure that you keep it as clean as possible and try to stop Drillers from taking control, especially over towards ramps. I think that so far they have been really successful with getting this part of the map, and finally something different. Marcus going for a bit of a push. The CC is good for one, but he cannot get up there to grab the AK. But already a nice opener. It's a bit of a half buy on the side of Permita, and we know how dangerous these type of rounds can be, especially if you're the team playing with a full buy round. Actually, yesterday I was casting another team with Zero Tenacity, and it was such a crazy game exactly because they were facing so many problems in these type of rounds. So from here onwards, the goal for the Drillers once again go towards ramp. Oh, that's a no. This is massive. Oh, this is so massive.
That's so disappointing to see from Hadji. It's not even like it was close. Like the kill had happened seconds prior, and Hadji's still firing away. If you're going to be the man that sits sort of at the back of ramp, I don't know, I think it's just something that is easily avoided. 2-on-3, Drillers have got Hadji at low HP as well. Going to be a very tricky one to win out. 30 seconds. Hadji making a step on ramp. Now, this could be quite deceiving because the bomb's going A when Hadji's going to be making the noise on B. There's two players here now. Flash goes out. Mast is playing from lobby, flanking ramp. Hadji can go hell here, and this round could very much be won by the Drillers. Woro's dropped in and he's going to get the plant. They realise it's way too late that it is indeed A instead of B. Head spotted towards door, and he just re-peeks. There's just no need. Woro needs to find 3 on his own. Hadji has made a meal of that round.
That was so unfortunate, and great job by Hadji and his teammate to try and bait Permita to go for the rotations. As we saw, Amsterdam went for the push, tried to explore lobby and then go towards ramp, and initially that looked really good and promising for the Drillers, but with the 2 kills that the CTs found, that was all she rolled, and well, 11th already on the board. Drillers making it to a 6th, but they will need to dig a bit deeper if they want to officialize the comeback and have a chance at that 2-0 score by the end of the best of 3, because otherwise it's going to be Permita sending us onto that third and final map. And Retro, at this point, I'm not gonna lie to you, I wouldn't mind seeing at the side of the map. I think that we have seen 2 completely different stories for the teams. Drillers dominating on Mirage, Permita doing the same early on the CT side of the T side, excuse me, of Nuke. And I mean, if they can get a 13-6 scoreline, then would have been the response that we hoped for, and eventually we're gonna get to where we want to go. But until then, Drillers need to put up a fight if they want to avoid that third map.
They're making a couple steps outside. Peak secret solo. Nobody can trade. I mean, Woro's going to be here holding with the AWP and will eventually find the mark. 4v4. But it's a lot of information, and they've had to give up a lot of their game to find that trade in the first place. Beanox will move back in towards A. All about playing passive now. This T side needs to go pushing. That's just a big misplay from Marcos, peeking outside like that. Could be anywhere. Hadji just holding the angle with his crosshair. But there is a response out of the CT side. There always is.
Well, they're going down towards the home side. Still a 3 versus 3, and if they can find one more and punish the potential CT player opening single, then there is a world, and world does exactly that. The bomb has been planted. Masked and Tomiko left 2 versus 3 without a kid. I'm not really sure whether there was one dropped around the side, so they're gonna need to rely on the straight contact and winning the duels, but seems like they have made up their minds, or have they? Communication is coming in right now, but yeah, there it is. The decision, just fall back, try to save the guns, and give the round over to the Drillers. Overall, well played by the T side. They're still not giving up, trying to find the answers. We saw a couple of trays, even here. flash. It was Mesto trying to find an exit point. Tomiko denies him that chance, and as the bomb explodes, Drillas, they're still in. They're still trying to put up a fight.
"11-7. At least there is some competitiveness to this second map now. Kind of like Mirage, we saw Permitter get on a little bit of a comeback and have opportunities to close the gap. Drillers, it's safe to say it, given the same sort of treatment, but actually taking a lot more of them. It's Permitter that have conceded another. The money beneath them is terrible. Can only buy here, and it'll have to be an eco in the next. So ideally, this is the round that they find 12 in.
Ideally, flash to set up Tomiko. Pushes some ideas. Good, and the spray is even better out of the Polish player. Quick double. Navarro and Amsalem are sent back on the bench until the end of this round. And you said it best. If there was a time for the CT side to activate and find the 12th, that was it. That's the chance. And now all that they need to do is deny the recovery for the Drillas and get on to that finish line.
A minute left, but already presented 3v5 Clem. He's going to get caught outside. He's been delivered the same fate a few times in a row now. Disappointing one. Tough pill to swallow for Drillers. They know that conceding this 12th is going to be imminent. Mestal had G2v5. With 35 seconds remaining, Haji making his way all the way round towards main. I feel like this is just going to be an effort in vain. Nade goes out. Haji, opportunity to swing in. Good start. Takes a bit of damage for it. But a kill is a kill. 20 seconds left. They know that the AWP's in heaven. Play up towards lobby. Comes out a hut. Easy kill for Mary. And 2 kills. In fact, delivers the second headshot. And Permitter, map point.
Yeah. All they need to do is to just cross over the other side and, well, send Drillas to that Asian, which is waiting around the corner. Dre peek. Tomiko was set up by Marcus's flash. Binox then activating here. Haji tried to find something, but it was far from being enough. Overall, Permitta looking much better on their map pick. Different face shown by the Polish side. And you can even have a look at the buy for the Drillas. It's far from being great. We have a UMP, we have a Khalil, 2 upgrade pistols, and Marcus with the opening. That was the first nail in the coffin. Looking for something more. Drillas, they will at least get the cross towards Secret, but I mean, your utility available, yeah, sure, but it's not great. Couple of flashes, a molly, Marcus finding another, and this shall be it, especially with Binox securing a double. There it is, 13-7, ladies and gentlemen, for Permitta, which lead us onto that third and final map. Asian needs to be brought into play for us to get to know the answer to the question, who is going to come out victorious from this really interesting match between Permitta and the Drillas.
Yeah, pretty one-sided stuff on both sides of the coin, right? It was Driller's map pick of Mirage, took 13-6, pretty easy. It's then Permitter's pick of Nuke, 13-7. Again, pretty easy, but that leaves us with one big question. And that is, how's it going to go down on Ancient? Statistically, a better map, in fact, better than Mirage for the Drillers side. But again, it's not exactly a map built off of failure for Permitter either. So, yeah, a pretty even third map that we're going to be heading into, and with stakes looking pretty high in terms of main Swiss standings, I think it's safe to say both teams want to be securing a win.
Yeah, absolutely so. You don't want to be finding yourself in the 0-2 bracket. You want to make sure that you come out victorious, as we mentioned. And, well, Asian is going to be our final playing field of this first best of 3. But all of the action will come right in front of our monitors right after the short break.
Tired of boring case openings? Do you always get only cheap skins? The Hellcase website has tons of options to upgrade your inventory. It's up to you to participate in giveaways, events, or compete with other players in opening cases. Hellcase, your world of expensive skins.
Do you have any unnecessary skins or want to sell them? Try Skin Place. Visit the website, select the skins you want to use. Easily fill your Steam trade link. Make sure we offer good prices and choose a payment method. Hit the button and boom! Instant cash. Safety. Low commissions. Instant payouts. Skin Place.
Skin Place launching an event with a total prize pool of $10,000 in honor of our first anniversary. Just sell skins, claim daily bonuses, complete missions, visit the shop, and participate in the main giveaway with popular skins and a powerful PC. Follow our social media to not miss.
Welcome back in, ladies and gents. Quick break, Dolan, but we are back for our final map, and I've got to say, man, a real head-scratcher after the first two, right? Like, we see Drillers perform really well on their selection, Permit to just do the exact same here in the second map, and all of a sudden we head to a decider where we kind of have to rank quality against quantity, right? It's Drillers with the better win rate, but it's Permitter that have played a lot more CS in the last few months, so it's a tricky one to sort of speculate about.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I think that so far both teams have traded maps on their map picks, and you know, I cannot really favor neither team. I feel as if we saw two different strategies. The first was really explosive T side out of the Drillers. They managed to start getting the ball rolling, and then eventually this led them to the win 13-6 on Mirage. Then Permita responded beautifully after a really great T side beginning on Nuke, and we saw what happened. Drillers tried their best, but it was far from enough. So yeah, I mean, in terms of quality, I think that both teams have their strengths and weaknesses. In terms of quantity, I probably will favor Permita just a tiny bit more, simply because they have additional reps on this map. But hey, we have seen in the past the struggles that Drillers can create for their opponents, to be forcing them in these really uncomfortable situations. We saw it yesterday versus actually, excuse me, in the beginning of Series 14 versus TSM. It was a close affair, 11-13. We saw that versus Fabet, 13-11. So you cannot really count out the Drillers on this map, especially if they keep following their proactive, aggressive style on the T side.
Yeah, let's see how this one goes. I do believe we're getting ready to jump into the action, our decider of Ancient. It all boils down to this. Of course, you know, today we're not exactly eliminating anyone or welcoming anyone to the playoffs, but this is the difference between going 0-2, sorry, or 1-1. And I know it sounds like, oh, it's, you know, it's a game's difference. That doesn't mean anything, but it does in the grand scheme of things. We'll have to see how this one pans out, if Drillers can make a resurgence in the Swiss stage, or if it is the Permitter side that are going to prevail.
Two people on towards Donut. Permita trying to take control over middle, and that's Marcus out of the picture. Let's see how many more can the CTs get. Well, seems like nearly all of them. Pro is the only man to have fallen, with Haji securing Maris's kill, and with Mask being left all alone. I think that this is already it for Drillers. There is a confirmation on a Pixel, gives a thumb up, as this is the first pistol round secured by the CT side.
Nicely done. As you say, it's the CT side off to a good start. Drillers hoping. It's a sign of things to come, right? Don't want to Obviously, this one fall by the wayside too quickly. There is a technical pause before we head into the action. A little bit frustrating that to see, but hopefully one that doesn't last too long.
Oh, and a bit of an investment there by Permita. I mean, they didn't get the bomb plan in the previous one. That's an interesting call. I'm not really sure whether I'm a big fan of it or not. It really depends on the end result. A single Mac 10, utility is good, Kevlars are there. I would, honestly speaking, love to see a really quick play towards the B-bomb side to try and catch the defenders there, to try and force the issue, and at least for now, they're not fully committed, but maybe they want to test Haji in towards cave.
Spam. Good start for Haji. As you say, cave pressure early, but it's traded out equal 4v4. Haji smart enough to back it up and deny them of a second kill. It's the bomb plant also denied. Mestel gets one more. Leaping through the smoke goes Kven. 1v3 for Mary. Mac 10 can't do anything more than just a little bit of damage to start things out. So, quick result considering. For the Drillers side. Back-to-back rounds.
Yeah, so far so good for the Drillers. They're not doing anything extraordinarily complicated. Just waiting to see what Permita are gonna bring on the table, then try and respond to that. And yeah, as we saw, that investment didn't pay its dividends, as now Permita are forced to once again go back to the pistols. And this is a relatively easy 3-0 potentially, masked with another. Okay, there's somebody to trade, that's Haji, and with Mary being low on HP, this surely is going to be the round for Drillers. But yeah, I mean, so far so good. A couple of comfortable rounds by Haji and the rest of the team, but we're still yet to see the first more significant obstacle coming their way. Mask has found himself an M4. We also have a bit of a timing there by Mary. If he can somehow help Masked, maybe there is a chance for the T side to recover this one. Masked is also the guy that has the bomb and has the better gun. I don't think that Mesto is aware of where Marcus is going to be coming from. Oh, but that's the timing. That's a bit unfortunate.
Starting to get dropped in. Haji getting caught out by Mast, who makes it 2 in the round. Bomb out towards A, though, unfortunately will not receive the same treatment. And this one, we're just waiting to tick over. It's just Mast left 1v2, a winnable scenario if time wasn't so problematic. And with that, game over. Really nicely done.
Yeah, that was actually not such a bad round out of Permita. You got 3 kills. You know, even at some point, it was Mask also having an M4, as you rightly mentioned. It was a doable 1 versus 2, but he was low on time. He didn't even have the chance to start clearing out the bomb site. So let's see. There it is, the first full buy round. AK is online, utility looking good on the other side. Goro back to op duties, actually for the first time here on Ancient. Instead, usually the guy to support the remainder of the team in towards middle or play from Donut. Pressure is on, mid control established, and fun with the opener.
Good start for Haji as well through the smoke, finding Tomiko. Just had that feeling that someone was going to be in and about that area. Rolling out towards Shelf, gets caught in the smoke. Beanox has to then Ducktail play passive, can't really work upon that. So it should just be a clean sweep now for Drillers.
should be. It's definitely looking like it. In a 4-0 start on the CT side, Ovation, well, not bad at all. Especially for a team like Drillers that so far has done a better job on the D side. And I think that Asian is another map that is relatively similar to Mirage, where we get to see that boogier style of play. You know, yeah, sure, you still need to throw the smokes, the mollies to be working around these, especially on mid, but you know, having seen the Drillers playing on this map, I just feel as if, you know, their biggest strength is exactly this, when they can get that more space to work with, go a bit deeper to try and look for the duels, and if they get an opener as Clem did, they can keep the pressure going, and yeah, so far Permita struggling in these couple first rounds. Tomiko still to find his first kill. Enox has one so far. And in this one, it's not going to get any better as they managed to save only 2 guns. The remainder of the team, actually, okay, Mask has enough money to buy an AK, a flash, and a smoke. So still somewhat of a buy can come into play for Permita, but this is where they need to start fighting rounds. You don't want to be giving too many over to the Drillers, because we saw what happened if one of these 2 teams gets away with a 5-0 lead. Keep the pressure going, they're able to find the response after they lose the first. Keep ball rolling, and eventually they can get away with the map.
All for 4. Chance to take a bit of a further lead and create more of a gap in this map. It's the decider as well. It's very important that Drillers can uphold this, give Permita the least viable opportunity of closing out this map in their favour and in turn the series. It does feel like Permita without an identity on this T side, you know, it's like we played the first, what, 40 seconds of this round and we're still undecisive on where we're going. Master's making his way through middle, we're showing pressure on B, we've still got the bomb outside A. It's like, finally now we're going to see some form of regroup, but way too long in doing so. 2, 3 kills, in fact 4 for the T side. I take it all back. Permita knew exactly what was going to happen.
Yeah, they punished the over-aggressiveness there by the Drillers. I mean, I don't think that it was necessary for the 2 dominant players to have gone for the push. Maybe they felt confident, especially with the 2 more available players in towards red. But as we saw, Permita read the play. We're good with the trades. 2-man advantage with Amsterdam being all alone for the city side. He needs to save, he needs to fall back, but he's not given a chance. Great round by Permita and especially by Beanox. A quick 4K secured by him. So far, the best performing member for Permita, as they have already secured their first on the T side. So this was the sign that I was looking for, you know. What change are we going to witness? It seems like Permita got the right idea. The goal was okay. They had the timing on towards the red. They found the trades, and with that, job is still not done. Haji brings one of his most favorite shotguns on Asian. Oftentimes you're gonna see him play with the XM when he doesn't have enough money for a better rifle. Good early nade damage onto Tomiko and Mask. Then, as I say, this is Clem once again with the opener for the city side.
Yeah, it's been pretty straightforward in the opening engagements, right? I don't think there's been a time where this Drillers side have felt tested. Swift pick up to the 5v4. Playing front donut from Kvem. That's dangerous! Oh. Waro tries to throw a nade into the smoke. Beanox 2 steps ahead.
Beanox is really sharp with the shots. I mean, you give him a chance, he strikes, he finds, Masked doesn't manage to make the most out of the shadow advantage that he had, so maybe a small hope, a chance ahead of Drillers to bounce back, and that was a massive kill found by Haji.
Yeah, I was going to say, that's the most important one of the round. I feel like if Beanox wins that, there's no chance that this CT side looking for a retake. Now the chances fall in their favour. Marcos clips one with the AWP, but it's all a delay, it's all a ruse. Look at this, Mestel moving up ramp, getting into position, gun barrel spotted, hits the first, second in the long smoke. Now Mestel's going to know about it. Smoke on top of the bomb, attack shortly after. Spam towards long. It's held though by Mary, expecting the swing rather than the defuse. Mestel dug 6 feet under, and Permitter will put another round on the board.
Well played by Mary, reading the situation. He knew that the tap was all just a fake, as he moved his cursor and was expecting for the CT appearance. Shut them all down, secure the 1 versus 2, and with that, Permitta with a second, likely a third, considering that Drillers are low on money. And, well, they have started to recover. You know, that Drillers CT side is not one of their best, and I think that we have started seeing why. Finding 4 is not bad already, considering that we're so early onto this map, but in my eyes, if the Drillers want to find the deeper success, they need to get to at least a 5th. Get away with a 5-7 half, and then get the next pistol round, more push, tagging, and then re-peeking for the kill versus Kvam. And with the previous one that was found onto Amsterdam, this is going to be a quick B execute. Enox throws a smoke for that additional cover. We'll be checking the right corner, deleting Haji, and there it is. This is going to be a 4-3 scoreline, still in favor of the Drillers, but maybe they can start getting a bit worried as Permitta are officially online.
Not a bad shot from the Deeg of Warrow, but to face off against 5 all by himself, there was going to be little to no chance he could make that one a reality. Good round for Permitter. You know, you were saying yourself, I think, something to note. Yeah, absolutely, Driller's still the team in front, but a team that has spiraled quickly and rapidly out of control, right, Dolan? I think you go from a Drillers that go 4 for 4 and look really impressive to a Drillers side that have now lost 3 in a row, are financially a little bit screwed, and then on top of all of that, it's Permitter that have been picking up all of these rounds and are going to feel a little more motivated by this current situation. An overextension in middle early doors, Marcos caught out immediately by Mestel, so at least some pressure early doors is neutered.
Yeah, pressure applied, and this time another opener. Overall, Drillers have been doing a better job at finding the openers. You know, Permitta had it in the previous 3 rounds, but yeah, we see some instability on the side of the Drillers, something that they want to avoid, especially moving deeper into the stage. Beanox once again with a trade, make it a double. Lovely stuff once again by Permittis' best performing member, and as he opens up the B bomb side, Haji needs to be covered. Beanox does it, of course he does it. A lot of trades being found by this guy on your screens. The drying force, the person that I mentioned during the analyst segment, has improved the most for Permitta. And with the man advantage, he can hold on, looks for another 4K, denied by Kvam, and maybe there is a small chance if Mesto takes this one away.
Another tap of the bomb. It's smoked again. Mast, panicked, needs to move forward. He's going to hear Mestel now, got to stick it. It's a 10-second hold. This is going to be tricky. Sees the body in the smoke, and Mast will line it up and shut it all down. It will not get out of hand. It will not get derailed. And the momentum will not be stopped. A disappointing one yet again. Just seems to be a series of unfortunate events. Really, really close round though. As you say, back and forth. Beanox opened things up. It was quickly brought back into contention. But unfortunately, not meant to be. Spam through the smoke. You can see it without the X-ray. A lot more obvious. You can see through that smoke. 4-4. 8 rounds and it's tie game. Faster play towards A. This is incredible. So quick, in fact. That's the bomb that now gets dropped. Kvem moves through middle and gets the player lurking in the back lines. Down to 3. Mary, great one-tap onto Kvem. But the numbers still disadvantaged. They're going to try and move out A main here. The AK is going to get overwhelmed, or are they by the MP9s? Both players low, but it's 2v2. Now it is all down to Mary, and Drillers will fight back. A crazy, crazy couple of rounds here.
That was pure madness. So what the hell happened towards A main? I mean, that was crazy. First, it was Drillers going super deep, aggressive. We saw the 5-7 catching that T-player, giving the upgrade, then a couple of nice shots. And that position that Voro had on towards 3 was so crucial. And even though with the 2 initial kills, I felt as if Permita did try their damn hardest to recover from this one. But yeah, their positioning from Voro meant that it was an impossibility, as now Voro is the one having the ult. But maybe, just maybe, Permit are not really interested in that P-bomb side. Instead, through Waymane, they will start crunching and start appearing out of there in order to plant the bomb and then hope that the retake is gonna go in their way. Because, I mean, this is a really interesting setup that the Drillers are having right now. I think that it was, or at least I saw it a couple of years ago back from a university team that was playing a CT side in a way that they were completely abandoning the A-bomb side and then playing a retake. But one of the biggest dangers is exactly that you can have a smoke towards Zona, that you can have the op holding the long angle towards CT, you can send the T-player to be covering A main as it just happened, and overall this is already Permita likely getting away with the 5th and tying it up.
Kvem and Asylum looking to save. Kvem walking back through middle, at least alert to the idea that Mary could have been holding behind. Flash goes in towards Spawn. Tech9 goes even further to B. Asylum, oh, another kill as well. And well, that's pretty decent. The result considering the round setup. You know, 2v4 opportunity for 2 rifles to get saved. Not only do they both get kept, but it's also the fact that it's the T side that suffer a bit financially.
Yeah, at least they made it as expensive as possible. So, let's see. Both teams trading rounds, finding themselves in a really tight situation. Still enough money for Permita to afford the Galils, the AK. We're not going to see a knob. Miko is having a lot of difficulties, but Kvem, who is not, especially with the openers. Beanox once again with a trade. What is happening with Beanox? He's playing like a total beast. 14 and 7, so effective in terms of trading, in terms of finding the answers to the openers that Kvem has been putting on the table. And how do you stuff him? I mean, it's so difficult, right? Because if it was not for Beanox finding so many multi-kills, maybe Drillers could have already have gotten at least 2 rounds more than their opponents.
I can't help but think the worst of this situation, right? It's like how one-sided it could have been for Drillers if they'd have just kept things normal. Beanox having a fantastic game. 14 and 7, Marcos gets his 4th. Nico even wanting a 2nd frag, and fair enough, he's had a very quiet 3rd map, but he steps up to take down another Hadji against 4. He was never going to win this round. See if there is any chance at him keeping it as the start to barrel around the corner. That's a shame that Hadji doesn't pick up one. And now, they, as you can see, just start to circle completely. This is going to be a tricky one to win out.
Yeah, he cannot even get away with the AWP. So, the hunt was successful by Permita. 6 secure. And as you can see, the money is not looking that great for the CT side. Obviously, Voro has enough to buy an M4, but he's not going to have a helmet. Another M4 appears for Hadji. For him to make a decision. Does he want to stick to the SMG? Yes, so that he can have that extra utility. But that's a chance ahead of Permita to secure a 7-5. And I still feel as if this game is really even. Both teams finding responses, trading left and right, fighting quite a lot. One of the most critical halves we've ever seen. And Kvem once again with the opener. He has been such a great danger for Permita. Keep on finding things. Seems like the main initiative is gonna get neutralized single-handedly by Kvem. Mary finds one. But as you can see, the Ukrainian has had enough. Another kill found by him, and this is surely the 6-6.
Yeah, Warriors just found the other player in main. All down to Mary. 1 on 4. So much time to work with, but not a lot of knowledge. And with that, it's Drillers that will take it. A split at the end of the first 12. Incredible scenes, to be honest with you. As you say, it has felt like the most even game of the lot. A lot more back and forth. Teams showing strengths on both sides of the coin. It isn't just a whitewash, and that's always fun to see, especially for a deciding map of this series. The problem is this way of playing CS, this variety of back and forth isn't always great. You could see Drillers were feeling it at the end of this half. There was a lot of MP9s, there was a lot of sort of non-premium investments. That's just not going to cut it when you talk about the Permitter CT side. They can't exactly afford to do the same. You know, sitting on SMGs the whole half isn't exactly the prettiest of plays. Good start for Marcos. Beanox gets another, but the P2K and the USP both removed.
And they can proceed to the A-bomb side. Oh, that was a nice shot out of Oro. And yeah, I think that this is going to put the end unless the duelists activate. Tomiko looking to activate from tempo. Voro spots him. They already know where one of the remaining two CT players is going to come from. But yeah, there's just simply no answer to what Voro is doing in the pistol round. The Drillers secure another pistol round. And if we said previously, based on Mirage and Nuke, that the statistics were not followed, here we only have the logical outcome that this 75% win rate was there for a reason, and Voro just showed us why.
Gotta say, the P250 accuracy is pretty sick to see. And Drillers might have lost the first 3 pistols, but have won the last 3, and arguably the most important, considering this is our final half of the decider. Amsterdam in the smoke mast. Oh my god, ships in the night. They're all going back to turn to one another. Comes through the smoke is one. Amsterdam will get the information, but I don't think they'll expect a second player here. I think it's Mast that's deep in the smoke, deep in enemy lines. Them making all the noise running out of A, but actually, Mast thinking he's on a big flank will get flanked by the T's themselves. Not before he finds a kill though, that's for certain.
Easy one onto Fam. Yeah, a bit of an unfortunate timing there by Drillers, as now Voro needs to do it once again. Has a smoke, but there's a CT there. That's Marcus, and they line up for him beautifully, looking for another kill. Denied. Hadji looking to be the difference maker, can at least get the bomb planted, but will need to work his way around the bomb side if he wants to catch the first player off guard. And this will not happen. Okay, well, Permitta once again force balling and once again making it work.
Yeah, I think Hadji there in the 1v2 is quite speculative of if a player comes cave. You could see it just lining up, like the stars are lining there, as if he gets into cave at least quick enough. Permitta won't know where he's gone and probably assume that he's playing sort of back sight and he's just got good timings walking around the pillar rather than squeezing himself out to cave. Walking through a smoke dry is an interesting choice. The flank as well, pretty well orchestrated. But indeed is all for naught as Permitta get themselves a 7th, and now it's Drillers that try and scrape together an investment. Pistols are the majority. One rogue Galil in the hands of Hadji. Nothing to be celebrating about, I'll tell you that much. Amsterdam in the smoke. I think he's a dead man walking, to be honest. Beanox has walked through, and there you have it. The Israeli dropped once more.
Yeah, and with the re-smoke on towards middle, they can keep maintaining the control of this part of the map. Voro trying to sell the fake in order to bait the rotations. Amsterdam is covering from construction. We also have another, or excuse me, not Amsterdam, but mask covering from construction is Mesta. As you're gonna look for this part of the map, that's another kill found by the Drillers, and maybe now that they have a Galil in hand, they can try and pressure that A-bomb side. Mas has rotated a really wide defensive setup out of Permitta. Pretty much everyone isolated, but they need to hold on to the choke points. Tomiko going for a bit of a push, has the M4, easy kill on to Hadji. And now that he spots the remainder of the team, he should know from where Drillers are going to be coming from.
Yeah, Master's rotated in good time as well. The smoke goes up and the flash is well timed. There's going to be plenty of util to delay, and they've still got this piece kicking towards Ramp. It's a good start. Waro now needs a 1v2. Plant of the bomb. It's in open. A lot of people would think that's just straight behind the pillar in cover, but it's given him a perfect opportunity to get out of dodge. Chill things down a bit here. And actually, it's the CT side that are going to go pushing and are clueless to where Waro currently resides. Start. Oh, great start, in fact. Waro 1v2, bomb plant. I did say it was all about the mind games the moment he started moving elsewhere. It was never going to be easy. A fantastic job. Waro clutching up where it matters.
Man, Waro has been so instrumental for the Drillers throughout Asian. Having such a massive impact, delivering another insane clutch. 1 versus 3, no problem, says the IGO of the Drillers. 16 and 9, delivering the goods together with Kvam, that deadly Ukrainian combination. Making this map much more interesting and doable for the Drillers, as we can see that once again, economically speaking, Permita is struggling, and actually we have a bit of a technical pause.
Never nice to see those. However, you want to play from an even battlefield, don't want things to be indifferent for either side. Can't help but think at this point in the game as well, it's going to be a momentum thing. You know, it's all of these players thinking, damn, that's a big clutch, you know. Drillers just want to use that momentum to build. They want to be playing more rounds. They want to try and get in the faces of Permita even more. And Permita have just been spared all the time in the world because of a technical issue. You just think about it and go, do you know what? Doesn't matter. Insignificance. Let's focus on our next gun bite. Let's not get too in our own heads about this game and that round in particular.
And what is actually what do you think is the discussion that Permita shall have right now? I mean, we saw a couple of really close rounds, then suddenly Voro goes huge on the A-bomb side, then he gets 1 versus 3. You know, if you're a Permita, what is the discussion? What is the talk that you shall have internally?
I think it's just about the belief of this game and how scrappy it's been. It's like, look, it doesn't matter if there's only a couple of rounds in it, because we've learned that, you know, the biggest lead on this map has been 4 rounds, where the others it's been like 8 or 9. So why does it matter the scoreline right now? Sure, we just lost a very important round, but let's not forget, we've still got a whole half of Counter-Strike to play. You know, we've still got a very promising opportunity. We can't afford to sort of get in our own heads and get tilted and sort of get rattled by this opposition winning some rounds in a row. Let's wait until our buy happens. Let's wait until we can get our guns out, and then that's where we can do the real judgment.
So let's see. It's another force buy out of Permita. The Nox, of course, is him going super aggressive, but gets stopped by the incendiary. Good counter utility thrown by the Drillers. Asked. Tried to search for something inside that smoke, but nobody was there, and well, seems like Drillers are going towards the B-bomb side.
This could sting, because the CZ has just found 2. There could be a whole host more where that comes from in just a second. 3v4 opportunities presented. Maybe it doesn't have to be a wait until the rifles come out. It doesn't have to be until Permita on equal wavelengths to Drillers. Smoke towards ramp. They're starting to retake. There is no kit for the CT side, but they know the numbers game favours them. And now it's a 4v2. Spam through the wall. Damage attempted to be done. Mary's low, but the bomb is still being stuck. They've lost one more. Kvem now has to pay attention to Ram. The bomb gets defused. And Permita will pick up another.
I just don't know how they keep getting away with that. It's another forced buy. You know, and they once again made it work, right? They secured the first one after dropping the city side pistol. Then here Marcus going huge with a double kill onto the CZ. They kept the defuse going, and with the FAMAS covering, with the smokes being thrown around the side, it was a job well done by Permita, who now forced Judas to find an answer. Economy looking a bit better, nice run boost, and once again it's Beanox making the first move. Lovely stuff coming out from the Polish team as they are one man ahead of the Drillers. Bit of a spray. Mary.
Unfortunate beginnings for Permita. Sorry, I was going to just quickly add there. I was waiting to see what the move was, because Hadji's still in spawn and you got 3 people outside B. So I don't know if he's trying to fake some mid presence here and trying to create options for drillers to maybe head out middle, or bait Permita into thinking that they're heading mid. But when you're going to push B immediately afterwards, feels a bit redundant.
Or a nice trade. A second kill by Mesto, but Mary's still there. Hadji clears him out with the Mac 10. Okay, didn't have this one coming in. Now they can get the bomb planted. Beanox still trying to be tricky, laying around the smoke. Oh, he falls. Now it's all down to Marcus. A 1 versus 2. Is it possible?
It's doable. No kit, but he's got a low HP Hadji to fight, so Warrow's really the only big threat here on the server, the peak. But Warrow holding down the angle. Galil against M4. It's the T side that win it. Drillers take another. It could not be at a better time. Permita. Really unstable economy. It's Drillers that just about hold on to a lead, but can definitely do more with it. This is a really nice opener from Beanox, and it's a shame that even after that kill, this round turns so sour.
I just don't know how both teams keep getting away with what they're doing, right? I mean, you win the pistol round, then you get caught by a force fight, then Drillers find one is a trade, Permita respawn, another full investment, as Permita were forced to do so due to the really low loss bonus that they get. And I mean, this is actually a key round for Drillers, because if they can get away with a win, then they not only enter double digits but secure an 11. But Masked has something to say about what I just mentioned, and with the control that they have on towards middle, they're looking to once again pressure the Drillers. But we saw what happened in the previous one. Even with Beanox's opener, it was not enough. Still, somehow, in some way, Mesto and his teammates found a response. So there comes the aggression, and Mask can even pick up an upgrade. With the second kill, I think that this is already done, or should be at least. I mean, if Drillers find their way even to the bomb side, this is going to be a massive success.
Tapping away is Kvem's AK. Good damage done, but they are at 3. Whereas the Permita side still hold 4. Defender's going to be a tricky one to wind back into, especially when there's a player waiting in the wings at Donut. It's a good start from Mary. In fact, it's a great one. Warrow's just executed his teammate before Mary could find any more. And while you may think A is clear, it is definitely not. Beanox waiting with the MP9. And Permita fight right back. How scrappy is this game?
Oh, it is looking really, really scrappy, but this is how we love it. To be dramatic, to be close. Masked, great initiative through construction, fighting too. Kvem tried his best to find a response, but the position out of Mary was really good. In the moment that Voro had that second kill, you know, he remained true to his name, getting the 2K, but this was not what Drillers needed, a team kill, and seems like we're on for another technical pause. Having a quick look at the score lines. Beanox leading the charge with 19, the same score line for Voro, but with the difference of 2 deaths between the two. Mary with 15 and 11 doing a good job. Mask started picking things up on the CT side after the slow start that he had during the first part of the session, whereas Voro is being supported by Kvem and Hadji. But the bad news for the Drillers side is the no availability of any additional daughters, so they shall stick to the pistols.
I actually think it would be smarter for them to force buy here. Like, I'm looking at the money. Like, realistically, if you want to go for a buy in the next round, you get $1,900 bonus. Mestal is going to be at 3.4. Amsalam's going to be at, well, it would have been 4.8, so AK armor, not even full util. Waro wouldn't even be able to buy an AWP. Kvem might just be able to get AK armor util. Same situation for Hadji. He's, you know, Galil in the next round, basically, if they ecoed here. Like, it was never going to be a good buy. It was never going to be a good investment. So it does make sense to force here. The problem is, there isn't much time left in this map to be taking ecos and trying to develop your own economy, because it does feel like at this late stage of the map, it is just going to have to be a full send, you know. The team's going to have to take it really in a convincing way. Drillers can make no mistake at this point.
No, they cannot. And you're absolutely right. It's a do or die sort of round for the Drillers, as they don't have a lot of time by the end of Asian to develop the economy, as you rightly mentioned. The full loss bonus is not available right now. Only $1,900 additional dollars. Two Galils, Mac 10, and we have seen them previously find the responses and find the trades, but I mean, the better guns are definitely with Permita, as Beanox is once again looking for the opener, not the greatest of sprays, but he ends up delivering it for his team. Second on the board, yes, of course, it's Beanox. Come on, man, this is insane at this point. Another multi-kill found, he keeps the pressure going. Amsterdam can eventually punish Tomiko, which will happen, and with Mestos' kill, they can actually keep the pressure going on towards the B bomb side. At this point, is only Mask there, and if they can get him down, they can at least get the bomb planned and secure the additional dollars in the next round.
Yeah, I've got to say, that is a big misplay early on from the Drillers' side, but they have recovered well considering. Minute left to go. Still decisions to be made on which bomb site you want to end up on. Problem is yeah, sure, surface level it's a 3v3, but look at the HP that sits on the T side. You know, Mestal's at 43, Amsalam's at 37. I mean, Hadji even at 74 means a FAMAS can one-shot headshot him. All of these players, you know, if the first bullet out of any of the guns that the CT side hold hit a head, there will be instant death. No nice way of putting it. 30 seconds on the clock. The double stack towards B could be a detrimental one, because it's Drillers that hold the shift key and make their way out towards A.
For me to need to go. Great pick up run by Mary, but still a couple more. Oh, he spotted 2 players now. They know this is such a massive piece of information given over to Marcus and Masked. We're just waiting for the smoke to fade. Even have a kid, a couple of flashes as well. Smoke is there if they want to go for the ninja defuse. And Haji needs to do it as Mesto is too low on HP.
Flash goes high. Mestal blind on the tree. They know the last players are Brokey. And it will be a clean as you like retake from the CT side. Enough time to defuse the bomb as well. And the round will fall in favour of Permita. Bomb plant, as you say. The plant bonus going to be injected into that T-side economy, but it's not going to make a big enough difference to go for a buy. It'll have to be an eco. They'll have to give Permita an 11th. And Drillers fighting for a regulation win where they cannot afford to lose a round for the rest of the 24 that we get given.
I saw a bit of an investment, and I'm starting to question myself, will they go for it? Yeah, seems like they want to try it. I mean, if I'm calculating correctly, even if this one goes wrong, they will at least get another buy at 12-9. And while it seems like the Mac 10 and the Khalil have done the job, at least with the first two, at control given, we have a player in red. Marcus is looking to establish himself in towards Donut, but Amsterdam has a great timing, and as he catches Tomiko off guard, this has to be the round for Drillers. Man, we keep on seeing rounds getting traded between the two teams, and at this point, we don't know what is about to happen, right? Every round is so chaotic, teams going for force buys, somehow making them work, catching off guard their opponents. 10-10. We have a match in the middle, and Marcus is pretty much forced to go and save that AK, as also Permita are out of a full loss bonus and don't have that much dollars available for them.
That is a mega disappointing round. A force buy was a massive gamble. Drillers indeed go for it, and then they win around because of it. Permitter now, the team on the back foot. Money is going to be low. Investment isn't going to be the best. Arcos just trying to deny these players these guns. They needed to be kept. That is damage which is irreversible to the T-side economy.
Yeah, but at least it looks a bit better for them in comparison to the previous one. And, I mean, how does Kvem keep getting away with these? Even with the Mac 10, he still finds an opener. He has been so good with the opening kills, and a small statistic that I was looking at prior to the beginning of Best of 3 is that Voro 2K and Kvem has been so good with the openers and successful, and well, there's another example of it. I mean, prior to the beginning of this match, the success rate of Voro was 68.3 out of 23.2% of intents. For Kvem, it was a bit lower, 54.7% success found in the openers. And well, I think that so far this has been making the difference for the Drillers. And this is an important round because if Permitta don't get away with saving anything, and if they fall, then there is a chance for the Drillers, and a good one, to secure that 12th.
Talking about 12 rounds, but it could go either way at this point. Push towards Donut. They're going to make their way towards. Hey, Woro's got tons and tons of space. A molly towards CT. I think this is used as more of a fake than anything as Woro makes his way out. Spots out Mary. The damage is already done though. You know, the bomb's down. They've got the advantage. Drillers should be on for number 11.
Do you try and hunt the guns? I mean, it's a bit dangerous.
I don't think so.
I don't like
Money's
it.
just too low.
Yeah, it's still risky, right? I mean, if you lose more than 2 guns, if you're Drillers, you're putting yourself in a really dangerous spot considering how the last couple of rounds have developed. You know that with the AK being safe for Mary, with the 2 M4s available for Permitta, they have a solid chance because so far we have been seeing the trade of rounds. I think that this is probably the first time in which one of these 2 teams gets 2 in a row, and this is where Permitta are gonna go for a tactical pause. Their first on Nation and overall first, but I mean, yeah, another great opener by Voro. Overall, the D side has been really effective with these first kills, and now the pressure is on the shoulders of the Potter side. They shall go for a buy, they shall try, but even with it, it's not going to be the op available. We're not going to see anything much more than an upgraded pistol for Masked, and if there is a chance for the Drillers to find a massive win and to eventually put themselves in a better position, it has to start here in round number 22.
This is it. Home straight. I mean, I've said that a few times and it's about both sides, but looking at the 2 investments here, there's a real chance for Drillers to take this one home. Flashes are fast and the whole push is so quick towards A. That is a disgusting shot from Mestel. Low HP, has to drop a volley to try and create some space. Beanox taking damage and the plant to ensue. They need a second kill and it's Woro to deliver this time. Bodies are falling and it's all in blue. Mars will eventually fight back, but the damage extensive. 3v3. Gonna try and find their way out. It's Kvem just peeking. There's no need to peek at this point in time. Mestel's low. They were relying on Kvem holding from main. Instead, it's Mestel to step up. Look at Lil of Hadji finds another. A 1v1 that Mestel has to win. And with 14 points of health from the start, it's going to be tricky. Smoke on top of the bomb. Mars has to stick it. He hears the defuse and Mestel with all 3. Drillers on that point. That is a massive round out of the Israeli rifler. You could not have asked for a man to step up as big as he did just there.
A disgusting first shot. I mean, what we saw out of Mesta was extraordinary. I mean, you know, opening first with duo number one, then getting the clutch, not getting baited by the smoke, instead just patiently waiting to hear the defuse coming and then to neutralize his opponent. And look at the buy, Retro. This is not looking good. Quick pace out of Amsterdam, looking for the opener. Mac 10 is good. The AG damage as well. The response even better out of Mask, who keeps on throwing the utility, keeps on trying to slow the remainder of the drillers. And with the man advantage, he can even go for a bit of a push through the smoke if he wants to catch a timing. He does. That's another quad kill. And it's not done. This had to be the round for the drillers, but it gets denied unless Voro steps up massively and ends up finding a 4K.
Well, he's hit the first, but he's taken extensive damage in doing so. 1v3, still got a minute and 5 to work with, to be fair, but to what avail? It'd be so tricky for him to win out from this spot. Man, I love the audio bug in CS2. I love it so much.
It's great, isn't it? Especially after they fixed the sound problem when you're shifting on waters. Now it feels significantly better. Well, I mean, Voro 2K now shall be Voro 4K. Has found himself on the B-bomb side. Maybe they're gonna give him the plant. He needs to still check cave. If he catches the timing onto Marcus, then potentially there is a chance, but I feel as if the Polish player will just give away the bomb plant. No, he will deny it. Great stuff by Permita. Props to Mask for holding the line and going so aggressive, destroying single-handedly the drillers. And, well, we're going to need the full 24 rounds in order to see who is going to be the winner out of this best of 3.
It's painful. It is so painful. Now look, last round, as you say, we need all 24. Drillers, can they make it 13? Can they bring it home? Early advantage lost by neither squad. Everyone just buying time, I think, at this rate. Drillers don't want to be making any mistakes. In fact, I take it all back. Waro, happy to fight in middle, happy to engage in a bit of a scrap. That's why the U-tilt being dropped quite thick, actually, towards the middle of this map.
Yeah, but seems like it's going to be B hit. Considering where the bomb is going and the positioning of the Drillers' players. 57 seconds on the clock, there's still enough time, but they don't know whether mid control was taken, and now as they have spotted the op, do they go back? Just hit the A-bomb side? I mean, it's not unlikely, but time is ticking, so they need to make a call.
I think the problem with going back towards A is you've got so much ground to cover and not a lot of time to do it in, so little movement can be made. Waro not getting boosted all the way up on top of the box, but enough to have a look to see if he could spot anything on site. Smokes are plentiful. Pin will drop that it's B. They've got to find kills, both parties. In fact, damage is good. Do they expect another player in the long corner? It's another team kill. Hadji's just killed Waro. Buried him in the dirt. 24 points of health left on him. 2v3, Mary and Beanox to bail out. Amsterdam, highest HP, worst gun. All 3 players stacked in on the site. 2 players playing at the pillar, and Beanox has just killed them both. It's such a big misplay. All on Amsterdam. 1v2, smoke gets dropped player position revealed, and now he's got to do it all by himself. He's going to try and span through the wall. He's not buying into it. He will find the first, but not enough time to stop. He's aiming way too far to the left, and we go to overtime.
Wow, what a way to reach the overtime. Mari and his teammate doing the job for Permita, holding the line. Maybe if that team kill had it come and play for Haji, it would have been possible, but he was looking for a bit too more than what he could have chewed. And yeah, great job here between the two CT defenders. Great spray, and it's once again Beanox flying the multi-kill. You know, the guy has been insane.
Yeah.
24 and 18 round after round. He keeps on finding the frags. He keeps on giving Permito a chance at this. And well, now it's time to see the first round this overtime. Voro back to all duties. Markish will have the exact same gun in his hands. Small pressure applied by the CTs towards middle, but nobody peeking. Beanox playing this one passively. Markish stunning towards Donut. So with the molly that was thrown towards Cubby, Amsterdam and Fam can take full control over mid to try and maybe look for a pick or two if somebody on the side of Permita goes a bit more aggressive. But damn, this is one hell of a way to end this match.
Yeah, it's exciting. I will say, I don't know what on earth they're doing double stacking Pillar. That is one of the most insane post plants I've seen. And not insane in a good way, incredible to me. But that's the case. Nades, everything getting chucked in. Marcos, low HP, has to try and back it up and get out of dodge. Instead, it's Kvem. Opens up with a double as Mestel peeks out ramp and makes it 3. Tamiko and Beanox 2v5. You can get the jump on one all you want. Tamiko another as well. It's a 3v2, but they know where both of you stand. And Beanox, the man that has been so exemplary for Permita, to ask him to find 3 more. It is just never gonna happen. He's got a smoke, a flash, and a kit. Already the clock's burning down. He knows he's got to make his move, and unfortunately, it's into imminent death. It's Driller's advantage as we open the scoring here in OT.
Round 1 secured. Of course, we're following the laws of CS, and whoever has had that map and match point wins the first round in an overtime. Overall, great job by Kvem with fighting the 2 first initial kills, then even another one on towards the side. And yeah, I mean, Drillers need to rely on Worrell and Kvem to be finding these couple first frags, so enough spaces so that they can get to work with them. Run boost, which is not going to find its mark, but Beanox once again is crucial for the success, and there comes another multi-kill. I mean, how do you even stop him? Just for the Drillers, I feel as if the strategy has to be just keep on avoiding Beanox, because we saw what happened in round number 24. It was him finding that double kill with the spray through the wooden wall, catching the 2 key players. It was once again him in this round, and yeah, you can just feel how whenever one of these 2 teams gets the opener, they can just find the next one and keep the ball rolling so that they close it out. And it seems like Permita are going to tie it up.
It's actually so baffling to me, right, that we have 2 maps where the score ends 10-2 at the half, right? Like, it is the most one-sided game of CS in the first 12 rounds. And then we head on to Ancient, and it's like teams can't even piece together 2-3 rounds in a row. I think, it was 4-0 to 4-4. That was like the biggest lead anyone's had in the server. And from there, everything has been so level, so even, so back and forth. Mental. And yeah, as you say, this one is not going to get any better for Drillers, especially with Haji now having to win out in a 1v4. 13 points of health to his name. 20 seconds left. You can wait all you want, but this one, not happening. Not happening at all. It will be Permita that tie things up at 13 all.
There it is. Okay, so final round of this first half of our first overtime. We're looking mostly towards who is going to get the opener, who's going to get an entry. so that space could be open, and eventually what Beanox can do. Because even when Drillas were finding initial kills, it was exactly Beanox the guy to trade and to always have a response as to what is coming out from Drillas. So Makosh back to the AWP, the same gun available for Voro. Actually a second AWP, but this time around for Clem. This is a small adaptation which we haven't seen so far on Asian. Voro entering Jaguar, looking for a pick, supported by Mestel. There comes a molly as well to force Mask, but instead it's Tomiko the first to fall. Mask quite lucky to still be alive, and this is the pressure I want us to see, and of course it was Beanox to find the trade, but Voro this time around prepared, and now man advantage for Drillas.
Oh, through the smoke! Waro turns around! Mars had the timing, but still served with a straight headshot. A minute left, 2v4, Drillers pivot towards A, the donut push comes in. Marcos tries to drop down a molly to delay what feels like the inevitable. Bomb plant will eventually get there. Peak, perfect time for Marcos. And Waro gets dropped as well. Oh, this is embarrassing. Hachi's not even looking at mids. He knows that there's players coming from both directions, and in fact, it's a fumble of the highest order from Drillers. That is mega disappointing. Shameful stuff. And somehow at the end of all of this, it's Permitter that actually have the lead.
Man, this is all tough for Drillers. I mean, Permitter get away with another recovery. It was a 2 versus 4, a couple of nice shots out of Diop. And then here Mary getting the 2 versus Haji. That was all she wrote for the Drillers, who are now finding themselves on the CT side. Remember that they were not doing that great on the CT side so far. And I particularly love the intent out of the Drillers to find something different, to have that secondary all for Clam. It ended up not working, but it was a heroic stand by Permitta. And, well, I mean, the Porter side with a 1-round lead. Let's see where they're gonna go for, because so far mid control has been established by the Drillers. Clam takes some damage. Amsalem as well. The nade. This is gonna finish Clem. No. Managed to dodge this one. Spots the molly, forced out. So Permitta stand with control over lane.
Haji, front of cave. And front and center will find Tomiko. A lot of these players low. There are underlying health issues for this Driller's side. Another player that gets tagged. Not as significant as the other 3. But this is one of the most winnable 3v5s you'll see today. And Beanox, despite playing against 5 players, has found a brilliant bit of timing in middle. And with that shot occurring towards B, it's going to bait out a rotation. Smoke towards Red Room, but the player's already crossed behind it. York jiggling. They know that there's one on site. Marcos needed to hit that shot. Now the players start funneling towards B. Look at this. Beanox trying to play discipline. He will fall eventually. Smoke goes up. Bomb's going to be called back towards A. Waro is the only defender. He's going to have to play from Donut. And as soon as he hears these steps, he's going to be more alert towards A main. And it might just be baited into the crosshair of Beanox. He can't afford to peek this, surely, Beanox. You cannot go swinging here. That's a lot closer. Mary, stick of the bomb, and he peeks right into the jaws. 1v3 for Mary. It is very winnable. Both players from A main low. If he can hold the right place at the right time, it's a good start. Does he expect a second? No, he never does. Drillers will make it 14-14.
Another really close round. Another round that could have gone both ways. Everything started here with Haji finding the first one to Tomiko. Then another good peek by the CT side. But right here, Marcos, okay, good for the first, but he missed the second and got punished. Still, Beanox found his way towards red. As you rightly mentioned, the peek was still risky, got punished. And even though Mary had a chance with Amsterdam being low on HP, it was not good enough so that Permitta can win this one. They at least get another shot at it due to how the economy works in an overtime. Voro back to up duty, has been doing great so far for the team. The difference maker, Hadji, goes for a right timing, catches it beautifully. Even so, that second team there should be aware of Tamikos' push, but kind of cannot stop him. Nice damage inflicted over to Tomiko, but still, we're down to a 4 versus 4. Q&A they're found by Hadji, but eyes mainly on these 2B defenders. It seems like Permita are potentially thinking about making a bit more appearance towards the B-bomb side. Amsalam and who's that? That's Kvam have set up a 2-man push. Mesto is covering, so information should be there, but this is a dangerous move.
Smoke towards B. They are going to get tested, or at least that's how it looks. Molly towards default. Kvem in front of it, going to go down. Do they expect a second? Well, they certainly do now. He tries to get into Kava, Amsalam, and he does well. Mary holding this rotation off. Absalom finds Mast. Now these rotations are going to be beckoned, but it is a 1v1 on the site, and it is a 1v1 towards CT. A stalemate. This CT side try and hold on. Flash, Waro just turns away, knife out. All on Absalom, and it is map and series point permitter. They convert, they make it 15. They need one more to push Drillers to the 0-2 bracket.
This is so crazy. How do they keep getting away with that? I just cannot really comprehend it. I mean, Drillers had the better positioning, they had the information, but it was still that timing in towards red, cutting the rotations, then Voro, you know, moving his mouse cursor away due to the flash. Beautifully played by Permita, not giving anything to the Drillers, and now they're the ones with a map point, and as Mast is looking for a pick, he will dodge the flash, but find its mark with the bullets. Voro 2K will need something more than a 2K if he wants to hold the line. That's the first rotation there, but we have a player in Donut. He shall know where the mask is, but can he clear him out? Maybe he can. Lands another great shot. 2K secured. More. There it is. Drillers looking to send us into another overtime.
Nice bait. No way. No way, Tomiko. Oh, Tomiko. Maybe we don't see another OT. It's now a 2v2. The bomb's making its way towards B, though. Marcos needs to get this kill. And it's on to Amsalam. He's planting open. Amsalam's going to kill him. What on earth is this? Why on earth would you plant open? Oh, it's painful to watch. Now it is all down to Tomiko. 1v2, 40 seconds. Holding his shift key nowhere near the bomb. It ain't going to matter. This one is definitely going double OT. I do not see Tomiko winning this one whatsoever.
If he pulls this one off, this is probably going to be one of the most impressive clutches we have ever seen, and he's going to try and go for it. He has to.
Peeking in. Got to hit the first headshot and fast. It is not going to happen, Drillers. Taking us to a double OT.
Let's go. Let's go. I want to see more. I think that we have seen some really crazy rounds between the two sides. Voro 2K holding the line to save the day for the Drillers. Nice first shot, then the second was huge. He had the information where Masked was. Then this push out of Beanox, I don't really like it. It hasn't been the cleanest of CS games, but definitely one of the more explosive ones. As now we're on for another ride. Both teams don't want to be giving away the win. Voro will keep the op, and force available utility looking more than great. Marker sticking to the rifle. Mita have been finding the openers in the last couple of rounds. Quick initiative though towards the B-bomb side.
Very quick in fact, but not waiting for the util. 2 quick kills. Nearly a third as well. They're going to know about it. Amsterdam waiting for the spam at default. Will connect. Mars backs up into it. Player on long. A1S finds the mark. Beanox 1v4. If there is ever a man that would step up and do it, it would be him. You feel like even this is just too tall of an order. Too high of a task. Or is it? Because that is a very nice shot on Mestal. And now the workforce for Drill is cut in half.
I'm holding my breath. This could be it. Beanox with another multi. 2 players in cage. Nice, let him be quick. Oh, it's messy, but it's there. Oh my god, Retro. Is this going to be the play?
Hatchet waiting on the other side. Pete's back in. 4v1 to 1v1. Drillers will eventually convert. Heartache. I think for both sides of the coin, really. For Beanox, disappointed that he doesn't win it out after doing all the hard work. And for Drillers, it's how the hell do we go from 4v1 into a 1v1? Why do we have to rely on Hadji to bail us out?
Yeah, I mean, Beanox managed to isolate so many duels, and you're absolutely right. If you're Judas, you're definitely asking yourself, how in God's name do we give so many isolated duels, not coordinating to go for the double peak, to just pressure Beanox and not allow for him to get so many kills. He keeps on delivering, keeps on doing the job for his team. 32 and 24. So many multi-kills found. I already lost the count of all the multi-kills that he got. Now, for an opener, thanks to the AG, he gets it. Great job once again by the Polish player. Hadji through cave will strike back, finding 2 masters there to apply some more pressure. So now we're on for the 3 versus 3 retake.
Driller's already down. Player as well. Waro Mestel. Give Drillers number 17. I don't think Warrior's going to get a peek anytime soon. Just sat here waiting for nothing. The nade, however, will be perfect. Straight on the dome piece. Marcos dead. Warrior can now move up ramp. Meanwhile, Mestel has to take a fight in cave. After the molly expires, it's one towards long, but it's not in the best of places. Mestel swings out. Hits another. They know that Mary's out on long. Warrow's got to get the trade. Tucks up close. The orb getting baited. He can't hit the shot. It's so poorly played. Warrow's going to try and chase him down, but it is so poor. And it's a freebie for Mary to pick up. Permitter tie things back up at 16-16.
This time around, they managed to get away with the 2 versus 2. Great job by Beanox to open up the B-bomb side. Hadji tried his damn hardest, got traded courtesy to Musk's appearance through Jaguar. Good grenade out of Oro, but even him hitting that nade was not enough. As we saw, Mestel with 1, but in the end it was Mary reigning supreme and saving the day. On for the final round of this first part of the second overtime. Hadji in towards cave. Marcus looking for an opener. This time playing with the ult, boosted on top of the box, waiting for a peek. The flashes is good. As he pushed Oro away from this position, and he finds a nice trade. Well, Tomiko also with rifle, but Beanox covers for his teammate. Hadji keeps on being a nuisance, and as he goes for a second, and as he finds it, this has to be it, right? I mean, okay, sure, Beanox made it to 1 versus 1 in the previous 1 versus 4. Mary stood tall on that B-bomb side, but Mask, this is too tough of a task ahead of him.
Yeah, I don't think this one's going to be a winnable scenario. Hadji's low, but he does not check. In the smoke, Paul sits waiting patiently. Another one delays even further. Another one. Oh man, that is savage. That is so savage.
This is brutal. I mean, I know that he's called Masked, and probably, you know, they're trying to mask him with the smokes, and yeah, Kvam had an easy one. Okay, I mean, Drillas, 17 found, 1 ahead of Permita, but it's far from being done, and I just keep having this feeling that whoever gets the opener can get around, but still somehow in some way the other team makes it much closer than it should have been. And you could even feel the tension by the end there with Mask. You just know that theoretically he should not have a chance, but we have seen some really crazy plays so far. So you never know with both these teams facing each other on Ancient. Another round ahead of us. Another one in which both teams are going to be having the better guns, the utility as well, and it will come down to who can find the advantages and deny the recovery for the other.
Mid-pressure early is something that Permitter wanted to prioritise, and to be fair, they are taking the fight to this T side. Damage extensive, nearly 2 kills. Moro in the grave, Kvem low HP. They're trying to fight back here in middle, but I don't think it matters all too much.
Both trades, Marcos. Upshot good, but Mesto keeps on finding the trades. Kvem, this time around, he's the one in the 1 versus 3. Oh, that was a nice tap. Enox is out, but the second not quite there, and with that, Permitta managing to once again tie it up. Man, I mean, I don't even know what to say at this point, right? I'm trying to find something analytical in this situation, but teams are just fighting left and right, and the moment that somebody gets a frag, then suddenly the opponent is activating. Drillas tried to go for something quicker towards the B-bomb side. Kvem, he's tried his damn hardest, but even him getting the kill was not enough. And well, back to the situation that we had in the previous round. Ops available and Force AK is there. Once again, it's the exact same play out of Permitta. Another gets up thrown towards middle, and the opener goes to the Porter's side. Job well done, but the same is the situation for Voro. Keeps on pushing forward. Another B initiative. The bomb was dropped so far behind, so at this point, Voro is trying to just explore this part of the map and get somebody off guard, as it just happened with Marcos.
Oh, nice. Waro hits another. Absalom again collecting. It's just Beanox. Another 1v4 from him required. And this time it is Drillers that play for the map win. They are on map point. Only one shot at it, but one might be enough. Looking at the money for the CT side, of course it's OT. We get a finite amount of it. I was going to say Marcos might need to buy an AWP here. Tomiko going to go for an M4. Just about scrapes together a buy. But a round of the highest importance here. Drillers just looking to win this one to close out and take this series home.
Yeah, Mary bringing in something different. Secondary ult. Voro looking for a boost, and he misses the shot. Oh no. Oh no,
There's a second player.
What is happening? Retro, I just don't understand. Well, how did he get caught with an nade knowing that there was a bullet? What?
He's just peeking cave. There's no need. Your teammates are still clearing ramp and this guy's just swinging out. There's no need at all. It's so stupid.
Man, this is...
Just group up with your team. It's a 3v3. There is no need to do that. Now you need Kvem or Absalom to go and do something rogue when you could have just played together. Beanox is going to get caught out in middle. There's a second player as well. The jump spot spots Mary. If they find this kill without losing a player, it's definitely winnable. And now Kvem against Marcos. The clear of middle. The AWP knows where the rifle is. There's 50 seconds left. And Marcos decides to retreat. Kvem left wondering, where is this AWP going to come from? Is he going to chase behind but delayed? Is he going to go for the flank? Is he going to try and come T-spawn? There's so many options, and Kvem will have to gamble. It's all in the hands of the AWP. It's all in the hands of Marcos. Super Sub needs to step up. And with the bomb ticking away, and the AWP sat kitless, it is a full 10-second stick. A tap. Kvem knows the peak's going to have to be pretty instant, and now he knows he's not on it. He made the audio cue. Marcos taps again, sees the jump spot. Kvem has to back away. It's a game of chase. Marcos misses, and that's going to cost them everything. Kvem's running him knife out because he knows he's won. He knows he's done enough, and Drillers will take it home. The Permitter boys had 2 opportunities to close. If you can't do it in 2, Drillers will eventually get their shot, and it is the one and done. Owner Pixels boys go 1-1 in main Swiss.
Woof, what a way to close this one out. Thumbs up for the guys of On and Pixel. The looks, but it was definitely not couscous. That was one hell of a closing. I mean, goodness gracious, you don't oftentimes get to see these type of movies on Nation, and yeah, well, I mean, that was messy, that was chaotic, that was definitely not beautiful, but hey, what matters most is whether or not you get the job done, and Drillers did, yeah, in double overtime, but still a massive win to send Permita in the 0-2 bracket.
It's exactly that, right? Like, you're not gonna care objectively that that's how the map was won. You're not gonna care that that's the way it was done. I think they're gonna look back and go, oh my god, like, we definitely played some bits wrong, like, we could definitely improve, but hey, look, a win's a win. You go 1-1 in main Swiss. You have plenty of opportunities now to head towards playoffs and keep proving yourselves. For Permita, it's now going to have to be the reverse sweep. The boys on your screen continuing to try to make moves here in a European Tier 2 space. A team that will be playing in the Asia RMR required to maybe put in a big stint here in Europe. And to be fair, they are delivering. Of course, the job is not done for them. They've got more games to go, and that is the same case for us here on the stream. Dolan, I think Pop's joining you for the next game. It's me subbing out, as I was only here as temporary help. We do still have 3 more BO3s to go today, and so we're going to throw it to a quick break. But when we return, it is that second game up next.
You look into your inventory and there's only... It's time to forget about this garbage. Here you will find everything to play with really cool skins. Open top cases, upgrade dropped skins, and turn your junk into a cool gun using the contract system. Every day, thousands of people upgrade their inventory with us. Hellcase.com. Look at yourself in a new way.
Do you have any unnecessary skins or want to sell them? Try SkinPlace. Visit the website, select the skins you want to use. Easily fill your Steam trade link. Make sure we offer good prices and choose a payment method. Hit the button and boom, instant cash. Safety. Low commissions. Instant payouts. SkinPlace.
SkinPlace launching an event with a total prize pool of $10,000 in honor of our first anniversary. Just sell skins, claim daily bonuses, complete missions, visit the shop, and participate in the main giveaway with popular skins and a powerful PC. Follow our social media to not miss.
Trying to get the skin of your dream for a long time but can't get it in any way? On our website, you have a unique opportunity to get your favorite knife. Users on our site can hand out skins themselves, and participants need to fulfill some simple conditions. For example, watch a video or buy a case on our website. After that, you automatically become a member of the distribution. Go to the User Giveaways tab and do what you like. Hellcase.
Do you have any unnecessary skins or want to sell them? Try Skin Place. Visit the website, select the skins you want to use. Easily fill your Steam trade link. Make sure we offer good prices and choose a payment method. Hit the button and boom, instant cash. Safety. Low commissions. Instant payouts. Skin Place.
Skin Place launching an event with a total prize pool of $10,000 in honor of our first anniversary. Just sell skins, claim daily bonuses, complete missions, visit the shop, and participate in the main giveaway with popular skins and a powerful PC. Follow our social media to not miss.
After the dramatic ending between the Drillas and Permita, now it's time to have a look at our next best of three. It's going to be Cybershock taking on G2 Ares, and surprisingly, I'm not joined by that True, but I'm joined by another wonderful guy. On my right, it's going to be Mr. Pop, the caster made. Good to see you. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. I'm excited to see this game, and I'm excited because I really rate highly this G2 Ares team, and they did impress me the first time I got to see them. On the other side, I'm not impressed by Cybershock. I'm sorry. I cannot be too positive about them, about what happened yesterday after they choked a 12-2 lead on Anubis on the T side and not be able to close it out. So I'm not going to be too happy with them today, but, you know, I'll give them the benefit of the doubt. Maybe it was just a bad situation, and maybe today they can adjust, you know, because they're playing against G2 Ares, and technically they, you know, it shouldn't be as hard. I don't want to take anything away from G2 Ares. They have been looking good, but, you know, Cybershock did lose to Rhino, and it did seem like Rhino are kind of the, you know, the kryptonite of Cybershock. Somehow they always lose against them.
Yeah, honestly speaking, I don't know how this happened, and I also casted them, you know, throughout this weekend, and I also saw Cybershock just losing it, especially on the first map they had versus Rhino. But yeah, in terms of G2 Ares, that was not a team I was expecting to see in the Swiss stage of Series 14, right? And you rightly mentioned that this team is the big surprise. I think that it consists of some really young, talented players. They already took the scalps of teams like Nexus, like Copenhagen Wolves in that decider, showing resilience, dominating on the third and final map. And considering how shaky Cybershock were in the last couple of days, I see a world ahead of us in which G2 Ares takes this one away. But of course, it will depend on what the European side, rather, in the face of Cybershock, can put on the table, because you just never know with that team, right? I mean, you said it best, 12-2 lead on the T side of Anubis, and then suddenly you drop it. So let's have a look at the maps. Are you expecting something in particular out of the veto, or what are your expectations?
The one thing I think is going to go through is actually Anubis, because G2 Ares are probably really trusting in it, and Cybershock, they're not going to shy away from it, even though, again, what happened yesterday, they should shy away from it. But we do see Vertigo and Dust too. About the other two maps, I guess G2 Ares is just going to go for, if they are able to, get what they're playing more often, which would be either Inferno and Ancient. But we do see Inferno, Ancient, it goes through from Cybershock. That's a little harsh for G2 Ares. They played it 4 times, won only once. But on Inferno is looking a little bit better with 2 wins and 2 losses. And now for the decider, it is up to Cybershock, and you know, it is going to be Anubis. It's just an easy pick. I mean, they have 47 Anubises played in the past 3 months, but again, I'm not too trusting. I was always a fan of Cybershock and how they were able to pull through with, usually in the Swiss stage, you always saw them with a 3-0 or a 3-1. But the thing is, that best of 3 that I mentioned yesterday, that was a 2-2 game, and they actually bowed out of Series 13 in the Swiss stage, which is the first time, if I'm not mistaken, I think it's the first time Cybershock do not go through into the playoffs since they made Swiss, because, you know, they were looking good, but it seems like teams are starting to adapt to their kind of awkward play style. So yeah, you know, we'll see what happens. It's I would say it's a pretty decent veto for G2 Ares as well, but at Ancient is probably going to be really shaky.
Yeah, and of course G2 Ares coming into as the heavy underdogs, and we're going to be jumping straight into Inferno, which will be our first playing field. A couple of guys that we shall keep our eyes on, in my opinion, are definitely Tag and of course Caesar, because I saw a lot of great things out of them. This is still a young squad. This is a team that looks to find its place on the international stage, and what a better way to do it than against a shaky Cybershock on Inferno.
And well, on the other side for Cybershock, it's hard to say that you're only one player that you're going to look after, right? Because they are all just very, very good. Even though, again, this is one of the main points that's Levantino might be on the lower side of the kills, but he's usually the entry fragger. And as you can see, he does his job well. He's going to take down Tack. Even though the entry fragger is usually on the T side, you can do something about it on the CT side as well. Opening up here, Cybershock and G2 Ares gonna line up the util, try and get themselves into that B site. The smokes are well placed. Lobicus is just blocked out of the site. Push does come through. Clem with a headshot on Levantino. Good shot at the Phenomen, but quickly traded out, and Caesar will be getting that double kill. Bomb will be planted, and the retake is very complicated. I'm used to seeing a lot of saves here on Inferno, and in the pistol round, maybe not so often. In the pistol round, maybe they will still go for some of those kills. Just try and get this one in the back, considering it's just going to be an eco either way in the next one. But, you know, G2 Ares, they do have quite good post-plant positions. Nice shot from Caesar to triple up. Looking for that fourth. Naughty will try to get himself away, but FNK's so close. Will miss his chance. Naughty, can he at least stay alive? No, Klim will deny it. There we go. G2 Ares get away with a pistol round.
Yeah, that was a great beginning of the map for G2 Ares. Well played pistol round. Even with Levantino finding the opener, it was still really difficult for him to actually commit to another fight. He tried to look for it, but as G2 Ares had prepared the utility, they lined it up, they planted the bomb, they found the duels, and yeah, all that is left for Naughty was to try and fight his way out of the situation, as he was unsuccessful. Now, we're not going to see a force buy out of Cybershock. I mean, honestly speaking, I'm a really big fan of the CTs investing the finances that they have after losing the CT side pistol. I love seeing it on maps like Inferno, like Nuke, on Anubis to a certain degree as well, but this is a nice chance now ahead of G2 Ares to have a really good beginning of the map. And you know, I have been really impressed with the team. I feel as if they have improved a lot since, if I'm not mistaken, July, when the project was announced, and they are looking to find their place among the best academy teams right now. And I feel as if the Champion of Champions tour is a great place to do it, right? To start making these small but significant first steps for such a young, talented squad, because we have seen what, for example, Navi Jr. have been doing most recently on the international stage. We also saw Spirit Academy doing great in the last couple of series here in the tour, and well, now G2 Ares in this one looking to take a 2-0 lead, and more than anything, make it in a clean way.
Yeah, no, it's just insane how many talents can be found by the academy teams, and you know, you gotta give it to Spirit Academy. It feels like they always find just those insane players just to make it look really, really good, right? Because the first iteration of Spirit Academy, you know, it had Dong, it had Sontex, right? It had a some very, very good players. And now, you know, it's newer names. We might not know them yet, but we will remember their name for sure. And I think Yosuke is a very important piece there for that Spirit Academy, giving... I don't know if he's giving already kind of Donk vibes, but I think he's on his way to becoming a very good player. And on the side of G2 Ares, right, there's as well some names that, I mean, most of the people might not know, right? Although it is Levantino to show himself here towards Banana. Get himself that first kill. Oh, no, well, that's
an
not too
oopsie.
good. That is indeed an oopsie poopsie, but you know, they got the first kill, they got the information, and the thing is, G2 Ares, they do know they took him down, but they're still deciding to go towards that A site. That's where 3 players are waiting, and might not be that easy for G2 Ares to get out here. Naughty Neki, Phenomen, oh, they get 3 kills towards apartments, and it is all up to FNK. The in-game leader here for G2 Ares needs to clutch it up. He has 2 players in pit, and it is so hard to clear that position all by yourself because you're so close to being double peaked. Swings out, gets 1, but traded out right after by Phenomen. So there we go, Cybershock with a first round on the board. And just the jump out of apartments on a buy round is just so hard to get right because you need perfect util. You need everyone to be blinded up, or at least kind of moving from their position so they're not paying attention, because otherwise it's just so easy. You spray down the doorway, they're all going down.
I do agree. Yeah, you need to be point perfect with the flashes, with the mollies, with the peaks, right? Because the choke point is so tiny that for the A anchor it's super easy to just keep clicking the left mouse button, hold it, and then find the kills. Now Lovicus having a smoke is definitely going to help you extinguish the flames, but he's looking to make a move. He's found himself a timing, but as nobody is speaking, the counter utility is so good on the side of Cybershock. We have 2 people on the side of the T's, low on HP in the red zone. Lovicus has been unnoticed with the incendiary, is going to buy a bit more time, even another molly there too. But up for a potential push on the side of Cybershock if they want to go for it. Levantino good for the first, and as he peeks, still yet to spot, but that's the chance ahead of attack. As he uses it, a second will not be there quite for Lovicus, so a bit of a trade on towards the B-bomb side. Rotations shall come into play for Cybershock, but I see a chance ahead of G2 Ares to actually just fall back and commit through mid. This is going to be an interesting idea, but maybe this is not going to be the case.
Deployed. Oh, very good awareness there by Tak. Naughty is still on an A site, and I'm pretty sure he has to get a move on here, but I just think they're not even going to go for it. 2-on-3 retake. Again, just very complicated, and good round in the bag for G2 Ares. Bouncing back instantly after losing that first round. And it's still very important just to get, or rather to keep things going here, G2 Ares. And Cybershock, not only them, but just on the CT side, one would argue that A is one of the hardest sites to retake in CS, and I think B's up there as well. It's not as many angles as on the A side. When you come in for a retake, you expose yourself to a lot of angles when you're clearing a single one. That does apply to B, but not in the same number, right? Because it's just the A side is way bigger, and there's way more corners that you can hide yourself in. Nonetheless, that's one of the reasons why the T side is sometimes advantage on this map, because if they can get into the site, well, it's just easier right after. You're kind of guaranteed to win the round if you have the player advantage. Usually, you will not see a retake, especially on the A side, even if it's a 3-on-3, a 4-on-4. Usually, it's just a save, but those do sometimes happen. But whenever it is like a 4-on-3 or a 3-on-2, it's not gonna happen. They're just gonna save. And this time around for Cybershock, it is a half buy, and Levantino, he brings out that R8 once more. That's interesting. I always love to see the R8, but I don't know if it's going to get some success. Yesterday it didn't, but we'll see if it does today.
It's a really interesting small detail. I mean, we have seen this type of a gun work in some other occasions. If I'm not mistaken, it was actually JL, the first guy to find success on it on the international stage, but it was on Dust 2 and definitely not on Inferno. But have a look at what CyberShock are going for. They're putting all their eggs onto that B bomb side, expecting for G2 Ares to be coming their way. And I think that this is a good approach, especially if you're having 1 or 2 guns that are supported by a couple of pistols. Obviously, you need to rely on setting up the trap and hoping that your opponents are going to come into it. Maybe the most that they can get out of this round is 1 more gun. Phenomen shall get it for his teammates, especially after Caesar was caught. But as you rightly mentioned, I do feel as if definitely one of the hardest sides to be retaken is that A bomb side on Inferno, and it's really difficult for the CT side, especially when they're out of utility, right? Because you said that on the B bomb side, first of all, it's much smaller. Second of all, you don't have that many choke points to clear out, and with that in mind, if you're even without utility, it's much easier to take it. But let's see where the CyberShock are going to go for it. They don't have a kit, which will further complicate this retake. But with the man advantage, it's not unthinkable, but it's risky.
Taking their time here. Tack. Oh, goes down to Love because it felt like he had the angle down, but CyberShock is way too late now. Maybe for some damage here, but the bomb will explode soon enough, and he might lose some of those armors. That's why you need to kind of run away. There we go. G2 Ares managing to get yet another round on the board. Although the buy will be coming out here for CyberShock, another chance for them to step up to the plate and try and shut down G2 Ares. But so far so good. I'm gonna be completely honest. I mean, G2 Ares, they're looking pretty solid, and again, for a team that they started their endeavor in I think it was a close qualifier for Bedboom Dhaka, and did have to play against teams like Namiga and Fnatic. After that, they said, okay, let's not play tournaments for now. Let's try and focus on our own improvement. Then they started coming into CCT, and looking pretty strong. I'm going to be honest. In all their games I've seen, they have been looking very, very good. Now, what are they going to do about round 6 as Stinix starts spraying into the smoke? FNK goes down first. The opening kill going the way of CyberShock certainly is going to help them, but the plan is still there for G2 Ares. They can still get it going, and they still have 4 players. If they do decide to go towards the A site, there's 3 on the other side waiting for them. One of them is Phenomen with the op, so might be a little complicated to get onto the site itself, but there's a lot of ways you can go about a single round.
Yes, you can. I wouldn't mind seeing G2 Ares pressuring CyberShock through Banana. I think that one of the weakest points of the CT side of CyberShock on this particular map have been Lovicus and Levantino on Inferno, and I think that this is how Rhino have managed to get their most recent wins versus CyberShock on this map. So Caesar is looking to pressure Banana a tiny bit more. Lovicus needs to fall back, calling for an additional player to be there. Levantino, okay, good. Will be joining his teammate to try and hold the line, but there's still utility available. Couple of smokes there. Oh, this is not good. Okay, I'm gonna pretend that I've never seen this nade. 22 seconds. G2 Ares going back to the A bomb side. 2 people still there. It's Phenomen with the op. He needs a couple of shots, and if he finds the first, which he does not, maybe. Now there is a small sign of hope. Burning in the flames. Satori doing a great job. Nolkinek is still being a threat, and as he gets that kill, it's done. They're out of time, or maybe are they? Yeah, now they are. Even without the kill, it was impossible. CyberShock managing to hold the line.
There we go. Some success found. A lot more needed out of CyberShock.
Man, you cannot even be happy with CyberShock finding rounds, right? Just knowing what happened yesterday, you know, we always have this in our minds that, okay, sure, they found this round, but it's just they have such a long way to go, and I think that the lack of consistency has been one of the biggest problems.
Yeah, that's for sure. I mean, they for sure looked better before, right? It does seem like they're in a little bit of a, I don't know if I want to call it a slump, because there were some wins here and there, but last 4 best of 3s have been losses, and both against Rhino have been 0-2s, even though they could have changed that yesterday, but I won't dwell about it too much there. Now, it is a 4-on-4 in this round, and Hitari is dangerously low. Oh, Phenomen spotted, but not dealt with. Was a chance there for an instant headshot, and just to put a lot more pressure onto Cybershock. Cybershock are already deciding to send a second player towards B, which is not a bad call, considering there's still presence from G2 Ares there, and he might change up the play towards that part of the map. FNK by himself towards the A site, trying to make a lot of noise here. But he decides against it. He is here instead to just lurk around and try and find one of the players rotating, and FNK might be walking into Phenomen's crosshair. There we go. Some more damage to the offer. Lovikus with a nade, eliminating Hitari. And it's all down to Klim and Tak. They're getting spammed through the smoke. Stinix is still hiding behind the site. Good adjustment from Tak. That's very impressive. That actually gives the chance to G2 Ares here to win the round. Lovikus is making a lot of noise, but they line up through the smoke. Well, it might have been Tak to get that final, or not the final, but that good kill towards Stark. But if they line up into the smoke, that is not good at all.
Well, a great defense over towards the B-bomb side for Lovikus. A quick 4K found by him, and if there's a guy that needs to step up to try and do the job for Cybershock, that's definitely him. I feel as if most recently Stinix has been putting the numbers, but overall great read of the situation. He started with G2 Ares going aggressive, Lovikus with the first, then remained alive, went back to the side, patiently waited. Phenomen knew that there could be a player trying to lurk. Even though that was a great shot out of Tak, nice small adaptation, it was still Lovikus lining the bow through the smoke, and that was round done and dusted. Now, unfortunately for G2's Academy squad, they're out of money, which means that likely we're just going to see a quicker round. I mean, you don't have a lot of win. If you can grab a couple of heads with the Deagle, like Cesar just did, this is going to be a really nice conciliation prize, but we're not expecting for something more unless G2 Ares have for something extraordinary. But considering that they only have one single person with a Kevlar and a single incendiary, okay, I'm just gonna hold my breath because maybe there is a chance.
Some very good shots. Cesar. Notineki here. They don't lose another player. That's so good. So now it's a 4-on-2. And the Eagles, they're just singing here. Cesar trying to just get by, get the bomb planted. Not trying to disturb anyone there. And yeah, that's it. It's again the advantage of the map, where it's just, even with the M4 and the AK for the side of Cybershock, it is just that hard of retake, and they're just gonna run away. They're gonna save the weapons, and G2 Ares get away with a half buy. That is a big blow to Cybershock. They will still have enough money for another buy. That's not going to be a problem. But it is still, you know, the round being lost to basically pistols. To just some very good headshots out of Cesar, especially with the Deagle. And he's looking for more. He's by himself. He doesn't care. It goes down here. Okay, that was $700 worth of equipment. But he got 900 just from the kills. Very, very impressive stuff there out of Cesar. And with that, G2 Ares, once again, they deny Cybershock the chance to equalize the score and extend their lead.
Yeah, a couple of really sick shots out of Cesar, single-handedly destroying the A defenders of Cybershock. The good news for the CT side is the availability of additional dollars. The bad news is that on the other side, we're going to see Klim for the first time here on Inferno with the knob, and he's looking to strike towards Banana, dodges the nade, sees the molly, but this is not going to still make a massive difference. Counter utility prepared, Phenomen also with a knob. And I mean, the previous round was really huge by G2 Ares because they punished up mistakes, and FNK giving a great example to his team how things should be done. And this is once again G2 Ares focusing their efforts early on to Banana. This is something that I mentioned. It's a weak point for Cybershock. They need to put more forces. This is why Phenomen has rotated there. Great pickup as a response. And Cesar is definitely the guy which you want to be sent on the bench early on into the round.
After a round like that, they do good at finding him first. But Cybershock, they might have the good read as Lovikus is rotating over. the swing. Only able to get one, and in that situation, I think that's still very good, considering he was speaking with B players. They want to change up the play. They want to go towards B, and Beaneman is there. He's adjusting pretty well, but if he does go towards Banana, that's the best call. If he stays here, he can be backstabbed. But G2 Ares, they're taking a long time, and Beaneman might expect this, actually. Although Hitari needs to stay alive. Beaneman spotted. Steps heard, though. And there's the kill out of Klim. Perfectly done. They will get a bomb planted. The last two players at the Cyber Shock are coming in from Banana. It's Stinix and Naughty Neki. Oh, and they're gonna face here. This is risky, but there's a kill coming in on the Klim. And it's all up to Stinix. Good double. But can he find Tack as well? Swings out, but gets headshotted instead. And it's G2 Ares to walk away with the round. Even when it starts looking a little dire, even when it starts looking like Cybershock should have the advantage in that round, G2 Ares, they're able to walk away with the round. And because of that, this is going to be an awkward one for Cybershock. They will have a couple of players that are not going to be on the M4s. And win this round, G2 Ares, you might actually get Cybershock into an eco and potentially get yourself up to, what, 8? Which is very impressive.
Yeah, that's the round. And have a look at Dubai. An upgraded pistol for Lovicus. Naughty Neki with a UMP. You have 3 M4s, but you're really limited in utility in comparison to what G2R is are gonna put on the table. And overall, that was a really important round for the D side. Great grenade. Levantino still alive. Now they should know where he's hiding. Great flash is coming in, but do you commit to the fight? I don't think so. Just play it slowly. Try and test the water, see whether you can once again grab a kill through the smoke the same way that Levantino was caught in the previous one. Hitori feels free to start exploring apartments. 3A defenders there, and as long as G2 Ares are careful and as long as they're following their protocols, this should be a round to be secured by them. And if they get it, you rightly mentioned, this is not only the first half being secure, but likely another round being added on the count. And you want to have as many rounds as possible on that B side FNK with a nice flank, and that's the first.
Oof. Good shots from the IGL. There's one more player hiding. That's Naughty Neki. And FNK doing a wonderful job here, and not only leading the team, but also getting those kills. And well, the round's over. But I would not be too much against a hunt here, just to get rid of all the weapons. At the same time, they are kind of a low economy right now, G2 Ares, so maybe it's not for the best if they lose players here. Doesn't realize this. 15 HP, he's just gonna run away. Jack will smoke up CT just to isolate that potentially second player that could be waiting there. Levantino, of course, is not gonna swing through that. Way more important to hang on to the weapons, although Lovicus, that's a very daring position, and Tack will get an easy headshot. Now, if Levantino saves that 5-7, it's not the end of the world for G2 Ares. They found the player with the M4. But are they going to go deep enough here? Klim? Oh, he finds him. No problem. A couple of bullets, and Levantino's out of here. So, a flawless round from G2 Ares. Every single player goes down from Cybershock. This is just going to be a plain old eco. It should not be, you know... I think they might have enough money for upgraded pistols and armor. Maybe. But apart from that, G2 Ares, this should be feeling easy. This should be them getting to 8 here.
Yeah, but the hunt was massive because you don't get to save the M for Cyber Shock, and after that final kill, it's minus what, 100 and something dollars, because the CT player had a Kevlar and a 5.7, and if you combine this is where you know that Cyber Shock are being put in a really hard position, simply because, yeah, they have upgraded a couple of pistols, but it's what, P250s and dual Berettis without any Kevlars. They can not really even go for a force buy because of how the economy has been working so far. G2R is doing a great job at pressuring their opponents, not only physically around the side and around the map, but also economically. They have been controlling the pace, and as long as they dodge the stack that we have here for Cyber Shock, they shall be doing alright. I mean, if they throw the utility, they line it up, and if they can start clearing this one up, it's also going to be a good round, unless Levantino has something to say about it.
Messing up the smoke there that comes down onto boost, that's a problem. But it's not as big of a problem as we might make it, because Phenomans on 1 HP. Stinix is still on full, but Phenoman only has an USB. Yeah, he's going down there any day of the week. Stinix? Oh, he's thinking he's a preacher, but not with a deagle in hand. Flame around the corner. Does get tagged up and eliminated. But it would be very important for him not to save an AK, and he will be not able to. Tack finds the headshot. G2 Ares with an 8 and looking for a 9. I mean, don't get me wrong, this is the map pick of G2 Ares. You expect it to do well. For Cybershock is not the greatest map in their map pool, but this is still very much impressive. I mean, G2 Ares, as they played this map 4 times, the 2 wins, I think you can actually call it a 100% win rate, because the 2 wins they have is against Metasport and Copenhagen Wolves, and the 2 losses they have is against Fnatic and Amiga. And in this kind of situation, it shows that they're very good against this level of teams, right? Sure, they lost to Fnatic and Amiga, but you're talking about tier 1.5 teams instead of tier 2. And that is still a very, very big difference. Cybershow not being able to adjust to what G2 Ares are presenting to the table here. Double nade. Oh, Phenomane. Shot at FNK. Can he get a second? Yes, he can, and he actually gets away with it. Scissor did find Stinix, though. So this can still get competitive, but they're already being flanked by Lovicus.
Yeah, I'm not pretty sure whether he actually spotted Lovicus. Now Tineki does the job for short. Looking to find another for his team. And as we have Levantino covering long, this shall be Oshi roll for G2 Ares. Great first half out of the young squad, trying to do the job, and they did. I mean, 8 rounds is definitely far away from being called a bad T side. And we know for a matter of fact that the statistics show that usually on this particular map, G2 Ares do a bit better on the CT side. So having a 4-round lead, if you can get the second pistol round, this is pretty much everything that you need as this really young squad that is looking to prove itself. And you're correct by saying that we shall disregard, you know, the 2 losses suffered to both Nemiga and Fnatic. I also think that nobody expected even for this team to be here in the Swiss stage, right? Because, I mean, they beat it Nexus Gaming, who have been looking solid and are a big name. They beat it also Copenhagen Wolves in a really close decider. So they've already showed resilience for such a young team. And the best part about this G2 Ares squad is that they're so far away from reaching their full potential.
See if they can keep it up here on the CT side, as it is a very fast play out of Cybershock. Heads rolling, and it is Cybershock to get away with 3 kills. They're losing only 1 of their own. Attack, surprised to find Levantino deep in Banana, and it's all up to Hitri. 1 on 4. In all fairness, this is probably not going to happen. Oh, the player just disconnected. Or rather, lost connection on top of the bomb. E3 trying to get away with the armor still intact. Maybe he can, you know, upgrade that in the next round, because it's going to be a force buy. Actually, they might not have to force buy, and no shot hits Hidori here, impressively enough. Levantino, though, this should be an easy shot for him. Yeah, there we go. Quick headshot. And Cybershock, they get a pistol round. It's not a bad start. There's still always a chance for Cybershock. Sure, their CT side might have been lacking quite a lot, but when you get to the T side, you can actually, you know, unleash your aggressive T side, and that's what we're expecting here at the Cybershock. Just a quick little restart of the game. Someone did crash in the previous round, but it's all good. Cybershock did win the round, so it didn't really matter all that much, and we should be getting quickly right back underway.
Yeah, let's see whether G2 Ares will decide to invest their finances. I see Klim upgrading the pistol and buying a Kevlar, so seems like, yes, indeed, it's going to be the force spike coming out from G2 Ares, something that we didn't get to see out of Cybershock on their CT side. As I mentioned previously, I'm a big fan of this decision. I think that especially if you're ahead, you shall go for it. It's much better to try and catch your opponent off guard, maybe, you know, grab a couple of kills in towards apartments where you can get a chance to fight from closer distance, or even if you want, you can actually throw a flash and fight in towards banana to get the upgraded guns, to keep the pressure mounting for Cybershock and see whether they would be able to find an answer. And well, seems like after Naughty Nick reconnected, we're on for another technical pause. I mean, okay, let me ask you.
Same thing.
Yeah, probably it's not. But let me ask you this: how do you play the next round if you're G2 Ares and you know that you have a couple of upgraded pistols, some utility, and SMG? Where do you want to see the focus of this young squad?
Well, considering you're forcing up here, and if you lose one of the sites, it's an instant save, so that you still have something to play with in the next round. You might as well try and get 4 players onto one side of the map. Potentially, you know, the MP9s and the 5.7s, and the best position, kind of the best site to play that as, is the B site. But at the same time, I think it's way better to just give all the util, or the majority of the util, especially the smokes and the mollies, to the B side player, so that he can kind of fake out that it's multiple players towards B. So in that regard, I think that's one of the best things you can do in Inferno, just because the site is so kind of tight, and there's technically a couple of ways to get into the B site, but at the same time, the second way is to go through A all the way through CT. So you might as well just play that second scenario I just said, where you give the smokes and the mollies down to the B side player, leave him alone, but just, you know, get a lot of util there so that he can kind of sell the idea that he's not alone, that he has multiple players, and that they should go towards that A side. I think that's the best course of action in this situation.
Coach Pop, right there. Bring me all the strats available ahead of G2 Ares. This is what I wanted to hear. I do agree. I think that one of the best case scenarios for G2 Ares is to definitely line up the utility for the B defender and to just focus towards the A bomb side. And seems like this is going to indeed be the case.
Starting with a deep smoke, though, that is interesting. Usually you would want to just set up the smokes close, but this could actually sell an even better idea. So let's see if they're fooled by this. Oh, seems like it. 4 players looking interested in that A side tack right around the corner. He's got some support in the form of Hittery and Boiler as well. Taking attention away, Eagle, that's Clem, and they turn around, they start swinging. Oh, but they lose 3 players instantly, and a 4th as well. Well, the plan was solid, but it doesn't work out. FNK pushes through the smoke in Banana. Lovikas has got his number, and there we go. It is Cybershock with round in the bag. Nothing saved, unfortunately, for G2 Ares, so this one is just going to be, or rather should be, a plain old eco. I don't think there's any worth in buying up in this one. It is still very risky to force second round, but they only did that because they had the advantage. If it was a little bit closer, if it was 75, a 6-6, you're not forcing up there. But in this kind of a situation, yeah, it's just a full eco. Just the Zeus spot up by Hittery, but that is about it. The Deagle for tack, sure.
Yeah, this is the case, right? Because when you have an advantage, you can actually allow yourself to go a bit more aggressive with the buys, and I think that the risk is definitely worth the reward. And well, the risk for Cesar was exactly that. A couple of T players are coming your way, and with this Zeus not being able to find its mark, this is Naughty Nick with a quick double, likely soon a triple if he peeks out of Boiler. The more important thing for Cybershock, though, is the fact that the bomb will get planted. And with that in mind, they're starting to build a really stable economy to use moving into the next couple of rounds on Inferno. G2 Ares going for just an eco round. We're not going to see that big surprise we saw earlier on with the Deagles finding the mark and just deleting their opponents. More than anything, even a clean round out of Cybershock. So the next more significant obstacle is going to be coming Cybershock's way now that we're going to see a knob back for G2RS. The M4 is the utility, and honestly, I wouldn't really mind seeing G2RS, trying to pressure that banana point, trying to deny Cybershock this control of the map, maybe forcing them into a potential 3-man setup towards middle. And even though this one got destroyed when it was a force buy, now that you have the better guns, you can do it and have better chances at succeeding.
Well then, not really looking like they're maybe they're actually taking that into account. It is some more util being used towards banana, and it's kind of looking for a fight. The thing is, it's not a B play. It will be an A play, and Naughty good trade, but he's going to be found by Hitari. The kills are coming through for G2 Ares. This is looking solid. It's only up to Lovicus and Levantino. When with a couple of Mac 10s, I'm going to be completely honest, I don't think they stand too good of a chance. There's Snake and Levantino can get. A lot of util being used towards Hitari. He's going to take him down. Oh, there's no way. Okay, I was thinking there's no way he gets a kill there because he just peeked into 2 players. He would never be allowed to do that. Caesar goes down to Lovicus, though, so the Mac 10 is still in play. Upgrades to an M4. FNK is tagged up to 47. Klim is still on full HP, but he has the op. And against an M4, you miss a shot, you're dead. See if they're paying attention to apartments as well, because FNK was focusing on short for a little bit there. Oh, no. No, there's no way. Lovicus finds Klim. How is that possible? How is that not relayed over that he might be spotted from apartments? This is now a one-on-one. This is very doable for Lovicus. FNK still hiding in pit. Lovicus has to take that possibility into account, but he needs to get a bomb plan. He spotted him. He just spotted him, and he's gonna take him down. This is a complete disaster of round from G2 Ares. Oh my god, that was not good at all. Lovicus, I'm gonna say, he had a very good idea of how to approach the round and the positioning he took, but that was 100% G2 Ares' fault.
Oh yeah, absolutely, and this is why we're seeing a timeout called by G2 Ares. They want to have the conversation, they want to listen to the coach and what he has to say about it, because that was 100% their fault. There was a lack of coordination, miscommunication probably on their side. I mean, that was a round that Lovicus should have never ever have won, considering the circumstances, considering that he was left all alone towards banana and that he faced 3 opponents. I mean, this hurts for G2 Ares. These are a type of round that you don't want to see out of them, because we're expecting a much cleaner CS, especially if you're looking to improve and if you're looking to, make a name for yourself. Interestingly enough, though, Cybershock take a timeout on their own. I think that they have been one of the really few teams that utilizes those tactical pauses quite a lot, especially after they win these type of rounds. They want to get these additional 30 seconds to talk things through, to make sure that everyone is on point, everyone is following the strategy. And especially if you're facing a team like G2 Ares, right? This is not an ECSTATIC, this is not an Into the Breach or any other well-known tier 2 team. This is a tier, I want to call them tier 3 team that is making their debut. Okay, sure, they caught a couple of teams off guard, but as Cybershock, you want to have as clean Inferno as possible. You don't want to be giving G2 Ares too much to be working with, and that's why I am a big fan of this tactical pause. But of course, we have seen surprises in the past. We know how big of a pain can be created with these type of buys, so the job is not done.
It's going to be a very big problem for G2 Ares if the map just slips away from them, because Cybershock, they're pretty good at Ancient. One would argue that it is their second best map, maybe even their best, because they played that more than Mirage, and Mirage is technically the best win rate they have. It is not a good moment here for G2 Ares, but Caesar gets himself in a good position, although Cybershock decided not to push through the smoke, which is a good idea, considering the pistols are just right around the corner. You have a couple of players that are playing towards that A site. Oh, Caesar forced out of hiding. Good shot from Hitari. Lean him in. Oh, with a kill onto FNK. Misses a second. Lovicus is there to trade, and some pretty good damage dealt there by G2 Ares. Sure, a couple of kills. But I really cannot get over that round that they just lost. It is a bad moment. They need to somehow bounce back because CyberShock, they're very happy right now. They have the momentum behind them because of that 1-on-3. And G2 Ares, they need to deal with this. They cannot allow CyberShock to walk away with this map. It just feels like, just in terms of the win rates and all that, and just how the game feels overall, I do think this is, you know, CyberShock walk away with this one. It's 2-0. That's the scary part for G2 Ares. And look at this, Levantino.
Oh.
That is why he is the entry fragger. Gets himself the double kill and opens up the B site.
Yeah, now this is problematic for G2 Ares. I mean, sure, the previous 1v3 clutch out of Lovicos definitely stings, but this is where you needed to hold on. This is where you know that trouble begins, because CyberShock have started feeling more confident on the T side. Seems like Lovicos gave a confidence booster to the entire team, and right now Klim, Tak, and Hitori are forced to save. I just don't see a world in which they even go through that smoke. Tax falls back, looking for a frag or two, but yeah, I mean, CyberShock are officially online now in the lead with 2 after the end of this round. Let's see where Klim, yeah, he lands the shot, but we'll probably need to land another as Phenomenon is just around the corner, trying to see where he can make this one even more expensive, and he does. This is so massive. Oh, and if Hitori falls, if he doesn't end up saving that M4, which will not happen, this is so big for CyberShock. This is pretty much an 11th, as long as they avoid TAC.
Even if they don't, to be honest, if they just brute force their way like they did here, it won't matter. And again, this is one of the counterpoints I try to make, you know, for Levantino, because you look on HLTV and his stats are not really all that great, right? He's on 0.97 rating, but the impact is 1.11, which is, you know, pretty high up there. And just because of that, he gets some very important kills. And sometimes, yeah, he pushes in and he dies first. That's also true. But at the same time, he gets information for his teammates. Look at that. He just opened up the B side instantly. FNK says are quickly dealt with as they started to get aggressive towards Banana, but there was no smoke in deep Banana. Like, how do you take control of Banana without a smoke deep? You throw the smoke, you throw the molly in front of it, and then some nades. It's not any other way. It's not a molly in deep Banana and you take the duels against the AKs. That is a no-brainer. That doesn't work, and it clearly doesn't work as they lose 2 players and gain nothing from it. It's Klim all alone. Maybe he can surprise someone here. Oh, timing is just actually perfect. He slipped by. Notineki didn't see him, but he didn't see Notineki either. Although the timing will not help him. It is Levantino to shut him down with the op this time. They used to change around weapons quite often whenever a player is low. But there we go. CyberShock on 11. G2 Ares. This is do or die. You lose here. You're on a bad buy. And it's CyberShock on map point.
Yeah, this is the test for G2 Ares, and also a test for CyberShock to see whether it would be able to close it out a bit cleanly. And I do really agree. Probably the idea coming out from the youngsters in the previous round was to try and send 2 people towards Banana to kind of be the bait, so that we can also see a mid push with the remainder of the SMGs. But you rightly pointed out that the moment that you don't have that deeper smoke on towards Banana, there's also a smoke which can be thrown from CT spawn to cover both Banana and ramp, so that you can go for a bit of a push. And yeah, that was not the case. G2 Ares making a massive blunder, and here comes the big test. Klim has an AWP, M4 available, utility looking good, but so is the scenario for CyberShock, and massive round ahead of us. Let's see what both teams are going to bring on the table.
Oh, fast play into A. I like this, the change of pace, kind of. Notineki, he's being very patient here. At the same time, Stinix he keeps on pushing through long. And G2 Ares, they have no idea. Sure, they might be able to take control this time. This is more like it. There's the smoke that they needed. But with that being said, A side is lost. They just don't know about it. Lovicus is already in CT. Tak finds that out the hard way. And they'll turn around through apartments. But Stinix has the angle down. Hitori, sure, he might be in mid, but the bomb is being planted at this right moment, and he needs to come back to the site. Oh, he didn't slip the net. He was stacked up by the molly. Loficus gets that information, swings out, gets the kill. Scissor towards second mid. FNK already going towards C spawn, but to be completely honest, the round's over. Scissor,
It's done.
there's no way that you can get anything done about it.
And they're really desperate to save these two guns, right? If they fall, it's pretty much map done. Wow, I'm just so surprised by the way how this round developed, because CyberShock's idea was just so much better in comparison to what G2RS opted to go for, right? Okay, I didn't mind the banana aggression. At some point it was necessary, but they focused their efforts on apartments, and the moment that you go for such a push and your opponents go for a mid-split, that's round done, right? Even with the kill that they found here, it was already done and dusted because Lovikus had the timing, caught the first rotating player. Then it's impossible for you to even peek out of apps out towards middle because the thesis positioning is so much better than yours. And yeah, final tactical pause for G2RS, but they need to do it right here, right now. And honestly speaking, so far CyberShock have looked like the better team. Lovikus 21-7, one hell of a performance so far. Phenomen has been hitting his shots. Naughty Neki has been so good. Levantino has been having a great game in terms of entries, especially towards Banana. And I mean, yeah, sure, we talked about the improvement. We talked about how nobody had G2RS stepping up here in the Swiss stage, but if we want to see something more out of it, it needs to be here in round number 21.
One of the biggest problems that we identified yesterday in the game they had against Rhino is that whenever they got to map point, they started slowing down. They were playing way too passive. Of course, CyberShock, they had 10 chances to close it yesterday, and they couldn't do it. Now they have 4 chances to close it out here on this first map against G2 Ares, and they're already looking like they got the winning formula. They're right in front of B. FNK, he is towards CT, but he's all by his lonesome. And Levantino, oh, there's a gap in that smoke. That is not good at all. FNK swings out. Good shot onto Loficus, but Cynic trades. That's the B side open. And there's no way around it. They will have to try and get themselves onto the side here. What a shot from Levantino to take down Caesar, making it a lot easier for CyberShock to just secure this round. And yeah, there's no saving. You have to go for this. Hitari, Klim, and Tak. Another swing. Levantino finds Tak. Hitari somehow he stays alive. But they need to win this round 2-on-3. Keep themselves in this map. And that is going to be just very complicated. A molly for Ruin so that they cannot get through into the site just yet. That's going to delay them even more. There's still a nade available, but Phenomen, he's got an op. That's even better. Hitari goes down. And the claim was spotted. Swung upon by Stenix. And there we go. CyberShock. Very nicely adjusted there on the T side, and they are able to walk away with this first map.
Yeah, great beginning of this best of 3 for CyberShock. Not that much for G2RS. They got completely stopped, especially after the end of the first half. Great job by Lovikus and the remainder of the team. I think that the individual pieces were on point, looking good, looking sharp. Naughty Neki with a great game. Also props to Levantino for all the entries that he found. And yeah, a couple of mistakes out of G2RS that led to, I don't want to call this a disaster, but I mean, you have already lost your map pick, and moving into Asian, we know for a matter of fact how good CyberShock are on this map. And even though they have looked shaky in the last couple of days, right now they showed some solid CS, and yeah, I'm looking forward to see where they would be able to close it out cleanly.
Yeah, and there's at least one more map coming through, but that is the map pick of CyberShock. G2 Ares. We'll see what happens. You know, we will take a break, and when we come back, it is Ancient.
Are you sick of just opening cases? Join the events! At each event, you can find special cases from which tokens fall. Tokens are your ticket into a world of unique awards. For tokens, you can buy a skin, premium, or special balance. Try your luck in the skin generator. Also, you can leave your tokens at the token vault. And the more tokens you keep, the better skin you'll get. Add variety to opening cases with Hellcase.
Do you have any unnecessary skins or want to sell them? Try Skin Place. Visit the website, select the skins you want to use. Easily fill your Steam trade link. Make sure we offer good prices and choose a payment method. Hit the button and boom! Instant cash. Safety. Low commissions. Instant payouts. Skin Place.
Skin Place launching an event with a total prize pool of $10,000 in honor of our first anniversary. Just sell skins, claim daily bonuses, complete missions, visit the shop, and participate in the main giveaway with popular skins and a powerful PC. Follow our social media to not miss.
And we are back, getting ready for the second map of the best of three. It is Cybershock taking on G2 Ares, and that first map certainly looked good for G2 Ares, but Cybershock, they did manage to take it away, which was a little scary. You know, G2 Ares, they kind of had a full hold there, but now, as they're going to be looking into Ancient, this is not one of the best maps of G2 Ares, and for Cybershock, this is their second best. I mean, it's gonna be hard for G2 Ares to put up a fight here.
Oh, for sure, yeah. Especially after what happened on Inferno, Cybershock showing that the individuals are ready to take on G2 Ares, and I just want to see a bit more out of this Academy squad, right? I feel as if TAC had an okay-ish game, but we need to require a little bit more out of him. We didn't get to see a lot of action with the all for G2 Ares, so that's another point. Cesar had a great game. FNK was put under significant pressure on the B-bomb side, and yeah, we saw how everything fell apart for them, and you rightly mentioned that Asian is Cybershock's best map, which is not the case for G2 Ares, but hey, most recently they defeated a couple of teams on it. It was not the case versus iBotters, but they did the job versus Copenhagen Wolves, and this is my only hope that I have right now for this team, is that maybe, just maybe, if they can get the ball rolling, especially on the T side, there is a world in which they catch Cybershock off guard and eventually lead us onto that Anubis. But I have to admit that after what I saw in Inferno, I'm up there for the 2-0 in favor of Cybershock.
Yeah, that's the only scary part, right? Just because of what happened in the first map. Because if it was, you know, Cybershock winning because of just overall better gameplay and all that, sure, but it was also a lot of mistakes from G2 Ares. That's why we're thinking that, you know, it might be very complicated considering Cybershock. This is their own map pick, so they are going to be looking very strong on it. Problem is as well is that the loser of this game goes down to 0-2 in the Swiss stage, and it is not a nice place to be. You're gonna need 3 best of 3s in a row if you want to make it into the playoffs, and you're gonna be meeting, you know, better and better teams the more wins you get, which is of course gonna get a little scary for whichever side goes there. But of course, G2 Ares with 1 foot already in the 0-2 bracket. It is not a good sign. Then again, G2 Ares, they're still kind of finding their footing as a team, right? Because so far, not a lot of matches under their belt, so I'm sure this is going to be a learning experience for them 100%. We did get notice that some of the players are not in the server just yet, so we will take a quick break. As soon as everyone's ready, we'll be moving to Ancient. We'll be right back. Well, they were not in the server then, but they are now as we move into the server, into the game, and into a technical pause. Might have been a little too early there. We might have gotten into the game a little too early, as they apparently are not ready, or something happened. Something's up. But yeah, at least we're getting to see Ancient. That's a good part. And everyone is still in the server, so hopefully, you know, it's not a connection issue, considering everyone is still in the server. Maybe some water spillage. It wouldn't make a lot of sense since the game hasn't even started. People didn't get a chance to get angry. So yeah, maybe just, you know, a mouse running on a battery or something. Yeah, it wasn't too long. Timer is going, and we will be getting underway in about 12 seconds. G2 Ares on the CT side, Cybershock on the T side, and Cybershock is already up 1-0, looking to make this one a 2-0.
Yeah, I think the job for G2 RS has to be done on the CT side. You need to stop Cybershock. We know how explosive this team can be, especially when the individuals are popping off. And, well, seems like it's going to be a stack towards the B-bomb side. These are going the other way around, and with the CT side smoke, this is already bomb land guaranteed, or maybe I was too quick to judge, as Hitori finds a really nice headshot through the smoke. Lovicus already out of the server. Now the bomb shall get planted as the smoke fades. There is a really good chance ahead of G2 Ares to steal this one away.
Slowly mobilizing for the retake. Flash comes through. Levantino, he's up for the flank. Oh, but the smoke for Donut, that's going to be so important. There's a couple of players right behind the smoke. Someone's defusing, and they didn't stop it yet. Oh, with the knife, Stenix. He's going to jump into the smoke. Keeps
oh my god, second!
Second! Oh god, this is such a bad piss around for G2 Ares. They concede a couple of kills to a knife. What kind of money does he have now? He's on 6.7k. He can drop an op and not have any problems with it. Still get all the util he needs, the armor. Okay, that is a certain way to deny some bomb defuses there. Nicely done.
Wow, I mean, he is a madman. What was that? And how did G2 allow for this to happen? Goodness gracious. I mean, it's been a while since I last saw such a crazy pistol around, but yeah, that was a massive blunder. And you mentioned it, right? The additional money, like what, 3k coming already for Stenix? I mean, okay, sure, they're gonna be buying that all, but this definitely feels good to have. And not only one, but 2 knife kills in the same round to deny the bomb defuse. Pure madness. And yeah, Cybershock once again on the opposite side of the map are gonna get a free bomb plan. They can allow for Lovicus and Levantino to keep pushing, to keep looking. You want to have as much money as possible going into the next rounds. And Pop, that was one hell of a beginning of this Ancient.
One good start and not too good for G2 Ares. The ones that are on their back foot now. Cybershock in the driver's seat, and they're going to be looking for all those kills. It's Levantino with the Mac 10. He's going to be very happy if he finds a multitude of kills here. A triple kill. He's going to go for some more. Hitori will deny it, but that's a job done. He loses that Mac 10. It's not the end of the world, and he farmed up a lot of money. He actually has more money than Stenix does now. Ooh. Stenix does go down to the bomb explosion, so even though he's the one that got the double knife, he's still going to need to reinvest into another weapon. So the fact that he is on $150 from 6.7k just in the previous round is crazy, but you know, has to be done if you go down to the bomb explosion. It's a little unfortunate. What will the buy round get for G2 Ares, though? That's the question. FNK blows open the smoke, sees a couple of players, the opening kill going his way, and a second. That's a good start. But can they stop the advancement towards the A site? FNK is still present. That's a triple kill, and he's still on 73 HP. Wonderful stuff.
Yeah, the IGO is doing the job for G2 Ares in this round. Levantino blocked towards Donut, but yeah, for some reason, Cesar was not expecting for a T-player to be there. In the meantime, though, Klim already in a good position, knows where the last remaining T-player is, and the job already is so difficult for Levantino. Big problem is that he doesn't have the bomb and that he gets re-smoked, which means that he needs to go around the world if he wants to actually have a chance, or maybe not. Throw a quick molly. There comes the rotation as well. G2 Ares are covering the choke points. They have control over main. They have control over the bomb side. They have a person looking towards red, and it's not impossible for Levantino, but it's definitely difficult.
Another smoke coming in that might just seal the deal. Yeah, that should be it.
Oh, if we can summarize it, that was pretty much FNK single-handedly destroying Cybershock in this one. Great job by him, opening up the smoke with HG, seeing his opponents, getting the first, then knew where the second could have been. A spam through the smoke was good for his second, then quick rotation. There was also a nice incendiary thrown by the anchor to just slow it down and make sure that Cybershock will not get to the bomb side. And with that, okay, one found by G2 Ares, but they're gonna need a couple more. And as we saw the 2-knife kills, now suddenly money gone from Stinix's bank account, which is probably a bit of a problem for him. But the good news is that at least have somewhat of a stability for the rest of the team to back him up and maybe give him a Mac 10 or an upgraded pistol with some utility. So eyes on G2 Ares and whether they would be able to repeat that same performance moving into round number 4.
Couple of players inside Jagger already for G2 Ares, and spams don't connect just yet, although there's some bullets coming back. Caesar will take a little bit of damage. Not too much, he's not in any danger at this point. Ooh, that nade could be perfect. They start pushing in. Levantino will trade his teammate, but there's an answer at a Klim. Notineki. Oh, he cannot find the kill onto Klim. That's very important. The fact that he is still here and he is still getting kills. Lovicus. In comes the trade from him after all. Tack on the site. Iterate towards CT spawn. But what's the plan here? Phenomen, he has got Tack right around the corner. And they are taking their time here. They're not forcing the issue. They're not pushing aggressively. They're waiting to see what G2 Ares are about to do. And if G2 Ares grow impatient and they start pushing, they might be playing right into Cybershock's hands. Although the timer is still against Cybershock. Oh, Phenomen, he found Tack. But I don't believe that Hitari's not here. And, well, that's not a bad call, considering Hitari just now rotated towards the B site.
Yeah, but he still has a kid, and Incendiary and Flash are available as well. So I see a world in which he pulls this one off. And if there is a guy to step up for G2 Ares, that's definitely Hitari. Oh, that's... yeah, that's already round done, I do believe. The moment that he got caught by the flames, he gave away the sound cue, and now Phenomen a bit deeper, but... Are they separated? Yes, they are. This is a chance now, and, well, Phenomen manages to secure the head. If Phenomen had fallen in this situation, then Hitari could have eventually isolated the second duel as well, and then by getting the 1 versus 1, we know what this leads to, but Cybershock stood taller than their opponents, and now the economy is destroyed for G2 Ares. 2400 loss bonus, not enough, so this means that the best that I can get are a couple of Kevlars, some upgraded pistols, and hope that you're going to be able to catch Cybershock off guard. And we can even see how it's not even the upgraded pistols. 3 USPs, 2 5.7s, and that's it.
Oh, that molly is perfect. Levantino. Only going to be able to find one. Which is a little bit worrying, but not to the fact that Cybershock don't outfind an empty site. We'll get a bomb planted on A. Oh, and Stinix is still around, just trying to cut off the rotations, and he's doing a wonderful job. Takes down Hitari. Tags down Tack. It's still just an eco round here for G2 Ares, so the most dangerous player is FNK, who's going to swing now and gets dealt with. Khalil's out. Klim gets a second kill for his team. Just trying to deal some more damage. I think they might have realized it, that he's trying to push T-spawn. Good shot from Stinix. And now Klim is stuck in T-spawn in between Naughty Neki and Stinix. Position confirmed as well. Trying to go for some quick headshots, but Naughty Neki will land the headshot first. Cyber choke. Extending their lead, not really too big of a problem against the pistols. And with a fourth on the board, G2 Ares, just now they will be able to play up.
Yeah, already a forward secured by Cybershock, and more than anything, it's in a row, so that's a bit problematic. G2 Ares have to win this next round, because I feel as if you allow Cybershock too much liberty, then they can keep creating the momentum for themselves, and once they get it going, it's really difficult, even for the higher opposition, like some better teams like ECSTATIC right now, to stop them. Stinix Deep has caught the position and the timing, and yeah, attack overlooking this corner means disaster at least for the opener. It's already deep towards middle, so maybe there is a chance that he gets it through the smoke low exposed. So not that bad by the end of it, especially with the damage afflicted over to Levantino. But the big problem is what happens when you have two CT players not protected. Well, seems like FNK is there to hold on. Phenomenon activates, traps one, second available, not quite there, but Levantino does the job. A trade comes in, so a lot of trading, Pop. What is happening around the map? Jesus, both teams going for so many fights, and in the end of it now, we're looking towards Klim to clutch it out for G2 Ares.
And you know, I just think throughout the round it looked a little better for G2 Ares, but somehow at the end of it, it's Cybershock to look a little better. Naughty Neki dealt with by Klim, but it is the Opper, and he has to take on Flash. Gets deployed. Phenomenon was not affected by that. And a triple kill in the hands of the Opper. Cybershock, they don't stop here, although you could argue that this one went a little better for G2 Ares. At one point, I think they actually had the player advantage. Yeah, right here was a 4-on-3. The adjustability of Cybershock is just so good. Raiding potential as well. And he went down to a 2-on-2. You know, it was a little closer. Maybe they're slowly finding some more the weaknesses of Cybershock. This one isn't, though. Their mid play, also aggressive as well, is very good. Hittery feels that. FNK hears about it. He's on 21 HP. He's still alive, but only barely. Stinix, very good position towards B main. I don't think he was spotted. FNK just running around here, and he's selling the idea that he's not the only one on the site itself, but Stinix could find out quickly that there's a lot of players here, and there we go. He spots out two. They spot out FNK as well early on, so they should know where every single player out of G2 Ares is right now.
Yeah, they have the information, and as quickly as that, the bomb will find its way towards the A-bomb side. Naughty Neki is covering, spotting his opponent, shutting him down, and with FNK being so low on HP, I think that this has to be the safe out of Caesar and the IG of G2 Ares, and, well, it is not going to be the case. I mean, Cybershock are definitely looking like the better team. We discussed how Asian is by far their best map, and they have been showing exactly this. They got the T side rolling. G2 Ares having a lot of difficulty stopping their opponents, finding the right answers, overlooking some of the corners, going a bit aggressive than what was required, getting traded left and right, and I think that one of the biggest reasons why Cybershock are currently 5 rounds ahead is exactly their capability of finding the trades. We saw it even in the round prior, right? G2 Ares having the man advantage as suddenly Phenomenon peeks out of mid, gets one before the smoke deploys. One other player gets another kill somewhere else, and as G2 Ares suddenly you need to rely on an individual play. You put Klim or, for example, Hitori in a 1 versus 2, and we know for a matter of fact how difficult these situations are, especially when you're on the CT side. And I mean, I wouldn't mind seeing a tactical pause out of G2 Ares at this point. Just, you know, give the boys the chance to take a moment to breathe, you know, to forget what happened throughout the first half so far, and focus on the next round, because this one is crucial.
Yeah, I do think the tactical pauses could be better spaced out, and at this point it is looking very scary. And then again, it is still, considering it is not one of the best maps for G2 Ares. You really cannot just throw in the towel and be like, okay, we just lost this best of 3. Because, again, this is the second map. Cybershock did steal away yours, but you still have to, you know, give it your best to try and get this one back, even though the odds might be stacked against you and all of that. Or maybe they still have a lot of strategies to go through. Maybe they didn't run out of strategies just yet. Well, it doesn't seem like they didn't just yet. They have Hittery pushing through a main. I don't know if Cybershock expected. He might be on a perfect timing here. Unless someone turns around. Oh, they are watching for it. I think he took a little too long. Just the hesitation there. It's going to cost him his life. It's going to cost him the chance to get a double kill. And because of that, FNK has to reposition from the B site. And they will lose one of the 3 defenders that were still here onto the site itself. Utility raining in. Klim forced out of position because of the molly. Yeah, Cybershock, they're just playing everything perfectly. I mean, just the utility coming in at the right time. Phenomen eliminating TAC. The kills are on point. The strategy's on point. The pushes are on point. And Caesar, nothing he can do about this round. Sure. Oh, I was thinking he gets the kill onto Levantino there, but apparently he doesn't get that even. So it's a flawless round for Cybershock. And gonna be honest, Dolan, if there's a technical pause, but if there's no tactical pause following this one, I don't know how you get through this. It just feels like this is already over.
Pretty much feels so, yeah. And that was a textbook be executed by Cybershock. Really patient, really precise with their utility. I mean, everything is working perfectly for the Cybershock's team, and we saw it even by the end, right? I mean, you have one more guy left as G2 Ares, and he's unable to get at least one. That's the tilter. And it's such a massive difference, and at this point, right, not only in terms of the individuals stepping up, but also in terms of team play. You just feel how G2 Ares are struggling big time on the CT side to find the proper answers, to have that aggressiveness versus Cybershock. And yeah, sure, they're playing a textbook T-side so far, but I mean, you want to see something more out of G2 Ares. TAC, look at the scoreline, 0-7. Caesar with just a single frag, and yeah, okay, Klim steps up with 7 and 7. FNK is looking alrighty, but you need Hittori on the AWP, or at least on a gun or something. You want Caesar to be finding kills the same way that he was doing on Inferno. You want TAC to step up. I mean, TAC has been one of the best performing members for G2 Ares, and one of the main reasons as to why he was, why G2 Ares have made it to the Swiss stage, but we haven't seen even a glimpse out of this potential so far.
See if there are any adjustment being made. Fine. Hitting Levantino as he swings by the smoke towards cave. That's an opener. They are going to need quite a lot more. Although the reposition is good. It's already up to red room, and a couple of players right around the corner. Lovicus will fall the same way Levantino did. He comes through, but it's a little late. Oh, and he's gonna smoke it up and try and get another peek in. Although Cybershock, they don't care about that position anymore. They will be going through Donut. And the thing is, Klim has the only kind of big weapon. He has the AWP. Everyone else has a pistol, but you already found a couple of entries. The bomb can still get planted here. They will hesitate just in case there's someone in A main. They will get it down in the end. And now, how did he cover this? Is there a smoke? FNK has one, but he's coming in from behind. He might be swinging in from mid. Oh, almost collapsed. Phenomen gets shot. There's a second connecting, and somehow Cybershock, they do adjust to a round like this where they lose the first 2 players, but they're still able to get the kills unless Caesar is quick enough to find the last kill onto Naughty as well. Naughty hears the steps, hears everything that Caesar is doing, and well, he just took a longer round towards CT spawn because there was no more time. Naughty makes sure he does not make it out of the round alive. And even with that, even with the good start they had, it was still not a success. Although you can put that up to not having weapons, that's for sure.
Well, I mean, they had an AWP, and they did what they could, but it was still, you know, an unfortunate turn of events. So let's say where it would at least be able to find something more on the CT side. Klim is having his AWP, a flash, a Kevlar looking good. The remainder of the squad and force online. The nades are also quite decent so that they can hold the control over the bomb side. Helps with the timing, and this is where he catches G2 Aris off guard. Beautiful double kill, putting himself on that exact edge of the smoke. And yeah, considering that there was also a molly previously, you just love seeing it out of Lovicus. And what do you even do if you're Cesar and Klim at this point? It's another 2 versus 5. It's another unfortunate turn of events. You get pressure, you get caught, and everything is working perfectly for Cybershock.
It is just looking dire. They keep getting beat down here, and it feels like there's nothing they can do. G2 Ares in such a difficult position, and they're probably thinking back to that Inferno and saying that we probably should have done better there to just win that, because this one clearly is not it. I mean, sure, they got 1 round at least. Clem gets a nice double kill here, but just to be able to retrieve this round all by yourself, it's probably not going to happen as the volley comes through and he has to rotate over. Go the long way, and there's only a single way you can rotate over, through T-spawn, unless you take the all the way around to CT. But technically, Cybershock should at least hear that, and they're taking that into account as well. You know, it makes a lot of sense. They're looking in that direction as well. But Stinix has got the angle down. Clem, ooh, shut down. Did get that double kill, but it didn't really amount to a lot of things. Cybershock, this is very impressive out of them. 9-1 in a very rough world out there. That's the first tactical pause at G2 Ares. This is way too late.
Oh, definitely. They should have called for a timeout so much sooner, but well, it seems like they felt as if they could put up a better fight. That was not the case. Cybershock dominating since the beginning of this first half. 2 more rounds for us to go. You know, I'm still not fully sold out on Cybershock winning this best of 3 in a 2-0 fashion, even though they are the heavy favorites and even though they have a 9-1 lead, simply based on yesterday's show on Anubis. So, you know, I still have my internal worries. They are looking much better in comparison to what they showed yesterday, but you just never know with this team, right? I mean, the individuals are doing great. Stinix with 9, Aventino with 12, Naughty with 10. So overall, it's a really good map and showing so far out of them, but they need to avoid getting caught by these half-buys. Cesar finally with something. 6 signs of life, picks up an AK, another push. But he remains alive, and in the meantime, FNQ will join the party with another kill, so it's a 3 versus 5 for... Okay, never mind, it's actually a 2 versus 5 now that I say it for G2 Aris, and well, seems like the timeout has worked.
It's weird how they do better on the rounds that they have less. Naughty. Didn't see anyone towards mid. Oh, timing? I don't know if it's actually that favorable, to be honest. Oh, caught with a knife in hand. And Fiedemann has to clutch up. But he's about to be picked from behind. And there we go. G2 Ares, they not only get a half-buy round, they get a flawless half-buy round in the bag. But might it be too late? That's the biggest question, as this is only the 2nd round on the board for G2 Ares. Cybershock, there's plenty of money to go around. They can just buy up once again. Win this one, it's double digits, and with a solid piss around that, you know, could be the beginning of the end here for G2 Ares. They could be getting very close or even onto that 0-2 score. And even a 9-3, I don't know if it saves them, but hey, maybe their T side is insanely good. Who knows? We'll find out, of course, after this round is over. See what they can get done here. FNK Oh, spots out a couple of players, keeps on shooting, and he's gonna find a headshot onto Naughty Neki. Good find out of Cesar as well, but he will fall to the molly, although Tak did find a kill as well. So for now, it's a 4-on-2 favoring G2 Ares. This is more solid, but where was this up until now?
This is what I'm asking myself. But it's still a recoverable round when you think about it for Cybershock. They have a lot of utility. The big problem is I think Lovicus has found a timing. Oh, Hitori still... Wow, I don't even know how Hitori got away with this. That was unfortunate for Lovicus. And yeah, with the push that FNK has for himself, he can even knife his opponent. Yeah, come on. That's it. That's it. Return the favor by the end of the half. Come on, you got knifed 2 times in the pistol round. Still with Lovicus, already his position is known, so from here onwards, maybe the best that Cybershock can do is to rely on this spray through the wooden wall. Some damage, but the big problem for Lovicus is the lack of the C4 explosive in his backpack. And Pop, I think that G2 Ares have finally found something, but a bit too late. It's going to be a 9-3 half, still in favor of Cybershock. But my biggest concern remains whether they would be able to close out the map cleanly.
Yeah, that was one of the main problems yesterday, but we'll see if that's going to play a part in this one today. All because found by Hitori in the end. And there we go. G2 Ares securing a third. Then again, the piss round is just going to be that much more important. If Cybershock are able to get away with it, they should be able to get 11. And it just gets so complicated for G2 Ares. A lot of things need to be done in a short amount of time. But this is the first big test here for G2 Ares. Very, very important test as well. Try and win this piss round. Just get the craziest strategy going so that you stand a better chance. The P250 dropped over for Clem and quite a lot of util, considering it is the piss round. The smoke in mid. Oh, but look at Cybershock. They have 4 players up in mid. They were ready for mid aggression out of G2 Ares, and that's what they thought about at first, but now they want to move into the A site, and everyone is just rotating over. This is a 5-on-5 brawl on this A site for the pistol round. The USPs are ready to take down some heads. Phantom and Levantino, they're hitting their shots. Though Tak finds a double kill, makes it a lot more manageable. Naughty Neki and Cynics, they are dangerously low here.
Oh, that was a great shot. Now man advantage, but for how long? You mentioned that we have Naughty Neki on a single point of health. Cynics gets another, and I think that this is a lovely pistol round by Cynics. And overall, Cybershock's strategy was so good. They sent all their forces on towards middle, left only Levantino to be the tempo player. And the moment that the information was given, the moment that they knew that G2 Ares was about to hit, that a bomb side brawl started, Levantino and Phenomen combined, and then from here onwards it was the Cynics show, getting a couple of taps. The final one was there, 10-3. Bit of a buyer by G2 Ares, even though they didn't get the bomb planted, so they're gonna need to hope that these Tech 9s can do it for them. On the other side, SMG, Sam Force, situation looking much better. Jaguar control given over, but Cynics is looking the right direction.
Oh, spraying them down. He's going to take down Scissor, but he does lose a good amount of HP here. Needs to be careful about that one. Gonna face the Tech 9s with only 12 HP. Levantino started spraying there, but the shots do not connect. Oh, a late boost, and he's gonna deny the bomb plan. Yes, he's gonna get himself a double kill. Just adjusting on the fly like that. Wonderful stuff from Cybershock. Clem, he is all by himself with a Tech 9 and needs to get into the side. This round's just over. It's not even a kill gained there by the side of G2 Ares. Cybershock, the fact that they deal with the force by so effectively is so good, because now G2 Ares, they will have to force up once again. Either force up here or eco and try and play from 12 for Cybershock. So yeah, it's rough. rough decisions to be taken here by the in-game leader, by FNK. But it's just they're so far behind that whatever the case, it just feels like an impossible battle.
Yeah, it was really unfortunate that they got denied the bomb plan. I think though with Attack 9 we have seen some really crazy plays, especially when you're supported by Scissors as Galil. Opening kills found. Phenomen the next point of contact. Spots the first, clears out hits, retreats a lot of HP, which is a big problem. And Incendiary into a second do successful, not enough time so that he can pull off the USP. And that's an entrance towards the A bomb side, but the big problem is Stag falling. So without much utility, let's see where G2 Ares can hold on. I mean, it's super important for them to find the bomb plan to at least have some more dollars moving into the next round. And this one is going to be given over to them. So we're on for the 2 versus 2.
Stinix coming in from CT. Levantino will try to join him. Last 2 players from G2 Ares with Main and Temple. Smoke on top of the bomb. Levantino, he's got Klim right next to him. Oh, but he spots the shadow. And that is the treacherous position that people keep on going for. The flash is good. And Cesar, he might know that defuse is coming through, but he can't do anything about it. Good job by Levantino to just slow down Cesar. And because of that, Cybershock are able to get 12 on the board. It is map and series point for Cybershock. G2 Ares could be one of the last hurrahs here as they do get the AKs out of the Galils, but no more mistakes allowed. They need 9 rounds in a row.
This is not Anubis, unfortunately. And I don't think that this is going to happen. Lovicus waiting for a flash. There it is. That's 1. That's 2. And as he doubles it up, I do believe that this is pretty much done. And does that Phenomen. Covers for his teammate and his tag falls. Cesar and Klim without any utility with just a single flash. Well, yesterday it was a blunder, but today a new face out of Cybershock as they're looking to send G2 Ares in that second zone, but with adding a 0 in front of it. Another G.
And there we go, those final kills rounding up the map. Cybershock 2-0. A very dominating performance here on Anubis. Inferno, of course, could use some tweaking, but in the end, just Cybershock looking like the better team. G2 Ares, I want to say in their defense, that wasn't their 100%. I want to say that I've seen better at them. And maybe just, you know, the fact that they lost that first map after having the lead and then going to the enemy's map pick, it might have hurt them a little bit. But I do think there's quite a lot of room for improvement there for G2 Ares, and I would be very excited to see them, you know, keep on playing and what they could get done here as a team, or as the academy of G2, of course.
Yeah, it's still not done for them. Obviously, it's things that you're finding yourself in the 0-2 zone, right? And considering how they played on Inferno, I also felt as if they had some solid chances at not giving the win over to Cybershock. But also props to the team, right? For stepping up, for Cynics of having a great Asian game, for Lovicus to going huge on Inferno, to Nautinek, Phenomen, and of course the guy that you see on the further right, Levantino, for delivering the kills. And I think that this was an important match for Cybershock to just prove us that they still have it and that they're able to show good performances, especially after tough best of 3s. And yeah, probably yesterday it was a bit of a blunder. Yeah, it's super nice that they get to the 1-1 bracket. And well, from here onwards, so we'll see what the Champion Store has in store for these 2 squads. Obviously, you mentioned about G2 Ares that they can do much better, but probably they lost the mental game. And something that we're not going to lose are the next 2 best of 3s. Of course, Fabbet taking on Hotu in somewhere around an hour, and ECSTATIC versus Ruby to wrap it all up. But I do believe that it's still going to be you casting this one with one of my favorite casters, Mr. Dutch Boy. Which means that that was actually the end of the day for me, sir.
Yes, indeed, and it was very hard to be alongside you, Dolan, but we'll have to take it to a break. So I'm sorry, it is the end of the day, but I'm sure we'll get to go about it some other day for sure. So we'll take a break. It will be Fafbet taking on Hotu in yeah, about an hour, maybe a little less. So you'll see on the timer. And after that, it's ECSTATIC against Ruby. A couple of very interesting best of threes. Make sure you do not miss them.
You look into your inventory and there's only... It's time to forget about this garbage. Here you will find everything to play with really cool skins. Open top cases. Upgrade dropped skins and turn your junk into a cool gun using the contract system. Every day, thousands of people upgrade their inventory with us. Hellcase.com. Look at yourself in a new way.
Do you have any unnecessary skins or want to sell them? Try SkinPlace. Visit the website, select the skins you want to use. Easily fill your Steam trade link. Make sure we offer good prices and choose a payment method. Hit the button and boom, instant cash. Safety. Low commissions. Instant payouts. SkinPlace.
SkinPlace launching an event with a total prize pool of $10,000 in honor of our first anniversary. Just sell skins, claim daily bonuses, complete missions, visit the shop, and participate in the main giveaway with popular skins and a powerful PC. Follow our social media to not miss.
Trying to get the skin of your dream for a long time but can't get it in any way? On our website you have a unique opportunity to get your favorite knife. Users on our site can hand out skins themselves, and participants need to fulfill some simple conditions. For example, watch a video or buy a case on our website. After that, you automatically become a member of the distribution. Go to the user giveaways tab and do what you like. Hellcase.
Do you have any unnecessary skins or want to sell them? Try Skin Place. Visit the website, select the skins you want to use. Easily fill your Steam trade link. Make sure we offer good prices and choose a payment method. Hit the button and boom! Instant cash. Safety. Low commissions. Instant payouts. Skin Place.
Skin Place launching an event with a total prize pool of $10,000 in honor of our first anniversary. Just sell skins, claim daily bonuses, complete missions, visit the shop, and participate in the main giveaway with popular skins and a powerful PC. Follow our social media to not miss.
Welcome back. Two more best of threes to go through. My name is Pop. With me, of course, the wonderful Jesse will be your casters for this following game. At least I will be on for only the following. Jesse will be on for the next two, so he's in for a treat here because we can take a quick look at the schedule just to remind ourselves what games will be played right now, just to mention said bangers. So, you know, we started off with Drillers against Pyramida, a very close game. Cybershock against G2 Ares, that was more of a on a one-sided side, and now we're gonna have Favbet taking on Hotu. Right after is gonna be ECSTATIC against Ruby, and this Favbet against Hotu game is actually looking really hot.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting, right? The newer team of Hotu, right? Bringing in that newer player, kicking their IGL, or of course, after a very long time, he left the team, or gets put on the bench, and now they bring in Rain, which has actually been their IGL as well, but also their top performer as of late. So looking pretty hot with the Favbet team. A team with big names put together, of course. Merrick's joining there, Bondic as well, back on the server, fragging like he's never before. He's really felt Counter-Strike 2 more than anyone else. So here we'll take a look at that lineup, of course. Bondic, Smash, Jackie, Tension, Merrick's, all of the Ukrainian players that have made a name for themselves in the previous teams. Of course, Merrick's can be called as a Ukrainian as well. He would rather be called an Ukrainian rather than being from Luxembourg, although he's a mix of both. So a full Ukrainian team, we're just going to say here for Favbet.
Yeah, you know, it's a very interesting team, and the fact that they have that experience behind them, and you know, they might have some newer players as well, but they got Bonde. He's got years upon years of experience. Jackie has been around for a really long time, and I'm sure between the two of them, it is just a mountain of an experience that they can relay just to the other players. But on the other side, on the side of Hotu, you know, they've, as you mentioned, right, they did make a change about 2 months ago, but they've had some of the players for a really long time, and Mizu has been in the team for over 2 years, closing on 3 as well. Ants, over a year. Feinstein and Lampada, they've been in for about 5 months, so, you know, they've had this roster for quite a little bit of time here, but their success was not all that impressive. I'm gonna be completely honest. I think it's brutally honest as well. They have been playing quite a lot of the CCT closed qualifiers, but from time to time it doesn't go their way, and more often than not it actually doesn't go their way. But for this one, they actually won against Molotov, against this Academy, and against DMS to make it through. I think that's exactly why we don't see DMS here, and having a win against DMS is still very, very important. But this roster is looking interesting. They're taking on Hotu, who they did play once against them on the 13th of September. It was Favbet actually to walk away with a 2-1, but it was fairly close. So who's to say Hotu cannot win today? For sure they can.
Yeah, it is pretty interesting. I feel like you said, results in general have been a little bit worse than you would think. The lineup of this caliber, for how long they've been together, you always say, like, is this team gonna make it this time? Because they've been so long together already. But as of recent, also the recent win, the last win they played earlier today against Gaming Gladiators, getting a 2-0 victory in the Yellow Compass tournament, gives me some faith, some hope that they finally found their way. I feel like Swift Steel wasn't really the best of fit anymore. Ever since they swapped to Counter-Strike 2, he's not really found his footing. Rain has been playing insane on the other hand though. And with players of caliber like Lampada and Feinstein that can really step up their game, it's going to be interesting to see what they can do around this team. Let's take a look at a map, Vito. I'm guessing we're going to see a map like Ancient coming into the mix. That's something that both teams really like to play. Usually that comes in a mix of an Anubis. Let's see what 2 maps will start things off with. The first map will be picked by Hotu. They usually go for that Ancient pick like I mentioned. Favbet, Dustu, or Anubis, I would say.
Probably Anubis, if I'm gonna be honest. And yeah, it is Anubis. It's just the win rate makes a lot more sense, and also the experience in the past 3 months. I mean, Anubis is their most played map by far. 27 Anubises for the side of Favbet, and 9 for Hotu. Ancient would be the most played for Hotu, and Dustu as a decider. Yeah. Again, just a lot more experience from Favbet in the past 3 months. 13 Dust2s so far. For Hotu, only 4. But that Dust2 was played last time, and that was a 13-8 for Favbet. Interestingly enough, Anubis was also played, and he was 13-11, but Nuke was the first map, and that's where Hotu prevailed. And this time around, they're going to try and go for the Ancient pick, and I do still think they could have went comfortably for Nuke. I mean, for Favbet, that is, if you don't count Mirage into that, it is their lowest win rate map, so Hotu could have gone for Nuke. But I guess they're just a lot more trusting on Ancient, and it makes a lot of sense. It's their most played. Yeah. I mean, you might as well just pick into that.
Honestly, man, you probably think that I was actually looking at a veto or that I had it all planned out, but these 3 maps just popped into my mind when I think about these 2 teams. I didn't even think of anything. I didn't look at statistics, so it's pretty funny that I completely somewhat like gazed the map veto in that. And also that previous game, like you talk about, Nuke doesn't really seem like a pick that Hotu would usually go for. So it felt like it was maybe a little bit on the weirder side to have that Nuke pulled into the mix, feeling like Ancient is a lot more composed in that regard. And next to that, Hotu, a game I got to cast recently for them was... I'm trying to find it actually. It was... No, I don't know which one it was, but I think against Ens Academy it was, I think. Yeah, they were playing against Ens Academy in the play-in stage, and that Anubis game, you kind of felt like it was a map trade going to be either way, right? Because an Ancient got quite close. Ens Academy made a very good run for their money previously when those 2 teams played against each other. Ens lost that game 13-5, and they won on Anubis. So now you felt like with them bringing it all the way to 11, it was going to work. But they also stepped their way up and picked 8 rounds on the T side. So they're not a team to count out whatsoever if we're going to that Anubis game, even though it looks so good for Favbet. So Hotu is a team that can surprise. They've already done that against Gaming Gladiators earlier today, and now Favbet looks to be next.
And well, you know, I'm sure Hotu, they did take a lot of pointers from what happened last time they played against Favbet and try and use that to their advantage, and that's probably going to be showing in this first map as well. We're probably see a whole different side of HOTU. Even though, again, this map was not played in this last best of 3, I think that's how they can get, you know, kind of a surprise in, kind of surprise Favbet and put up a strong showing. And, you know, if they are able to do that, considering 13-11 was the score last time those two teams played on Anubis, we could be seeing HOTU even do a lot better. But we will be getting into the game. It is Ancient to start us off. Favbet, they are on the CT side, and it is HOTU on that T side. So let's see what happens. Is HOTU just straight away look interested in mid? They're going to try to get a play together, and Bondek is up in red room trying to see if they will walk into his crosshair. And, well, that they do, but no shots connecting just yet.
Yeah, rotation's called and an A main aggression as a response from Smash. Might have been seen. So, oh, that flash gets your Smash off. Will they check for him? Lampada doesn't, so a kill gets found. Still Rain coming with that lurk. A kill from Smash for a second. Doing so good work already, but eventually finds himself falling. This retake is needed. Yet they don't have a kit available. Bomb hasn't gone down. It's great. They disallowed that to happen. And with Jackie lurking in the shadows, this round is written for Favbet.
Well, unless Ans can get himself a 1-on-3, this one's doomed, and, well, he finds the first. Gonna be looking for some more here, but it does feel like Bondek is in a prime position to just deny this. Ans, does he expect Jackie to zone up? He does, but it doesn't matter. It's an instant headshot from Jackie. And Favbet might have gotten scared for a second there as Ans got himself that second kill of the round, but it is all good. Well, for the side of Favbet, they were able to secure the pistol round and move over into that second one. As HOTU, they didn't get to plant the bomb, so there shouldn't be a force buy here. Although we do see Fineshine getting himself a deagle. Ans gets one as well, but he did get a couple of kills, so Fineshine might be struggling a little bit in the following round. This one should not really be a problem for Favbet. It should technically be fairly easy, but I've seen the deagles land some headshots in those previous best of 3, so yeah, let's not count out HOTU just yet.
Fineshine being the sniper, right, you would say Scout might be something, but on the T side it would kind of count against that. Look at a corner from Eric still where he's playing on. Cubby getting unchecked. Fineshine, good shot with the deagle. Now, you have enough money for that AK with a little bit of utility as well. So it's worth it going for. Lampada will go unknown, and so, all of a sudden, HOTU might be in the driving seat.
Nicely done. The only problem is they don't have head armor. They don't have any type of armor, and that's an easy shot for attention. Eliminates Lampada. It's back to equal numbers, and that's not really an advantage for HOTU. But they will take their time. They still have Fineshine. Sneaked into mid. And he has to get something done. He starts to get proactive. The M4, is it still there? Honestly, I doubt it. It should not be there. If Favbet think about a possibility, well, they took it away. A flash thrown over towards CT, and they're going to try to get a bomb planted. That should not be a problem. Fineshine, good idea, but Tension was expecting exactly that play. And with the bomb planted, at least they got some extra money for the next round. But the round itself, again, should just go in favor of Favbet. Should not be too complicated. Tension is on 31, so sure, he could go down to the Glock. Although Smash could be walking into the crosshair of Mizu. Nice shot.
Oh!
Denied the bomb defuse. Mizu. Oh my god, he's already up to the double, and he's going to be looking for the third. It's Bondek, but he's running out of time. He has no kit. Round's over. They actually steal away the round. What an insane double kill for Mizu, by the way. This is absolutely superb.
Well done. Very nicely played. And with the fact that you're always watching that mid lurk, I don't really know why that bomb is not getting denied to be planted in the first place. He plants out in the open. No one from CT Smash doesn't dare to peek. Loses his life after. Just a singular flash is all HOTU needed to crush CT to sight. And now, they're starting to become in an uncomfortable spots, of course. A false buy will still be called. The M4 that Bondek saved is still up. Trying to play something fast, but lose this one and you're on an eco next. Really not the way you want things to go. Scout on middle, intention. Was expecting Feinstein to have that, but he's the one now having an AK and full armor to work with because they just simply won that round. Ridiculous scenes here in the early stage of Ancient. A map that is very notorious for its glitches, and this was one of them.
Oh, Lampada found by Bondek and Merrick's, and this is a big problem. Tricky with one as well, as Bondek was able to find a double, but look at that. Fine Shine lines them up. Flashes do come through. There's a smoke as well. That's going to block them completely. And even with the reposition, it's just way too complicated to get through with this. Smoke is very well placed, but it's a tunnel. They are going to be very close into just spamming it through the smoke, whatever the case. So, Fine Shine gets away with it. Barely. They can just make a run for it towards the A site. 30 seconds left, though. Bafet. They are repositioning. Oh, tension. Finds a kill, but Rain, he actually gets the trade, and that was the low HP player. It's not the worst situation right now for Rain, but with 13 seconds left, he's going to need to stick to his plan. Oh, and he's playing for CT. He's a done, man. There we go. Easy kill. Doesn't expect the player towards CT, which is a little bit weird. You know, he could have been literally anywhere. But with that, Favbet, they are able to secure a second round here. Even though they lost against the Eagles, they lost against the weak buy from Hotu, they do answer back fairly quickly right after.
Yeah, I mean, like you mentioned, CT planned unknown, but yeah, where else are you going to plant on the A side? You can plant for Donut, which you haven't cleared, and also Temple comes into the play, so, you know, you're a dead man walking right away. The fact that Hotu gets in that situation in the first place is already just incredible. And force wars that will continue, not the buy Hotu this time. I expected them to force buy, but hey, with Deagles and no armor, they've done rounds like this before. They'll try and do it again. Double nade kill takes care of Ants. And outside of A, should be challenged here by the Deagles. Well, looks as if Favbet have managed to successfully hold on. And have found their rhythm here on this map. Finally, the team breaking the real curse. Mizu falls. Jackie, 1 HP, still alive. Doesn't want to die here. Potentially, 5 players can be kept alive here for Favbet, which could be incredible for their money. I think I spoke too soon, because Lampada said see you later.
What a shot. Oh, a second player spotted inside the temple, and there we go. A second kill coming through. In all fairness, this one is going to be done fairly soon here. I don't think Lampada gets away with it. Oh, that's a third. This is insane if he actually gets another kill. The nade. Dangerous stuff. Jackie. There's quite a lot into peeking like that when only 1 HP, but that is more than enough to take down Lampada. Favbet. The only thing that worries me is that those rounds are way too close for comfort from Favbet. I mean, again, it was a 3-on-1 against the player without armor. It wasn't that bad, right? It wasn't all that, like, they already lost a round, but it still got very scary. I mean, Lampada was putting a lot of pressure onto Favbet there, and luckily only losing a couple of players. Just now, I think that this is the first proper buy round for Hotu, isn't it?
Yeah. But that last round, right, getting back to it, the fact that it comes from a 5 versus 2, you think they have absolutely no chance, and then it goes to a 3v1, Jackie peeks in, down to 1 point of health he was in that engagement, but the first proper full buy round, like we talked about, is getting swooped away. I don't know how Lampada is alive, so the A site is nicely taken over. He's still keeping himself at Donut. He's down low, so just a singular nade, a singular blow, a whistle might even take him down. The final whistle for him, it could still be blown in the nick of a few moments. Feinstein getting taken away, Lampada checked. Ends left standing all by himself, and with this kill on Jackie, he's known. So now they can swarm him, take him down. Just make sure you trade. Merrick's does it all by himself, gets the defuse out. Luxembourgese Ukrainian talent gets it done for the team of Favbet. And that was the first full buy that we could have said anything of from Hotu. The fact they don't win it and lose so many instantaneous fights on the mid side is something to be a little bit scared about.
I do think it wasn't necessarily the best of approaches right now for the side of Hotu. I do think a lot more could have been done.
Yeah, simple sprays through the red room smoke, right? That was already one kill. Some nade stacks on middle. And then your round is basically lost for Hotu. Now back to pistols.
Well, interestingly enough, they really did very, very well on the pistols. So this time they even have the armors to go alongside it. Although they are focusing more on Tech 9s than on Deagles, and I'm expecting maybe some kind of a faster play. We'll see if that will come into fruition. They will get themselves out into mid quickly through Donut. Tension is waiting for this exact play, and a nice shot onto Lampada. A second found onto Ants, and this is more like an anti-eco. Mizu still gets a shot off. Somehow, there is no chance for flawless rounds here for Favbet in the anti-ecos. Hotu somehow, they sneak a bullet through the head of someone, and they are able to take him down. But there we go. It's 5 on the board for Favbet, and Hotu. There's another buy round, so let's see if this one works out.
There we have it. 5 on the board for Favbet. Usually that's the score where things start falling apart, but not 5 in a row. So that curse doesn't really account for this one. Fight into middle, little run boost coming through. Again, mid flashes, but this time perfectly timed. Send rain in. And that is the benefit of having an IGL that's also capable of playing on his own. Holding his own lift, because he has an ID. He doesn't need to tell a player to do it. He will do it himself.
Have the player advantage, but they still need to get through 3 players. Jackie right around the corner in red room. He will be backing away, swapping positions with Tension. He will be focusing onto this B site at the moment. And I think that's the best decision they could have gone for, just putting all their eggs in one basket. And Hotu, if there's a way they fall for this, oh, Bondic gets aggressive. It's not necessarily the best of calls, although they had to get something done to try and get something done here. Just so they get some space. They get themselves some map control. Hotu just realized that the A site is completely open and they can just walk onto the site and get a bomb planted. So the plan of Favbet, although the plan was not necessarily to win the round by itself, they were just gonna wait on B. If Hotu push and they manage to shut them down, it's good. If they don't and they just save, that's also good. Missed shot from Tension though, and they're losing all their weapons here. Jackie's the only one still left alive inside cave. I don't know if Ants actually expects his position. They are closing in on his position though, because they know A was completely clear, mid was clear as well, so he had to be somewhere on B. I'll try their best to take away this final weapon as well, although I think Favbet have plenty of money to go around, and that drop has been heard. He is gone. Rain takes him down, and there's an answer from Hotu.
Yeah, and also a thing that you can take into account when going into that fight is the guy you killed first up was an op. Are you going to leave your opera alone in cave? Doesn't seem like a smart idea, so that could have been the giveaway. Hotu just taking their patience to get that done. Like I said, this time, mid pretty much nicely executed. Previously, you kind of went in without the flashes perfectly timed. Now you send rain in. You will get flashes timed at the exactly right time. And everyone from Favbet sitting there with their pants down in the mid side. Feel like a great place. Double flashbang this time. No one from Favbet getting taken away. The fight for Merrick's is necessary. Is mandatory to be won in order to keep Favbet into this one. And exactly that will happen. Now you find yourself the entry. So you might be able to back up and play the sides. That's exactly what Favbet will be doing. Great advantage found, and that is what Ancient is known for. Great flash to send it in. Bondic playing like a bugger. 5 in 2 so far, and has really had a stellar performance once more. Really liked him to see him back on the server. see him have that motivation as well to grind. And here we have Hotu trying to go somewhere else. Rain tries to take space over towards the A side. Someone up close is Merrick's. He is everywhere. So will you suspect him? Of course you do. Rain has been able to get all the way to the A side now, but an AWP still to challenge. Tension has been able to cross. Will he cross back? It's not going to happen. Rain is going to fall. Feinscheid seen. This bomb still has to cross, and they're already there from Favbet. Huh?
Oh my god, Mizu. That is insane. Taking down a couple of players with that spray. And now it makes it so much easier. 2-on-1. Up against Tension. I don't think Tension is actually going for this one. Or maybe just trying to bait if they're coming in. Oh, slowly checking corners, but just to get rid of 2 players. Always working the wrong direction. Unfortunate timing. And if it's just fitting that Mizu finishes off with that quad kill. That is insane that a lineup like that. Oh my god, I've never seen that before.
That's a little bit of Mizu magic, right?
Yeah.
Been there for a long time. Not always the one stepping up to the plate for the most part, right? But when he arrives and is experienced enough to get those moments out, it's a player that can be really beneficial to your team. And here Favbet having the USPs now, right? It's not going to be too much to offer. They had this round in the palm of their hands, but they can't deliver. They couldn't deliver. Now it's up to them to go for things once more. But with the USPs, doesn't seem likely an A stack to be played. Flashbang into Donut. Ends. First one to challenge. He's going to try to run out for more accelerating. But a P250 to beat. Double kill found. Might make the round somewhat doable. What is going on? Jackie finds an AWP as well. And the round could still go to Favbet. Seen and potentially found. This round is just a P250. That was everything. But Favbet gets away with a whole lot more than just the round itself. They break Hotu mentally too.
What is going on? How is this happening?
Triple dink.
That is a rough round to lose here for Hotu. Thankfully, everyone still has weapons apart from Lampada. Ooh, smoke for the fast play into the B site, and Mizu somehow wins that duel. Now Bonding has to cover by himself the whole site, and he's kind of isolated from it. Marix could find onto Rain, so that mid is completely open, and they could actually push in through cave towards Bonding. Smash there to help out their IGL. Oh, and they're grouped up here. This is going to be easy kills for Marix, or maybe not. As Ents turns around. Gets the kill there. Tension with a trade onto Ents. 3-on-2, favoring Favbet, but they're still struggling to get into the site. Although, Hotu yet to plant a bomb. Feinstein goes down, and Lampada, he wasn't really helping his teammate, because now what can you do in this 1-on-3? Sure, you can go towards the A site, but it's still going to be a complicated situation.
Polnick is watching the cross. So no way to get across there. Getting taken away, running right into his hands. There's Lampada falling. Round goes to Favbet, and now that kill on Jackie, it's mysterious the way Mizu found it. In the end, it's only one of the 2 kills that were actually found in that round. Merrick's, I love him, man. To see him back in a team, right? It's such a player, such a talent. If he finds himself a good team, he did back in the day with Entropic, right? Where he played for the last few months in time. He was really the player kind of keeping them alive. The only player kind of fragging. He sometimes had like 30 kills and they would still lose. But you could see that he was making so much difference in that team. Now found himself back in a home team of Ukrainian mixes. And it works out the way it should. Jackie helping Tension stay alive. A double B stack working together. That's how you should control the B side, ladies and gentlemen. Take notes. That was a stellar play. Bomb still on the back of the ramp, with 2 making their way into Red Room. Rain and Lampada getting naded, so softened up a little. Great trade can be found from Smash. He's the one alone. Maybe Mizu wants to try and take him down because you know where that player is. You also know where tension is. And he has an AWP, so very hard to win that fight. Doesn't win it out. Favbet already won the half, of course. That was something you couldn't take away from them. But the fact he had an 8 on the board is really great on Hotu's map pick.
It is very impressive stuff here out of Favbet, considering everything that happened so far. Some of the rounds that were so random and some pistols just win them outright for seemingly no reason. The fact that they're still able to walk away with this strong of a first half is very, very impressive. Looking for that 9th, and I'm sure it's not going to be easy considering Hotu have a full buy and a lot of util and all that. You get control over mid as well. Oh, Merix taking a big risk there. Swinging by himself through Red Room through that smoke, but it's going to be an easy target. Almost taking down Rain. In the meantime, Smash finds the kill onto Lampada. There is a second player up in A main with the bomb. That is, of course, Fine Shine. For a second, they slow down here, Hotu. They reconsider their options. We could still go towards B. We could even push through mid. And they're just trying to see which way would be the best way to go about this round. The side of Favbet, though, can abandon the A site, but they are very close. They could quickly rotate in in case they are needed. It's all about timings here, to be honest. Smash, perfectly done. Rain.
Oh wow!
Round. That is wonderful. A triple kill that could potentially just secure the round outright.
Yeah, knows where one is. Mizu. I think he has been seen on Heaven as well, at least heard. So we're gonna walk into the stack here. Mizu walks into Bondik, taking him down. You can stack A as a double piece. You hear the box now as well. This is a bloodbath. Are you gonna go ramp? Oh, they're shifting their way up. But look at the rotation made. You've already got the one in Smash just watching. And now the steps will give it all away. Molly even to stop him. It's a done deal. 19 points of health. The side is swarmed. The nade will finish the deal. It's a 9-3 as we're switching sides. Favbet doing incredibly well on the first half of the map of their opponents. As Hotu is still trying to scratch their heads. What just happened? They had chances to do it in the beginning. They lost the force was. Since then, there's really been nothing going their way. All the full bar rounds have been just good successes from Favbet. Tension playing insane on the AWP. And all the pieces really coming together.
Well, Hotu, a lot of things will be onto that pistol round. If the pistol round works out, you know, it could be Hotu to start something great here. But if it doesn't, it just feels like Favbet get too far ahead. Look at this though, good setup in A main. Even though Favbet do have quite a lot of players towards mid, it could be an A split considering Bonding is right around the corner. So that util is going to get the attention of Hotu. What is the approach though? Ans is still holding his ground, and Bondik, he is taking a long time pushing in here. Oh, the kill on the side is gonna force him forward. Bondik, oh, he cannot lose this duel, and he will not. It was a little awkward, but he got some help from his teammates. So with that, it's a 5-on-3 covering the site.
That kill, like you said, baited him in. Ants had to move and still careful of the flank, but not quite ready enough. Smash around the corner, still gonna know. Should be walking away with one. Gets him away with a dink on the second. It's all down to Lampada. No kit to work with, both waiting in Donut. On the cross, Bondik that could start to chime in. Never mind, not yet. He baits his teammate a little, no kit to work with. So Hotu has in fact lost the round. Favbet taking it. And like you mentioned, Bob, this could mean the end for Hotu on their own map pick.
The fact that Bondik actually rotated over all the way towards mid, it was so smart. They never expect him to be there. And with that double digit secured, Hotu, sure, Lampada might be still alive with armor and dualies, but that's certainly not going to be enough for a buy. They're probably going to eco it out here, try and buy on Favbet's 11. But again, that might be just too far ahead. Favbet would need just a couple of mistakes from Hotu, and that would be it. So this first map, it is looking very dire for Hotu. Though we've seen some interesting duels here and there. We've seen some interesting rounds with pistols, so let's not get ahead of ourselves just yet. Jiggy was spotted by Lampada. And Lampada starts pushing. Flash comes through. Oh, but Jackie gets a double kill. Well, the flash was clearly not good enough, as Jackie could still see, and he finds a third as well. That was instant. That is so impressive out of Jackie, and it is to be expected as well. It does feel like he is just very, very good individually, but he's not actually the top fragger. Tension is.
Yeah, it's been amazing the way all these things have come together, because let's just say Merrick's have gotten really good rounds. Smash has gotten impressive. You got Bondik, which you've also seen get quite a few very good kills. And those aren't even the 3 fraggers on the top right. It's just a working machine here at Favbet. Ukrainians doing really good work. And now having some more cash as well to work with. This is a necessity round to win, right, for Hotu. Not because the economy for Favbet is that good necessarily, but just also the way the rounds technically work. You go to 13 and you will be on an anti-eco next. It is all coming into this round for all the marbles, this one is. And Hotu plays aggressive to cave a triple B stack Rain on the edge of pushing towards the A side, and Favbet sends it towards the A side now. They're going 5A, or 4 at least, as Merrick's is going to be the one lurking out. Ents tries to go for a swing with the flash. He slows things down, might open up the gate for some rotations, but Jackie gets one full blind. No vision, don't care, because I'm just going to take you all down. Sight should be taken under control. Tension knows of Fine Shine's position, having to back out. And that can result into a bomb plant in a 4 versus 2 with a flank towards CT pop. This is looking like a done deal.
As Jackie takes down Fine Shine, Mizu's all by himself inside the temple, but...
Oh, look at Merrick's. Walk of death.
Yeah.
Never
There
mind.
we go. It wasn't Merrick's, but it is Bondik to take him down. And with that, Favbet, they secure a map point. 9 chances to close this one out. And Hotu, they just bought up. This is not going to be one of their best buys. They already have a Hamas and an MP9 in the mix. I mean, hey, if they're able to get this one, maybe there's some way that they start, you know, getting rounds on the board. But at the same time, I did want to mention that comeback that Cyber Shoke could not do anything against from Rhino. 12-2. It goes to overtime, and after a couple of overtimes, it's Rhino actually to win it. But this is a different story. Hotu, they have been struggling quite hard, and that applies to this round as well, as Mizu finds a double kill, but that's the only thing they find so far, and it could be the only thing they do. It's Merrick's and Bondik on low HP, Jeky's still on full, and it is Lampada. He's had some very impressive rounds, but this one with only an MP9, I don't know if he can be one of them, as Jeky is right around the corner. And that weapon switch, oh, he was actually not heard. Jeky? Yeah, he
The
didn't
drop
hear
should
that.
be heard.
I think he was spotted.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, the drop was heard. The player was spotted. And the kill was found? Question mark. Bondik, do it. Nope. Not yet Bondik. No kit available though here, right? Lampada doesn't have it to work with. Merrick's might pull out the nade to try and do something cheeky when he dies, but he just swings out with 3 points of health. An outclass on the first map here for Favbet. They take their opponent's one. Let's just say it was a very good game for Favbet coming out. Hotu, they have practiced, right, on the map of Anubis. They've gotten better. A good sign of that was the thing I mentioned with the match against Enz Academy. Previously, they lost against Enz Academy. A few weeks later, or a week or two later, they were able to get that victory over them on that same map. So I hope that upping has helped them more in this series as well, because it's going to need to help. It's Favbet's pick. They've been absolutely stellar on that map of Anubis. I hope to see that coming out for them.
Well, they're gonna need a lot of damage on that Anubis, because, you know, they're already down on the first map, and 13-3 is a very one-sided affair. But before that, Anubis will take a break, and when we're back, we'll see if Favbet are able to take it away with a 2-0, or if Hotu
are able to tie it up. Any day now. Am I stuck? Are we stuck? No, the player mode is still moving, so we're still on. This should be. I'll do it again. Let me try again. We'll take a break and we'll be right back.
Are you sick of just opening cases? Join the events. At each event, you can find special cases from which tokens fall. Tokens are your ticket into a world of unique awards. For tokens, you can buy a skin, premium, or special balance. Try your luck in the skin generator. Also, you can leave your tokens at the token vault. And the more tokens you keep, the better skin you'll get. Add variety to opening cases with Hellcase.
Do you have any unnecessary skins or want to sell them? Try SkinPlace. Visit the website, select the skins you want to use. Easily fill your Steam trade link. Make sure we offer good prices and choose a payment method. Hit the button and boom! Instant cash. Safety. Low commissions. Instant payouts. SkinPlace.
SkinPlace launching an event with a total prize pool of $10,000 in honor of our first anniversary. Just sell skins, claim daily bonuses, complete missions, visit the shop, and participate in the main giveaway with popular skins and a powerful PC. Follow our social media to not miss.
A very convincing game from Favbet to begin with. They take Hotu's map pick, and so they are 1-0 up in the series. And I mean, just to give you guys a little story, when I first joined this call, for you, Pop, of course, that's what you said to me. You said this game, it could very well be a 2-0 for Favbet. I was like, nah, that isn't good. I kind of underestimated this Favbet lineup, man. You were right. They're absolutely insane. This was a very good game coming out from them, and they could just continue to form and make it a 2-0.
Well, I mean, you know, I just said, you know, because of the experience, it's probably going to be a 2-0, but I would never expect it to be this one-sided of the first map, especially as, you know, Hotu, they decide, okay, we're not going to pick Nuke, we're going to pick Ancient. We have a lot more trust into Ancient. Yeah, I think Nuke would have been better, to be completely honest. I mean, that was a complete disaster. It was a fully one-sided affair for Fafbet, and thinking, I don't think Hotu did anything wrong, per se. I think it's just Fafbet played insanely well. I mean, every single player was fragging, and Hotu could not deal with that. So now, with Anubis over the horizon here, it was a fairly equal score the last time those two teams played, about 18 days ago on Anubis. It was a 6-6 score, and then Fafbet managed to win by a margin of 2 rounds on the CT side, which is not really what you would expect, right? You would expect the T side to be looking a little stronger, but I guess it's up in the cards still. I mean, Hotu, they're still in this. It's still only the second map of the best of 3, so who's to say we don't get to see us too as well?
Yeah, not necessarily, if you're looking at that statistics, it's not necessarily 100% confirmed that Fafbet is going to do good here. Have they played until then on the map of Anubis? I'm not too sure. I'm going to check that out real quickly. Maybe you have the statistics already in front of you, but otherwise I'll just take them really quickly. We're going to be live in just a bit. They played against Zero Tenacity, which they lost against. Cybershock they won. Drillers they won. Alternated Tux they won. Lin Vision they won as well. And against Spirit Academy lost. So basically Spirit Academy, Zero Tenacity, but also taking a team like Cybershock down on this map. In my eyes feels like pretty good. So I think they've worked on this map since then. They've definitely beaten some good opponents. So I grown back my confidence a little bit. Because I feel like if you're going to look at it, Hotu that can improve a lot more than Fafbet do. That would have shown in the results, but okay. I mean, how can you begin like this, Feinstein? What in the world was that?
Well, that is certainly a good start, finding 4 headshots with the USP in the first, 15 seconds of a round, but right now it's up to Bondek. 1-on-4. And they certainly needed this best round just to start feeling a little bit more comfortable. Start getting some of that, presence here on the second map. Nice shot from Bondek. Okay. There's the second one secured, but he's going to need 3 more. He at least has the bomb with him, so at least he's got that going for him, right? He could try and sneak into his sight, but at the same time, if he goes towards B, Mizu's waiting for him. Or I think that's Ants, actually. Yeah, it is Ants waiting towards E-box. But it is up to Bondek to find that headshot, and it does seem like Ants is actually shoulder peeking the angle. He's not just hiding, waiting for the bomb plant noise, which could be a mistake. Well, Bondek. Here's the bullets. Let's get past, and, well, he's going to get a bomb plant. There's a defuse in play. Ants actually has it, so that should be a bit of a problem. Nice headshot. Bondek, oh my god, he actually makes it a one-on-one. And Rain, he has a flash, but he has no armor. Bondek still with a P250. He's looking the right direction, but he has to check multiple angles. And it is Bondek to actually get the clutch. The ace from the veteran. What is that? We were talking about how Hotu are going to have a good start after Feinstein gets a quad kill. But that's even better. Bondek getting an ace.
I was going to start talking about how Hotu picking the CD side is a good thing because they win most of their rounds to the CD side, and then Fafbet does something like this. That is insane. That is insane. And I do get everything, but I don't get the 1-by-1 peaks from Fafbet, or from Hotu rather. 3 versus 1. You don't give Bondek those fights, because he will take you down. Gotta be careful though about those pistols. That's where on Ancient things went south for Fafbet, but this is a storming start I certainly didn't expect from that first map look.
That's absolutely insane. My oh my. Although for now, let's not get ahead of ourselves. Hotu are still in this one. Mizu right behind the smoke. Blown open. Good shot from Tension. Grill firing off shots, but Smash will deal with that threat. It's all down to Ants. Swung through the smoke. Doesn't get anything from it. Fafbet good adjustment here as well. Even though it started off a little awkward, they're still able to walk away with it. And a tactical pause called in by Hotu, and I would say that's very well called in. They really need that.
Yeah, I mean, surprisingly, right? Like I said, the statistics currently show that both Hotu and Favbet, Hotu has more rounds on their CT side than T here on Anubis. Favbet is completely 50-50. Not even a single percentile difference. So both teams are quite good on both T and CT. So you would honestly say that, also looking at that previous game, the fact that Favbet start things off so great, you can, if you get a good T half, you can sail on that CT side a little. It's not going to be that easy, but for both teams, a good T side is a necessity. For every team it is, but here you would say that's emphasized even more. If you can get yourself like an 8-4 T half, usually you would say, okay, that's decent. Here, that's great all of a sudden.
Well, this round is probably not going to get a lot of things done for Hotu. We know how good they were with the pistols on Ancient, at least towards the start of the game, but here might be a lot more complicated, as guess who's around the corner. It is Bondek with the Mac-10. He's going to find actually a couple of players there, opening up the B side by himself. But then again, no armor. The Mac-10, it is easy to just mow everyone down. Nice shot from Fine Shine. Still impressive, at least some damage being dealt there, not allowing Favbet to get away with a flawless one. And the thing is, following this one is going to be the first buy from Hotu. So the more damage they do, the higher the chances that if they win the buy round, they get the enemy into an eco. Oh my. Some very, very nice decal shots. Right now it's a 2-1-2. I think it's a little too late still, but they are closing in into the site, just getting a little closer, trying to get a whiff of where Favbet are. Maybe they can take away those last two weapons, but they decide against it. It's better just to save the AKs. And yeah, a pretty good amount of damage, but the round not really in any danger. Favbet walking away with a third. But as the weapons will come out for Hotu, will there be a difference? Will that tactical pause have enough impact to find a winning formula?
That is to find out. 3-0 to begin with there. 4x4 either side coming through. Hotu, can they get themselves in the winning ways, or is it not meant to be? Tension on the arc, what will he do with it? Been a force to be reckoned with on the T side. Or on the previous map, I was going to say, both CT and T. A good impact. Now watching the B side for a push. Mollies as well, keeping them at bay. Sent Misu down. I think he blocked himself by jumping. Gave him nowhere to go on the camera side. And now you got to be careful of the A-cross. Still a spray through the smoke. Catches Merrick's.
Jakey low HP. But if they do decide to go towards that A site, there's a single player there. It's Lampada. Oh, that's awkward. The nade, though. Oh, it takes down one and a lot of damage onto the other two. Lampada still on the defense here, still alive and still taking down players. And that's tension going down to Ans, who just pushed through the molly. And there we go. Hotu finding their first round here on the second map, and on the less favored side of the map nonetheless. An important one to find just to get some kind of a footing here on Anubis. There was spray as well after, you know, all the damage dealt, all with the nade. Feels like the timing was really in favor of Hotu there. If Favbet were a little faster, I think that could have been avoided. Lampada would have been overwhelmed, and the round would have looked a lot better for Favbet. Need to blow the smoke open, but no one spotted towards water. They're all being very patient on the side of Favbet. They don't want to risk a lot of things here, considering they have three Tech 9s. It's going to be very important for them not to overextend in this kind of situation.
They will most certainly look to try. Molly thrown forcing him out of connector. Might set up tension for a fight, but the rest looks to move their way across into the A side. So just a little B pinch with Lampada taking so much space. He might soon get caught off. Looking for the trade, but that's the bomb getting dropped. No trade available. Merrick's will still try, but Lampada just looks to run. He's found a double kill. He's good with that.
Good shot from Ants. Merrick's all by himself. The bomb is dropped in no man's land, and Rain will make sure Merrick's has no say in this round. Gotta be honest, pretty solid showing from Hotu here after the weapons come out. Not letting a lot of things up to chance. They were doing a lot of damage to Favbet. Now it's just pistols. Favbet will have to go through with basically Glocks. They're not really inclined to buy anything here, and that would make a lot of sense. I mean, they would more or less be wasting money if they just go for P250s. It's a higher chance to just go down without getting any kills, and you pay $300 for it, and usually it doesn't really make it in its worth, but they'll still try to deal as much damage as they can. If they get a couple of kills in the bomb plant, it's still very, very good for a full eco, but it is still a tall order to get a couple of kills with only Glocks.
Let's see. I mean, yeah, with a P250 you can at least do something, surely. It's like usually a waste of money in some regard, but 5 Glocks ain't really making it all too well either. Lampada, good spray coming up within moments, should be able to find quite a lot. Mizu helps, and there you have it. A bloodbath has been arranged. They waited a little bit longer just for the CTs to use some utility, and they get a kill with it. So I think they're happier with this. They've managed to tie up the game.
Okay, there we go. Ooh. A tech pause. Those are never fun. Hopefully nothing too serious, although Lampada is out of server at the moment. Hopefully it's just a quick restart or something. But yeah. It doesn't seem like it takes too long. Yeah, we should be going back into the game quickly here. There we go. It's a quick restart, thankfully. Every time someone disconnects, it's always scary that it might be, you know, internet down or even, you know, electricity, and then it can snowball into quite a long pause. But thankfully this time it is not, because we want to keep it going. We want to keep seeing a lot of action here.
Or even worse, like with Ukraine and Russia, you never know, right? Could be even worse than just electricity or lights down. He's back. Nothing to worry about. As we're getting ourselves back underway. Merrick's sending in a smoke. Smash gets standing with a flash. Lampada gets sent back in. Mizu's still up close. No way to get around this fight. And he's going to have to win it out, but he doesn't. Smash with a double creates a whole lot of space. Fineshine desperately looking to potentially find this trade, but doesn't seem to have the success just yet. Now other sides are starting to chip in, trying to help into the party. You already saw a swing from Ants coming in. Spotted out no one towards the water side just yet. Now going to start clearing B main. With that all cleared out, maybe Rain is going to be sent over to the A side, thinking they're eventually going to end there. I feel like Farbeck could still just be walking into con towards that B side, so might be surprised. Jackie is going to have a fight towards that B main side soon. I feel like he's never going to go through mid-air. Shouldn't be. Maybe with a molly, they can send Ants back to the side. And then you got yourself only one to find on the A side. I don't know what's going to happen here. So lots of singular fights that could be found. Fineshine gets that frag. Now Jackie starts to chip in. Has himself a kill. Chime into the play. Kills Ants. That's the only B player. Fartbet plays this well. Great patience. Great answers to what Hotu was bringing up with the setup. And the 7th round should go to Fartbet.
Just saving here, Hotu. Well, the answer is there. Favbet will be getting themselves in the lead here, and, you know, as they have been leading for basically the whole game so far. You will be feeling a lot more confident. But a lot more things needed at them, to be honest. I mean, they did lose those 3 rounds, and in those 3 rounds, it was pretty much Hotu getting away with a lot, and I think Fabba need to get a fix for that. I don't, just feels like a lot more could be done, but then again, they're slowly getting things back on their way. No op on the side of Favbet though, so Fine Shine, if he takes kind of mid to long range deals, he should be favored in those, especially towards water, because we've seen the Hotu aggress towards water in the previous rounds as well. It does seem like Fine Shine is more focused onto B main in case someone is aggressing in that direction. And Favbet, they have quite a lot of players towards A. No one from Hotu on the site itself, although Lampada is very close and a lot of rotations could come through very quickly. But they're at the moment just slowly getting some map control, getting some noise done, and I'm sure towards B main in this kind of situation, Jackie's thinking something's up because they have not smoked B main. So maybe it's better I shouldn't go there, and that's exactly what he does. He goes back.
They're gone, walking their way through. Smash and Merrick's. Oh, they're cleaning up A. Sweet way to clean it up. And Hotu not in the position to get these final kill, or not in a position to do anything about it. Still Jackie up close though, that will try to make it happen. Fine Shine still has the op, so very much a weapon you want to try to save, but Merrick's looking to help. Smash here, potentially find a trade. Does it very nicely. Merrick's with a third is making very nice space for his team. He tries to go for more. Fine Shine looks to fall back around to the T-spawn. Tension might chip in. You know that the Opper is alive, so guessing that he has the op still in play would be great. Oh, he doesn't go for the frag. He tries to walk back. And with that, the saving grace in the round is still Fine Shine to keep that op alive. The money from Hotu is still going to be decent, having a buyout, but they've at least stopped the round gaining from Hotu here on the CT side, Pop, and that is a good sign. 1 round away from also possibly some economy troubles. Never mind. Fine Shine, how is he still on 8k? That's ridiculous. From 3 rounds on the CT side.
Yeah, that's very impressive. He's making bank in his team's favor. Now, they're surely gonna use that money to try and stop Favbet, but if the op cannot shut them down, well, they're gonna need a lot more out of the M4s. Fine Shine so far is having a good game for himself. He's up to 9 kills already. It does seem like Favbet, they're starting to get a lot of good reads here. They decide to just aggress towards mid for a little bit and then move in towards the B site, but it is going to take them a little bit of time, and by the time they get there, a second player's on the site, a third very close. Hands right behind the box, or not the box, but the smoke. Holding a boost. Boost could be perfect. Flash is well timed. Mizu actually eliminated through the smoke by Merrick's. I think they might expect the boost as well. They were looking in that direction. Molly to force them out of position, and they get a lot of information out of that. Look at this. Bondik, Merrick's, they are shutting them down. Lambada with a good kill onto Jackie, but a bomb has been planted, and they need to retake this. 2-on-4, and with an op as well.
If you're looking at these rounds, the way they've played, the easy way to execute sites as pros do, you're kind of wondering how both teams have found so many success on their CT site. Favbet will be able to at least find 6. And although Fine Shine is on a good economy still, the rest of his team kind of isn't. Going to have to drop over potentially a lot to keep the buy up. Favbet have completely broken through. It was 3-3 at some point. Now it's 6-3 and still counting for the side of Favbet. Like I said, right, I just can't really understand, right? That side execute is so great. You have to boost up. You cannot see anything over the smoke. You get flashed, you get mollied. How are you able to get so much success on the CT side?
Quick little duel in mid, and Jackie actually goes back for it. Gonna take down Ants. Deals some damage to the Opera as well. He got into the groove of things, and Hotu, they need to disrupt this. If they allow Favbet to just run away with rounds like that. Good shot from Tension, swing from Mizu. Spotted another player. All the way deep there. Smash, he gets shut down, and Bonding's doing nothing about it. Although, look at this. This could actually turn ugly for Favbet, because there's a couple of players right behind the smoke. Bonding heard it though, and he's gonna call in some help. An upgrade for Lampada, quick one. Gets himself the AK instead of the MP9. And Jackie though swings out, perfect timing. They never expected him to be that close, and Bondek at the edge of the smoke is gonna find Fine Shine. Even when it looks like Hotu have a pretty good idea of what they have to do and what positions to play, it is still Favbet to walk away with it. Smash just, you know, it was Bonding, just let him die there. There was no help. Come on, just help out your teammate. It does work out in their favor, but it's not nice.
No, it's not nice, no. Bondik, I mean, thinking of himself, hey, 12-5, became a little bit of a pugger here, you know. Not playing pugs, obviously, but that's what it kind of feels like for Favbet when we see these T rounds coming out. It's been insane, it's been stellar. Contention, expect this boost! Oh my, how do you expect that? That is ridiculous. Rain should be sent to the moon, not gonna happen. Merrick's will one up and take B side for granted. Kill found towards mid as well, making it just very hard to find these rotations. Hote is gonna have to chime in, but they know where Fine Shine is. Second one is in middle, nowhere to be seen. A 5-7 for Lampada is all he possesses. And O2 is saving once more. So like I said, both teams on paper looking quite good on the CT side there of Anubis. The fact that you're already finding 8 and 8-4, then instead of just okay, it's great for Favbet. This is the Favbet we want to see. Great stellar, but quick executes, great reads. And Hotu, that might have improved on this map, but not enough it seems like when you're playing against Favbet.
Yeah, it just looks like Favbet are a completely different beast.
Yeah, a different tier it almost feels like.
Yeah, and you know, Hotu, as we said, they had time to improve. Well, Favbet, they improved as well. They didn't slack around, and to the fact that it was a 6-6 last time those two teams played, Favbet, they understood the assignment quite well. And now they just have to either get this last one just to solidify their lead even more, 9-3, or, you know, even if this one goes south, I would still rate Favbet very highly, even in an 8-4 situation. But look at Merrick, he's already around the corner. Rain took a swing, spotted no one. Tension with the op, swings through the smoke, and he's gonna take down Lampada. Good flash, but Mizu, oh, you're not allowed to not get the double kill there. Smash still around the corner, will go down to Fine Shine, but he spots out 2 players. That means B only has 1 defender possibly, and guess what, not even one. Ants just now rotates towards the site itself, but Merrick's already on it.
And he's gonna find a kill. That's very nicely played. Lurker again, doing very good work. As Favbet take the B side. Still, Jackie watching middle will keep all that possession, so knows the opponent's going to come somewhere else. That's really great possession you've taken, but no one watching CT. Might be a dangerous affair. There's your Opper getting seen. Jackie is going to try and walk his way down. He will jump down into water, gets that frag. Now, eyes on CT, guys, because that's where Rain is coming from. The IGL needing to step up. Can he replace Swift Steel also in the killing department? That's his task right now, both waiting. Jackie seen, kill not even found. Bondik holds his ground. Favbet clinches it on a 9-3 half, the same as we saw on that map of Ancient. It was also a 9-3. Then on the CT side, now on the T side of things, Favbet get 9. Let's see if they can win a CT pistol and take it before you know again.
9-3. What an improvement out of Halfbet. And it's very impressive to see Bondek being at the top of the scoreboard. 14 kills for him. Tied up, actually, for the top fragger position of the server with Fineshine. But even if Fineshine overtakes him, guess what? Halfbet are 6 rounds ahead. Now, Hotu, they're looking interested in an A play. That's Jeki waiting over there, and Smash is right next to him. Or as I say that, he changes position with Marix. Still, they're basing quite a lot on a potential B play, but it's going to be an A hit, and Jeki starts laying down the law. Gets one, Marix does fall, but can Jeki get one more before the help gets here? It is very risky for him to just keep swinging, and Rain will make sure he punishes that. A rotation coming in from Tension as well. Needs to join his teammate Smash. Oh, he could be overwhelmed. There's 3 players right on the corner, and somehow he makes it out alive. In the meantime, Bondek gonna swing alongside Tension. Good headshot, but the trades are thorough, and Tension will go down to Rain. Hotu, pistol round found. That is not a bad start. If they can capitalize on that, get the anti-eco cleanly, maybe there's still a chance for them.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't count them out in any sort of way. But we're going to see what the response will be. If Farpet just goes for a straight-up eco, then not the anti-eco will be the round you got to do it on, but the full buy. Then a lot of pressure gets put on that particular round. You lose that. You get only 2.9k, etc. So, not going to be all too great. Thinking it might be a fast play towards mid, towards like beach and everything. I guess that's what Farpet is kind of going for, wanting Hotu to use some utility. If one of them dares to just walk into a specific site, could be useful though. So yeah, this is a round of silence. Not for Hotu, but for Farpet.
You're looking at Hotu and you're thinking, they're up against the pistol round. Why are they so passive? They don't want any mistakes in this round. They want to get it as cleanly as possible. Just so that they can get their economy going. And oof, Rain taking some free damage. But again, I don't think that's really going to matter.
But look at how great this is. Look how much util Hotu has wasted. For nothing, really, if you look at it realistically. That is all money Farfbet wouldn't have wasted, or Hotu wouldn't have wasted, if Farfbet just straight up ran somewhere.
Yeah, but at the same time, they're just using that as a guarantee. You know, they check every single position they can with util, so they don't risk going in themselves and losing potentially one of their players.
That's true, but if Farfbet would have rushed middle, straight up, right? All the utility from A and B would have still been in the pockets of Hotu. So this is a way to kind of manage Hotu's economy without actually managing it by kills.
Yeah. That is fair as well. And Lampada, I don't know if he gets away from this. Oh, runs with the bullets. Actually, if he had like 7 more bullets, I think he gets all the 3 kills. But still, at least a little bit of damage. And as you said, every single piece of util is going to cost him. It is a 5th round for Hotu, but Farfbet, they are going to be buying up here. How about this? Farfbet, what can they get done here? The M4s are coming out. The Galilda was saved over. But they're still up against AKs, Galildas, and a Mac 10. So it shouldn't be too easy for Farfbet here. But at least they're going to make this round competitive for sure. Oh, and already a lot of util being used towards the B site. The thing is, the bomb is not yet here, but it is close by. 3 players defending from the side of Farfbet. There's a kill into Ants, and the second player is low HP, but trades are effective from Lapata and Fineshine. Now, Marix needs a lot of help here, and Jeki's coming in through water. Takes down Mizu. It will not be able to. He's actually taken out himself.
It's crazy.
That's it.
Hotu. How have they managed to keep themselves into this so much? It looks so promising from Farfbet. They were the ones finding an entry, I think, as well. But since then, nothing. Just damage. No kills. 3rd in a row for Hotu. A save from Farpet that will be called. They get 2.9k. They can still buy into the next round, but losing that one, you're back to pistol armor. You're back to a potential of a tied game. O2 is crawling their way back.
Yeah, we could actually see kind of a tactical pause for Fafet. I wouldn't be opposed to it at this point. I don't think they won this game to get out of hand, and Hotu can surely make it that way.
Ooh, they're not buying.
Maybe, you know, maybe not this round. Maybe after this round, because this one is just going to be pistols alongside the 2 weapons saved over. So, you know, this one you can surely play however you want. Although, there could be a plan here. Don't get me wrong. There certainly could be a plan here. They're sending Jackie through mid, or towards mid rather, with a Deagle. Try and get some headshots there. Try and deal some early damage. Oh, but he got to come over BP.
No A control though. That's already lost. Hotu was taking it. Bondik chimes in with this CZ. Tension waiting there as well, so a few players that might try and look for some frags here and there. Merrick's ultimately, with his bomb just going down, should be going for a straight up save, so Anuba's taking much longer than we initially expected, particularly after the first half and the statistics I've been talking about. O2 have managed to up their T-half quite a bit. This is looking really good now all of a sudden for the Russian side. Next round, full buy. Next round, a chance for potentially an op as well on tension. That's where I feel like we're going to see most of their success going forward again. Merrick still trying to keep the economy for Hotu as low as he can. Finds Rain as well. That's an AK picked up. And an AK in the hands of Merrick's. He turns that one into gold. Although 7 found from Hotu. Now we're going to see the real buy coming out for Fatback.
If this one doesn't go their way, we got a tight game on our hands. And Fafbet, they got a 9-3 on the T side, but so far no success found, while Hotu found 4 rounds. This time there's an opposite tension, can actually take on Fine Shine, but Fafbet surely need a lot more impact out of tension. So on the other side, feels like Fine Shine has been getting every single kill left and right. He's 18 and 6. Bondik, well-timed molly, and he's gonna find one, almost a second. Merrick's will help out with that second. The flash, that's a team flash.
Oh!
That's also a missed shot from the Opper, and you don't want to miss shots right now. Jackie securing that double, and it is all down to Fine Shine. Posted up with the op, drops the smoke. He has the bomb right behind him, but tension, he will not falter against the enemy Opper. Fafbet finally finding success on the CT side, and it's double digits.
It's not as if it was like just a small team flash. No, it was a full flash.
Yeah.
He was sitting there for like 5 seconds, dabbing on the middle of the site. Oh boy, not coordinated all too well then for Hotu. Not on the same page, and now maybe themselves once more falling down economy-wise. Technical timeout now. Let's hope not the issues for a player disconnecting. But 1.9k pop, that's the loss bonus for Hotu, to keep that in mind. Looking at their reserves in the cash, it's really important that they now win this round. And we thought they were going to be able to find their way back in. Great double, of course, from Merrick's to initially begin with. And this double from Jackie as well. Finding Mizu there is just great. Leaving just Fine Shine remaining. And a 1 versus 3 with an op is hard in whatever situation possible. Unless you're simple. Fine Shine has been on a simple light performance. I mean, simple. Let's hope he's going to do that on Falcons, of course. We all kind of hope to see that. He's been on a performance like that. That was a little bit too much to ask, though, for him. As we're slowly... I hear some typing in the chat. I was thinking they were going to unpause. Fine Shine, man. If he wasn't there, Otu was already a that man. And Bondik,
yeah,
same goes for him.
Already over. It's a little interesting how Bondik is so far ahead of everyone else, even though, you know, he didn't really have a lot of impact in the second half, right? I think it was his teammates that were starting to work a little bit here, but the majority of the rounds on the T side were accredited to him.
Now, the thing is, the tech pause was called in by the side of FAF, but Intention is experiencing some issues with his connection, which those are never fun. Those can take anywhere from like 10 seconds to way longer. So hopefully he can get things fixed quickly here so we can get back underway. But so far, as he's not in the server, it does seem like it's going to take a little bit here. So we'll take a break, just a break from all of the action here. And as soon as he's back, we'll resume and we'll continue this duel.
Tension has returned. We are live, and we're going to be starting things off with Favbet onto the CT side of things, trying their utmost to convert after them winning one, right? It was 9-7 at some point. They put themselves at double digits now. The chance to break through against Hotu. But will they manage? That's the question on all of our minds.
Well, if this one does go right in favor of Favbet, we could have Hotu onto a very awkward position, going for an eco. It wouldn't be the perfect time to go for a, it would be Favbet, potentially, all the way up to 12. And that could get scary. Waiting here on Hotu's play. They're doing it fairly slowly here. They're not going to rush into things, although they will try to get themselves a little bit of space there in towards A main. But look at Smash, is waiting for the flash, and oh, he actually gets forced back into the site, even though he could have had a good opportunity to strike down onto the first player. Although the bomb is not even remotely close to the A site, this is only for a fake.
Nicely done. We're going to see Tension moving his way back up to middle. Favbet have it up close. And pushing his way through her. It's Mizu rather falling down. B side getting challenged as soon Hotu trying to clinch them from also moving towards the water side. Kill gets found from Mans, who finds Merrick's on the cross. Bondek waiting with action underlying. He's trying to find his way into an opener. And with that, 3 versus 3 gets found. Side still needs to be taken over. Where's the bomb? Having to get planted. Fineshine needs to get it now, but he goes off it. No time anymore. He has to find his kill, but it's Tension getting 4. Back in the server, back online, taking them all.
Oh, those 2 kills were so close, but the nade, I think actually it was Tension's nade that came all the way from CT. He could have gotten a double kill actually, because it went towards the 2 low HP players. My god, that was so good out of Favbet, and you could argue that Fineshine, maybe it would have been better for him to just plant the bomb, because now it's an even worse buy. It would have been at least some extra money. Hell, Fineshine has a P250 in armor. Full set of util though, but only a P250. And straight out of the gate, they're looking interested in this A site. They have all their players right around the corner. Are they going to force the issue here? Are they going to brute force their way into the site? They're Smash and Jackie waiting for them. Smash has the smoke ready. A molly will be coming through. Depends on where it lands. If it annoys Jackie here, and it will. And the push does come through. There's some team damage there. And instant headshot onto Smash. Jackie found inside the smoke, and look at that. What a great way to push into the site. And Favbet didn't really do anything about it, but for sure, a lot more was expected out of the 2 players there. Smash and Jackie, the fact that they don't get a single kill against kind of a weak buy like this, that is not good at all. Hotu, they'll be happy about it. They will get away with an 8th round here and make it a lot awkward for Favbet.
Yeah, Favbet losing things out. And now we're going to have to see if Hotu can by any means find their way back around and into the play. Bomb goes off. 8 gets found from Hotu.
I'm gonna be honest, those are things that are not supposed to happen. For Favbet, around like that just more or less confirms the map in itself. You get to 12, and then you just need to win another anti-force buy. But because of that lost round, this one is going to get a lot harder. And Hotu with all their weapons will swing in towards mid at first. Attention, he abandons his post. He's going to leave Jackie. Trying to defend against any kind of aggression. Smash force backwards. But you got to smoke in, and for now, no one's pushing towards that A site. Tension rotated over to B though. think this is a pretty solid defense. Oh, Smash finds one. Look at that Bondic. He swings through because Smash, he pushed through A main. He spotted a lot of players. Oh, Merrick's eliminated. Jackie, though, he is here as well. Wonderful double kill. And he will be looking for a third as Mizu's right around the corner. Jackie swings out, gets the headshot. That is 12 for Fafbet and 4 map points.
Bye, not too good for Hotu either. Fafbet has managed to break through completely. And is now trying to get their way going even further. Not all too great. That's one sure thing. Trying their utmost. What can they do? What can they find? Up in play and falls around. Hotu looking to smoke off the B side. They've thrown a walkout smoke. They've thrown con. No one really looks to push water though. They're trying to move their way into middle. The only one waiting there is Jackie around the smoke. Ready. Flash will be coming in. Sending themselves. That's what Hotu tries, and they've taken middle. 2 players to beat though on the A side. One of them being Smashed, who's around the corner. Rotations caught from Fafbet, expecting it to be an A play. If Hotu falls back and goes B here, could be in troubles. Fafbet has no one on the B side anymore, but they look to be locked in and what they want to do.
Ooh, good find from Smash. Even though it doesn't amount to quite that much, it's still very important that some early damage is done there. So that even if they go towards B, there's still a chance for a retake. Lampada behind the boxes here. Fafbet, there's no way they do not check that corner. And oh my god, they did not. This is insane. 3 players push out and no one's checking the corner. Especially as, you know, Hotu was slow about it. They pushed through mid, but then again, right after, they just back away. Little mistake. I want to say little, but it's a big mistake not to check that simple corner. It's not even an unusual position. There's a lot of players that play in that position, especially to deny this. The aggression in A main. And Hotu, not only because of that, but also kind of a very early decision to just either focus everything onto A. Either they come into A and we try and fight them, or they don't and we save. It's going to be Hotu on 9. Very poor round here from Fafbet. A very, very poor decision making.
Yeah. Decisions not at bay. Mistakes made. And if only this round would have been won, Fafbet could have been done with things. Now, falling down to what looks like not so great of a bye. Troubles potentially on the horizon. Although, one more bye will be able to be squeezed out. Famaz picked up by Bondic. And 4 dropped to Merrick's. Let's see what they can do against the no-op approach still from Hotu. They've been able to accelerate without having that op, which has really been beneficial for them. They're going to make sure they do that again. Fineshine's been insane so far. Also on the T side, he's had his moments. Triple B stack this time with Hotu looking to leap in there again. Initial position is great from Fafbet, but it's up to Hotu to move this one up. Get this one to fall. Merrick takes down the first edge of the smoke, drops the bomb. Merrick still up. Bondic ready to help. Oh, how is he able to hide there in that corner? Looks so small, yet he's able to stay. Kills are found. This should be it. Have Fafbet done enough? Fence down in a 1 versus 4. Oh, he takes them all down, but just Bondic to deal with. A 1 versus 1. Bondic just 1 shot away. Famaz will come in handy as he finds it for Fafbet. Almost a clutch in the end for Ants, but no cigar. Fafbet takes this game 2-0 and will be moving up into the bracket.
That was way too close to comfort. I started to believe after those first 2 kills. There were three kills actually. They were so quick right after the other, but in the end, it just feels fitting that Bondic gets the final kill. And Fafbet, very impressive showing here against Hotu. You know, considering they did win the previous best of 3 with a 2-1. I like how well they adjusted, how much they improved in those 18 days between the games. And as you said, they will be moving Worse than 1-1 bracket. Unfortunately, the side of Hotu moving down into the 0-2. They will be joining Permita and G2 Ares, and they're not the only team that's going to make it there in the 0-2 bracket today. There's still one more best of 3 to go through. That is going to be ECSTATIC against Ruby. That should be a banger, to be honest, Jesse.
The fact that that is in a 0-1 kind of explains how insane this Swiss stage is, right? ECSTATIC bringing in that new lineup, now also having TMB in the team, still having to get used, so there's a lot of storyline in that. Ruby lately winning a tournament, new tournament organizer Escort that they've been able to win. That's also a tier 3 event with teams like Preezy in there and such. So really good teams they were able to beat there, and now down to that 0-1 bracket. So a great match to end off the day, but we have a big break coming out. A little over an hour. Thank you, Pop, for joining me and the others, of course, in the previous game as well. We'll send it into a break. When we are back, we're going to start with ECSTATIC versus Ruby, but that will be in about 1 to 1.5 hours. So be sure to stick around, potentially join for some other games later, watch some other Counter-Strike, and then come back here at the CCT_CS channel with some more Counter-Strike. See you then.
You look into your inventory and there's only... It's time to forget about this garbage. Here you will find everything to play with really cool skins. Open top cases, upgrade dropped skins, and turn your junk into a cool gun using the contract system. Every day, thousands of people upgrade their inventory with us. Hellcase.com. Look at yourself in a new way.
Do you have any unnecessary skins or want to sell them? Try SkinPlace. Visit the website, select the skins you want to use. Easily fill your Steam trade link. Make sure we offer good prices and choose a payment method. Hit the button and boom, instant cash. Safety. Low commissions. Instant payouts. SkinPlace.
SkinPlace launching an event with a total prize pool of $10,000 in honor of our first anniversary. Just sell skins, claim daily bonuses, complete missions, visit the shop, and participate in the main giveaway with popular skins and a powerful PC. Follow our social media to not miss.
Trying to get the skin of your dream for a long time but can't get it in any way? On our website you have a unique opportunity to get your favorite knife. Users on our site can hand out skins themselves, and participants need to fulfill some simple conditions. For example, watch a video or buy a case on our website. After that, you automatically become a member of the distribution. Go to the user giveaways tab and do what you like. Hellcase.
Do you have any unnecessary skins or want to sell them? Try Skin Place. Visit the website, select the skins you want to use. Easily fill your Steam trade link. Make sure we offer good prices and choose a payment method. Hit the button and boom! Instant cash. Safety. Low commissions. Instant payouts. Skin Place.
Skin Place launching an event with a total prize pool of $10,000 in honor of our first anniversary. Just sell skins, claim daily bonuses, complete missions, visit the shop, and participate in the main giveaway with popular skins and a powerful PC. Follow our social media to not miss.
Welcome back, one and all, to the Champion of Champions Tour for EU, number 14 here, alongside Dutch Boy for the final series of the day. My name is Canapip, and Dutch Boy, I know you were there with Pop for Favbet versus Hotu, so are you feeling hyped to come to the last series of the 4 we displayed today?
Yeah, I mean, I saw these matches and I felt like, okay, the last 2 are definitely interested. Then I look at the schedule and I was on the last 2. So, super excited about those. Even though they're 0-1 match, it seems pretty amazing to see teams like Favbet and also Hotu with ECSTATIC and Ruby down there at the bottom thus far. But definitely trying to make their way back up there. What did we see today? Let's revisit that one more time with potentially the schedule that we can put up. We started off by Drillers getting a 2-1 victory against Permita. That new lineup from Drillers looking hot and cool at the same time. Some matches won, some matches lost for them so far, but good to get that experience. Cybershock taking away the academy team of G2, not having their form just yet, even with their recent players. Cybershock looking hot, also one of the top contenders to actually potentially make the global finals, if you look at the CCT points on Liquidpedia. Favbet taking matters into their own hands against Hotu. It wasn't a very close game. It was a very one-sided game for Favbet. They came out of the gates stomping, winning Hotu's map pick immediately 13-3, and then there was no holding back on the Favbet's map pick either, leaving us with the remainder, with 2 teams that have some new players in their lineup. We'll talk about it, of course, but ECSTATIC coming in with that TMB replacement, right? He's been there for a few days. Ruby making some change as well. Their sort of, I would say, form has really dropped as of recent, although winning a recent tier 3 event will definitely boost up that momentum for the side. So there's a lot of storyline to chime in for this team, or for these matches.
Oh, for sure. I mean, I think Ruby, for me, as you say, standing out between these 2. But we'll get, of course, the details. As we can see here, we are getting through round 2. This will be, in fact, the last matches of round 2 coming in. So by the time this is all said and done, we'll be seeing our teams joining other teams down there with the 0-2 record as well, particularly from here where we're playing on the lower bounds. It's quite a strain on the teams, I think, particularly, as you can see, with 3 teams already, Permita, Hotu and Ares, in that kind of position, knowing that a single further loss will send you out of the competition entirely.
Yeah, the thing is, though, I think both Ruby and Aesthetic have really good chances to take whatever team is down there. So they are in a very uncomfortable position. At the same time, going down to 0-2, having to reverse sweep your way through the bracket doesn't seem like the smartest of styles. So better just take the win here. But like I said, a lot to delve into for these lineups. So let's take a look at them. Potentially we can start with Aesthetic, like I said, maybe a little bit lesser of the replacements rather. The only one that's really different, you can see it by his jersey, TMB back online. He's been away from Team Counter-Strike for quite some time. Had a little moment with Mouse and XT where he found himself some stand-in positions for, lost both of the matches that he played, and since 9 days has been an Aesthetic. Since then he's played a couple of matches with also some good results. Favbet he won against, even big. He won against inside of the playoffs, then losing against Aurora there inside of the quarterfinals of Series 12. So all in all, looking like a good replacement in my eyes, that TMB, with still Nixon, Nut, Annalilla and Christu, as it looks like Aesthetic has once more found themselves a very nice lineup.
Yeah, and I think they are a very solid team, and it's worth noting, coming into this event as well, that they are playing, particularly for some of the top players, TMB, Nut are playing above form, particularly TMB especially is doing really, really well, bringing him equal to the strongest members over on the other side, which of course will be our Ruby squad. The Kazakhstani squad, they've been on something of a little bit of a slump recently. I think a big thing for them was coming into the tournament. They came through the play-in stage. They were on a 6-map winning streak there, winning every series 2-0, 2-0, 2-0. They get to the group stage and they go 0-2 to Passion UA. So they've got a little bit of recovery now that we're in the slightly more rarefied air of the group stage.
Yeah, but let's say, obviously, the likings of Passion you could potentially lose against, right? They're in the RMR, Passion UA, just to remind everybody as well, because that lineup, they do very good, are in a very nice form themselves. But looking at that Ruby lineup, still considering with the new players Tasman and Forkies coming in, it has been a little bit of a rebuild. Some players left the team here and there, and of course they're trying to find themselves a rebuild more than the Aesthetic lineup had to do. Previously, of course, you had something, you had Chill, also Hertzlord as your coach taken away. So, yeah, you're going to miss some players there that went to other lineups, try and rebuild with Sawalio, Moon and Kaide, which, as I said, of course, since that replacement, they've been a little bit on the downward spiral, but getting themselves into those close qualifiers quite far. Against Rhino losing is pretty obvious. It could still be a win for Ruby, of course, coming out, but Copenhagen Wolves you've already beaten, Enz Academy you've already beaten, and like I said, that X-Court series win that they were able to do against Breezy, Verdant, and all those other teams, of course, making very nice appearances for the likings of Ruby. They're on the upward trend again, but will it be enough against such a hard force of Aesthetic? Let's take a look at the map veto for these two teams. I do know one thing, and that is that usually Aesthetic really likes their way on Vertigo. That's a map that I have in the picture for them, with Dust 2 being banned. One of the main maps from Ruby. And will we see that Vertigo pick coming out? Yeah, we will.
Yeah.
But yeah, because Dust 2 is banned, I don't know what you want to do now if you're Ruby, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Ruby definitely are the lesser in the map pool. I mean, so both sides get their first pick in, but I think it's going to come down to the third map, where it's really important. Anubis is yet to come up. Will be huge if Ruby can sneak this one through. They're on a 5-map winning streak there.
Okay. That's interesting, yeah. Now that I think about it, I've seen Ruby pick Dust 2, or Nuke rather, way more than Dust 2. Felt like Dust 2 would have been a map to go for as a decider, or potentially then Nuke left as a decider. So in that regard, I really think that the veto is still pretty alright. Vertigo is going to be hard for Ruby, although they have played it. I've seen them play it in the past. Not that strong on it, with Aesthetic immediately popping a light into my head of, okay, they're going to play Vertigo, they're going to have that out. But Nuke is definitely a map that Ruby kind of picks almost all the times. So going into that, of course, having an AWPer like Moon that can shut down the outside part. On Anubis, same could be said really, right, with the water control, and usually CAS teams quite good on Anubis and Ancient going in. So I feel like this veto still pretty alright for Ruby, and it does look like we're going to have that Anubis for sure, with just a simple map trait of both map picks, but that is to be discovered, of course, with how the map picks of the teams will go themselves.
Alright, well, let's not waste any more time. Let's leap out here. As we can see, yeah, going into this one, looking at the stats as you were saying, it seems like we're headed to a 3-map series where Ruby, by all rights, should win out the entire thing. But certainly coming into this one, I know that ECSTATIC heavily favoured by the audience vote, so the first pistol round will give us a taste of what to expect.
That is a nice opening fight. 1-for-1 trade instantly found. Mid as well been challenged here for ECSTATIC, at least partially, with the boost from Chris2. Kaide goes aggressive, might soon pick him up. That's a frag found from Kaide. Ruby leading into this round with a double mid stack being checked. Tasman looking to force them to potentially fall away, and with no presence shown, that's the bomb from Chris2, of course, that if he falls, gets dropped, made sound of. Now you know no one is going B. You've cleared it completely, but starting to take back possession. At least Chris2 is. Going alone with the bomb doesn't seem like the smartest of IDs. And with Kaide peeking, can just drop it. There's not the bomb falling.
Ooh.
Presence shown towards A. I don't know which way this is heading, because it looks like Chris2 still wants to attack the B site. What is ECSTATIC doing, man?
Huh, okay. I mean, they've got 30 seconds left to play with. Going to stomp their way across the B again. And I don't know. I mean, we've definitely seen them butting heads a lot more than I would have expected from this first round. And I think they are at least going to make this plant cleanly.
Yeah. At least, if you don't know what you're doing yourself, your opponent can't really do anything about it either, right? Something really touching in the dust by the looks of things. Both peeking from CT. Find an Alella. Up close. Chris2 still. Tapping away once. Looking for a second.
Nice.
Oh, 2-1 taps from Chris2. Has finally found himself at a proper lineup. Not extending anymore for any team he could. This is crazy. You can see why he's been picked up by ECSTATIC.
Damn, that was absolutely filthy. I don't know, it was such an interesting round, wasn't it? The ECSTATIC probing at Ruby's defenses and going back and forwards. I mean, ultimately, it worked out really, really well. I think it felt like Ruby, while they had a decent shot of retaking, see there, just the nerve from Christo to get a 4K on the first round is incredibly impressive stuff. To get stuck into things here again, it looks like Ruby are going to be bringing out a couple of MP9s for the round, so they're not going to sit this one out entirely.
Ooh. Trying to boost, forcing the issue. Nixon getting pushed there. Should be a dead man walking, but a triple peek has been seen. Kill found on B, so advantage counterfeited. Still in the favor of Ruby right here, although they don't have the weapons necessarily. They do have the armor advantage, with Chris2 barely having anything.
I think they've actually got a solid chance here. I mean, Ruby manages to steal off a couple of early kills is great. Not. Okay, well, I mean, that was the moment, wasn't it? Moon's last one standing. They made the charge onto B, but it falters, and I think Moon will have to retire now. It's Ruby really close to getting 2 more kills there, and that would have been a good amount of money. And maybe Moon can make it happen.
At least he can find an AK here. It's dropped behind it. We're going to try and find that weapon coming through. And so, second round will go to the side of ECSTATIC. Like I mentioned, it does look as if this map is more favored to ECSTATIC, with the nuke being more favored for Ruby. Really big deficits in terms of map picks, I feel like. But the fact that Ruby has gotten it close every single time right now gives me some hope for them. At the same time, might also strike some concerns, the fact that they cannot get anything over the line just yet on a map pick that seems so incredibly nice if you could be picking that one up. An M4 being bought, making sure you still have the weapons in play, I suppose. But again, not the best of buys for Ruby. They'll leak her for the next.
And that's the consequence of making the MP9 play from before. Nice boost attempt here. I don't know if ECSTATIC are checking up here. Oh, no. Unfortunate timing there. Moon couldn't quite get into position in time. If he could have, this could have turned very quickly.
Into spray. At least that's what TMB will try. Executing A. Ooh, look at what Christo is doing. He's already at sandbags.
Yeah, Yeah, Ruby, they're going to get driven off of sight. You mentioned the single rifle in play. I think Ruby still want to fight this one.
They have an eco now. It is an eco, so you can go for it. You know, you have enough money. The M4 might be looking to save in case things go completely south. Trying to hold, not though. A triple out of nowhere finds it, and the round goes to ECSTATIC. 3 in a row. Even finding himself some spare cash now to work with, while we're looking at the first full buy round for Ruby.
Thanks again to our friends from Hellcase for supporting today's stream. If you'd like to check them out below our stream, there's a panel down there that lets you do just that. But that's as we come into round 4. Ruby will finally get their buy. Moon has been the standout player for them so far, and he will be rewarded with the AWP for his efforts.
Yeah. Just by looking at that X-Court series as well, was casting some of those games. Moon was called out to be the MVP, so the reason why they invest so much in having him on the AWP. Really a player that can make a difference. Together with Tasman and Forkies now joining the lines. It's going to be great to have him on there, but Ristu walking through the smoke finds an opener. Double kill from Forkies to trade it out. And that's how you shut down a ramp, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, nice hold on B as well. Kind of stepping forward to say, don't forget I'm around here as well. I think even with Moon getting taken out that early on, the AWP will still be able to be saved. I think for Ruby, this is a good early break on the streak, and as Analytics is going to try and wander around and see if anybody else is there for the taking. I think we're starting off here with a more competitive early game than maybe we would have expected coming in.
Yeah, I mean, I was expecting it to be quite close, at least on this map. I feel like every map has the potential to do it, although ECSTATIC still with TMB, although they've instantly started off great. I feel like they have shown me some really good results even without TMB in there, which strike me some concerns initially about how their form was going to be. It panned out quite well, but Ruby seems to have found a second lifeline with this team. Bomb still dropped. Forkies can find an AK. Ruby on the board. No AWP recovered. Oh,
wow.
Yeah, that will cost them a lot of money to have that. So, not the best of buys still for Ruby, though.
Okay. Well, I mean, we'll see how this one goes longer term. I mean, talk a little bit about Ruby coming back in here, getting the first round win in. We've got on the other side, ECSTATIC are a little bit shy of the cash they would be looking for. We'll have to drop a little bit of utility and a little bit of firepower to be able to compete in this round.
TMB, great fuel model. It's excessive. Giving you 10% more aim as he runs his way up. ECSTATIC take complete control over B within seconds.
Wow. Yeah, that was really well done. I know Ruby has been holding up here pretty well in previous rounds, but yeah, this time it wasn't even a little bit close, so I think we might be starting to head into territory now as Ruby back off of the site, but they're going to be much less willing to get stuck in and potentially drop more equipment.
Yeah, but I don't think you want to push here if you're ECSTATIC as well. And think about your own economy. Having to hold on to that too. CMB leading again going forward. Try and get some openers towards the T spot. If you have that T side economy managed quite well, getting consistently those buys in CT economy is much harder, right? They're going to have the buy. I think they are going to go for that buy. Or are they? I thought they were going to have more money to spare. Moon can potentially drop one. Then you're still stuck on some FAMASs. So there's something to say about it. Possibly Deagles / MP9s that will come out for Ruby. And what looked like going to be a close game, like you mentioned a little bit. Like it was sort of fading away towards. ECSTATIC tries to start walking away with it.
Yeah, I mean, it does seem like after that previous round, things are very much in the mix here. I really thought Ruby was going to be able to bring out some kind of streak of their own, but ECSTATIC just slammed the accelerator immediately and started punching through the rounds. I don't wonder, how Ruby are going to be approaching this one, since that B take was so good from ECSTATIC. We need to see something seriously different from Ruby to survive it.
Yeah. Oh, they are going to be able to buy, and it's better than I expected. You get 4 M4s, or the AK rather, and the utility. Yeah, that's even more important. Double stack on middle. That's usually not necessarily checked all too often. Not on Alela. Could be trading each other out. If you get yourself away with 2 kills without a death, you are going to be very happy. They're boosting themselves, so this is a little bit of a interesting move. And here comes the fight.
Senses. There's something around the corner.
Oh.
Something horrifying.
They're boosting as well. That's something you're not checking for. Oh! What is that?
It was too hot for TV. It's the trade of 1-for-1, but Ruby, they win out the war of the stacks, and they win out the round convincingly as well. What a weird round that was, but
yeah.
I'm glad that both these teams have got some, tricks that apparently match up well against each other.
How is that a kill? Bro, you're the one jumping up. They see your head miles before they do. And Alela's like, yeah, I'm just spraying at a blind spot on the box, and I will just get a kill. That's ridiculous. But it still doesn't give you a round or anything close to it.
It's the boost senses, man. It's the boost senses. You can tell when someone is on the other side of the box doing the same thing. You learn to respect that kind of energy. You fire blind, and sometimes it works out. Not doing really well so far. Up 6, matching with Christo from the same squad. The 2 ECSTATIC members, as Not will take the lead. The B site push has been so explosive so far, but this time Ruby, with 3 members remaining, I think they're going to back off just like they did before.
Yeah, so you find one thinking, oh, never mind. Sending a flash in. Moon will try and send 4 keys back in. The Kazakh tries to make his way around. Gets up close, just a fall. Do you really want to go for this if you're Ruby? You have no loss bonus to work with, it seems like. And now you're losing so much more. Moon tries to save the op to have something. But I don't think they have too much. Should be a 5th for ECSTATIC. The op compliant. And finding TMB. And Alela, no position to go for this one. Although, he's going to have a shot at it by going up ramp.
It feels a little bit like Ruby coming to this one as we kind of expected as well. Playing maybe more risky, more aggressive than they would be otherwise, just because this is ECSTATIC's map pick. They're expected to win and win comfortably. So why not try something a little bit wilder? I mean, ECSTATIC, they're getting the round wins in, but I think there's still a thin line that Ruby can try and thread here to get back into things and get themselves into some attempt at a win.
They surely can. They've gotten rounds close. Every single time they've had the opportunity to push through, they haven't pushed through. Right? They've been given the opportunity various times. Still up to you if you take the advantage and take it into the palm of your hands and push through. Haven't been able to do so. And so, question still on the horizon. What's up? Christo has gotten entries on ramp before. And he sends it. That's your A side gone with a buy from Ruby this was. How easy did they make it seem?
It's absolutely nuts. I mean, I guess that's the whole thing, isn't it? ECSTATIC, they get to play their map pick. They show us the kind of level of practice and dedication they put into making sure their plays are incredibly crisp. I mean, Ruby, they're just getting swept away in these rounds and saying, you know what? We've got nothing more to say. That was way too well done.
Yeah, I think it also could have to do a little bit with like the roster change and the way they were put. I mean, I don't know how it obviously has been internally, but ECSTATIC were coming off the back of some pretty good form, and I think TMB is just another upgrade added to the tally. So it's just even better than it was, with Ruby kind of having to make some desperation moves, right? Bringing in those 2 players, and although their form has been a little better as of recent, still bringing in TMB in an already good functioning one, or bring it in 2 in a system that is still yet to really prove itself again. Those are differences as well, and it's a static map pick, all you want to say, but if they're going to play like this, they will win Nuke as well.
Well, so far, so good. I mean, we're just running out the tail ends of these rounds. ECSTATIC, you see, they're spending a lot of time before making their plan, just seeing if they can punish Ruby anymore with our rounds getting traded. As mentioned before, economically, things are looking pretty dire for our CTs already, and Ruby just trying to secrete themselves away. So Alio, last one standing. I don't think we're going to be seeing anybody getting found anytime soon, though.
No. T-spawn. The only one that could go for it was Nixon, but he's already moving towards A, so no one daring to peek. Now TMB could be the one going for it, but doesn't seem like he's going to be there in time. I'm saying that. Clearing ladder. Now I'm going to clear T-spawn, so maybe a last second fight from TMB. That he won't win out. So Alio gets it, saves the M4. But is it really saving the day? Looking at the economy for Ruby, it isn't. ECSTATIC have provided themselves with an opportunity to go for 7 as well.
I'm coping a little bit with my interpretation of what's happening for Ruby here, because they've had those couple of good rounds. I don't know if they're kind of like looking towards the series itself, but I'd love to see Ruby trying something wild here in these rounds to come. We've got the tac balls coming in. Ruby have got a chance to switch up what they are doing and try and disrupt ECSTATIC's play. I mean, I would think generally that if you let ECSTATIC play as they want to play, they're going to crush you every time from what we've seen. They're too clean on the place of the sites. If they know what's coming, you know, and they can dictate terms, I think they just win every round. Outside of extreme circumstances.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta try something. I mean, just looking at some statistics right now. Yesterday, game between Ruby and Passion UA. Passion UA picked Vertigo. Ruby got 11 rounds with more kills on their side. So they were dominating for the majority of time. Just some rounds not going the way. And then seeing this game coming out, it seems as if ECSTATIC is just one tier above for some reason. It's ridiculous the way they've played. If you're looking at that statistic, Passion UA is, in my eyes, one of the best tier 3 teams now going out, having a good chance to show himself in China for the RMR. You kind of want to show yourself. Letting Ruby that get that far. So far, so good. Continuously showing. So Alio, the only one with an initial M4. He will get beaten. Great shot from Christu.
That was absolutely brutal. Christo, 22-year-old. Usually a pretty aggro sniper. And we got to see a little demonstration of that. Focus is going to try and get at least a little revenge kill, and he will do so. He dives in, he dances through the air, and TMB ends it just as quickly. I mean, we weren't expecting necessarily a huge amount from Ruby in this round, but I don't know, again, I might be reading too much into it, but I'm seeing at least there's little sparks of something for Ruby, even while ECSTATIC continue to be, you know, incredibly solid with their play.
Yeah, it's been good. They've been crisp, and I really liked the previous lineup as well. Like I said, bringing in TMB, then man with experience, can help everybody, cleans things through. Seems like the best of opportunities. Could potentially think of Forkies together with Moon protecting the A ramp. Sometimes ECSTATIC have been like, let's just send it up A, and they're going to do exactly that. TMB leading the charge. Ooh. He's been so good on these entries, and they swarmed him down.
Yeah, I mean, it's just the same thing again and again and again. It's worth noting is ECSTATIC should be able to take this one pretty straightforwardly. This, you know, there's been several rosters under this banner from before, and ECSTATIC, they made it on the previous roster, they made it all the way to the previous season's CCT Grand Finals. So ECSTATIC, they've got some big shoes to fill in with this new roster. In this particular map, though, they look comfortable, and they don't look like they're slowing down at all.
No, it's great. Christo as well, right? Upper, Existral is for a reason. Like I said, he found himself on lineups here and there as a stand-in. Always a guy you gotta watch out for. With every lineup, he's made it happen, and now full-time with ECSTATIC. You can see what comes from a player that's been playing with so many versatile players, now having such good caliber of players in your side. A2 should be found. Kaide not checking his back. That's where TMB comes into play. a second in the round, a 8th for ECSTATIC.
Oh boy. Alright, well, at least ECSTATIC are respecting the schedule. They know this first map should be comfortably theirs, and they're going to move through it at speed. I'm starting, based on how dominant things have been here on our first map of the series, I'm starting to worry for what should be a fairly easy Ruby visits Nuke coming up, potentially not even too far away from this point, just because ECSTATIC, they've been pushing Ruby around for quite some time, and even coming onto a map you're comfortable with, you never want to come into it on a loss.
Let's see how this round is going to go. We have some weapons coming through from the Ruby side, a boost as well to try and get some cheeky entry here and there, but ultimately the mid presence from Analella that will be shown. Moon boosted on top, so that could be an entry Ruby provides, as ECSTATIC looks to leap into B in no time.
Well, I mean, you've got to take the gambit, don't you? I mean, Moon's got that with the MP9, so the potential to catch someone off guard. So Ollie moves forward, and nice shot! That's immediately a rifle into hands. Ruby, even if they can't win the map, they are looking to recover some amount of momentum. Getting first blood is worth something. Moon is dropped, though. I mean, Ruby, they're going to try and go for the retake, but they've got so little equipment. Kinda does get one. Pockets with the stolen AK. Maybe this is still an even fight.
Okay. Up close though, Nut, that's a good position he's found. Pushing their way through, 3 of them out. Trader should be required, but no one takes down Nut and Nixon. Both clinching together. That position from Nut was uncertain till the very end. And there we have 9-2 now on the board. One more to go. You could go to double digits on the first half if you're ECSTATIC. Even though it's your map pick, it's still ridiculous.
I did like what we were seeing from Ruby there, though. I mean, you can tell they're trying to find these kind of tiny windows of opportunity to try and get at ECSTATIC, especially when they're down on equipment. In this round, at the end of this half, they've got all the equipment they need, well, apart from the AWP. Hopefully we'll see more of a fight for them, and picking up the first blood, or at least trading the first blood, is a good way to start. Christo is waiting, but he's been so deadly face to face.
And you know that if you're an AWP, you usually want to have another player there together. Doesn't seem to be this time. Christo is just baiting, making sure there's rotations that he can potentially catch. Moon goes aggressive though, knowing, trying to alleviate some of the pressure. It's too late to trade Christo, but Nut still has a chance to just simply take 2. That bomb is out of reach of Nixon. Nut is going to rotate around. Tasman is going B, while the bomb is looking to leap into the A side. This is ridiculous. Nixon taking so much space. Surprise, surprise. He's already in the corner. See you later. Nope. Okay, 1v1.
I mean, this would mean so much to Ruby to end up the half on a win, considering how much they have been knocked off of their feet. The punt is good, but Tasman finds it. Great round out of him. And while Ruby, they are so far behind in the half, at least they will leave it on a win. And again, something to keep them resetting mentally heading into the second half.
Yeah, will this benefit for them? It certainly could. But let's be honest, still, only 3 rounds on that CT side might be some concerning part going forward here for the side from Ruby. So many rounds, hard fought, and then a 1 versus 2 to simply stop the bleeding. It seems as if they're going to need a little more here on the T side. And otherwise as well, on a map like, for example, Nuke. You look at your CT side in general, only getting 3 rounds here on Vertigo. Of course, they're 2 different maps, completely different maps, but are some comparisons to make with just the defense as of a whole against a good strategic ECSTATIC.
As we go into our second half, Ruby, as minimal as their chances are here on Vertigo, getting a pistol round is non-negotiable for them. Looks like we were seeing a ramp push. Nixon's going to get that information and get out of that one clean. The surround is good. Looks like ECSTATIC's defensive line is solid. They know what Ruby are up to. At least they've got a pretty damn good idea.
Okay, only one dual Beretta to beat. I thought they were going to go into B kind of straight up, but they were looking to rotate their way around. Oh, steps hurt now on the ramp, and Elela gets help soon. Flash is good though for the dual Berettas to set up. Taking him a little bit longer than expected. After that, no steps towards B anymore. They're going to fully send the rotation in. TMB is holding.
Yeah, TMB, 11 kills so far. Not with 12. Those two just behind Krista, and so many kills so far for ECSTATIC. But Ruby, they're giving everything they have. Tasman and Focus left standing. TMB, he's barely alive, but he's still a massive threat. Finds his first fight, doesn't quite land it, and Tasman finishes the job. Ruby, they get round number 4. And I still don't believe they've got that much chance of winning Vertigo, but it feels like they're starting to find their feet. Hopefully, at least in time for Nuke.
Yeah, I mean, you're starting to see the players show up that you've kind of, like, your wild cards, really, right? Forkies and Tasman, I think what we've seen is you've got the 3Ps, which is usually fragging out big time. Then Forkies and Tasman are, like, a little bit of iffies. Now, they're both. They're actually fragging quite a lot. And in that pistol as well, Tasman making a triple. There's certain players that need to step up. The base is good for Ruby, but then that 1-up is required. That singular player that will just simply take down 2 or 3. And required to win yourself that round, to take away the ECSTATIC players. Forcing their way up though, that's the response of the Danes, and are running down Sowalio. He's been sent back in. Moon tries to chime in to potentially find that trade, but to no avail just yet. Still tries to recover up the pieces, but might not be able to. AK cannot do the work, the MP9 up close. Are you gonna swing this?
Yeah, I like this right. ECSTATIC, they bring out the MP9s in force and they use them to have much stronger trades. I think Ruby were more willing to split up and try and, push through into what they thought would be a much less aggressive buy. But ECSTATIC, I think they just want to have this one done with as soon as possible. Ruby's momentum is starting to build, but ECSTATIC, they've got the advantage, they've got the numbers, and now they've got the rifle as well.
And they got a flank. Oh, Ruby. Really nicely done. Tasman finding a trade. MP9 still out.
Damn.
The round has been turned around completely. How is this one fallen down? ECSTATIC. By their skin of their teeth, they're pulling through, because this should all have been their round.
Oh my gosh. Well, thanks to our friends from Hellcase again, as Ruby get rocked here in the second round of the second half. Tac pause is very well invested, but let's watch that one again, because ECSTATIC, I just loved how aggressive the buy was.
Yeah, ECSTATIC looking very nice. And like you said as well, using the MP9s, but particular as well, you go together as well as in the B side. And on the B ramp, usually you would just go for like a mid push or something with some eco, or still play the A side, but B is the exact side where you have that close fights on the ramp if you drop down. And that's exactly the approach they took. Armor pistols now for Ruby to try and stop the bleeding. If they don't win this round, it's 12 for ECSTATIC, because an eco will follow. And then they're just one away from taking this game, taking this map, sending us to Nuke with a very good feeling if you're a Danish Counter-Strike fan.
I mean, I think Ruby have been operating from behind for the entire map.
Yeah.
From the very beginning, it's going to be Desperation Station, and Christo is more than willing to punch the ticket of every single Ruby member coming his way. I mean, we're getting a kill back, but it was always going to be that 5% chance of a turnaround. And I admire Ruby for being willing to take that, but I think their options are limited. Moon, last one standing. Just hoping he can get a kill off before he's too taken down.
Ooh. What can Moon do? This bomb is not in his possession. He's been seen. So you're just trying to take possession of him. The thing Moon wants to do here is he wants to die eventually. Might seem harsh, but that is his number one task now at this moment. I mean, the task was to win the round, but that was not going to be realistic. ECSTATIC wins it. Eco to follow, like we mentioned, but they're just going to fully sell it again. they're pretty much done with this map. Or they want to pull off a miracle. Not play for overtime seems like an idea. I don't know if I really like it, but yeah. What can you really do about this?
That's the thing, is I think, again, Ruby just looking to try and get out fighting here. They're going to, again, bring out the Tech 9, so they're, again, going to throw it at the wall. I would agree. I'd imagine that at this point they're pretty much preparing themselves for nuke and having those kind of pre-discussions, get themselves in place. They're just going to try their darndest. Looks like we're going to have at least some attempts being made towards round. There's still a good amount of utility left for Ruby to play with. Oh, she said exactly. ECSTATIC want to be done with this one. Could be a few moments away.
Yeah, a few minutes, I would say, as they're trying to extend it first of all, but there would have been another round to work with. Mid, in the meantime, looking to be flanked, with Ruby still uncertain of where to go. They found an advantage. Some chances, potentially.
Alright, I mean, heck, do what you can, Ruby, to at least leave with some kind of memories here you're going to take to the rest of the series. It does seem like we're seeing things being brought out into more of a brawl. We don't get to see too many of these extended encounters with ECSTATIC because they just tend to get through and delete the opposing team too quickly. Moon last one standing, and just like that, the snap. And we're up to 12, one away from closing out the first map of the series.
Yeah, now the buy, surprisingly, a little bit better than before. And the loss bonus starts getting in the way. And that's why some Galils are even bought out this time. But yeah, this is your final buy before either the game comes to an end, sending us to nuke, or there is a chance, a small chance for the 8th round straight. No op. There is an op out for Chris too. He's going to be peeking A quite fast. Tries to engage on to Kaede there on the bottom of the ramp. Rest from Ruby looks to move their way up into B side. Nutna playing on the contact from Analela. That will be a swing, but Analela does it all himself. Christo has fallen though with the op, so there is a small window.
It's very small
Yeah,
at this point. I mean, as I said, I think Ruby just wanted to go down fighting here. I think just to get even just another round and a half would be a significant victory for them, just to show that they can push ECSTATIC around on their own turf, but it's just not on the cards for the Moon. Started this one, he's going to end it as well, just fishing for one more kill before the hammer drops, but instead, he's the one who's dropped off the building. ECSTATIC take their map pick, 13-4. Pretty much as we expected, maybe not quite as brutal as this was on the cards initially.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like we expected things to be quite lopsided, potentially. I mean, I didn't really know what to expect from ECSTATIC. Every single time I've seen them play, it's been great, and they made a change out of nowhere. But their momentum and their form hasn't changed with that change. It's been possibly even better. Just looking at their HLTV statistics as well for all the matches that they've played, it's been a ridiculous form coming out for the Danes. So I feel like with that, you're going to be looking very bright into that next map as well, just by looking at how this form has been, how this game has been looking. But it is the map pick of Ruby.
Well, gentle friends, we will take a short break. This is our last series of the day, so stick around and we shall see if maybe Ruby can pull things back from the brink, or if indeed we'll see another 2-0 today. We'll see you guys in around 10 minutes time for Game 2.
Trying to get the skin of your dream for a long time but can't get it in any way? On our website you have a unique opportunity to get your favorite knife. Users on our site can hand out skins themselves, and participants need to fulfill some simple conditions. For example, watch a video or buy a case on our website. After that, you automatically become a member of the distribution. Go to the user giveaways tab and do what you like. Hellcase.
Do you have any unnecessary skins or want to sell them? Try Skin Place. Visit the website, select the skins you want to use. Easily fill your Steam trade link. Make sure we offer good prices and choose a payment method. Hit the button and boom! Instant cash. Safety. Low commissions. Instant payouts. Skin Place.
Skin Place launching an event with a total prize pool of $10,000 in honor of our first anniversary. Just sell skins, claim daily bonuses, complete missions, visit the shop, and participate in the main giveaway with popular skins and a powerful PC. Follow our social media to not miss.
A convincing map from ECSTATIC will bring us to a 1-0 lead for the Danes. They're trying to get their way across to find that 2-0, but will Ruby be in the way, taking him down? There's only one way to find out, and that's to send it into Nuke. That's the pick from Ruby. They've picked it countless times. They're going to try to do it this time. I'm joined by Counterfeit, or Peter, whatever you're going to call him. My name is Dutchbar Jesse, joining you guys for this final game. And yeah, so far, so good for ECSTATIC, no?
Yeah, well, I mean, it's certainly... I think for me, it's this one, I'm about 50-50 on it being the final game. Just because, you know, on our previous encounter, Vertigo, for ECSTATIC, they have really, really good stats, and it's their first pick. For Ruby, here on their first pick of Nuke, the stats aren't as different as they were coming to our first map, which was 13-4. I think in this case, given the kind of performances we were seeing from the ECSTATIC members, I think there's still a lot of ground left to cover, and particularly that we had several players from ECSTATIC, Not Christo, TMB, all pulling in major numbers.
Yeah, I mean, let's hope for them that they can continue that form. I think Ruby still have definitely time to shine, but if ECSTATIC does as well as they did on that CT side, and do as well as they did on the T side of things, right? Nuke is really a map where you can accelerate if you have a really good T side. CT side, you're usually good at. But when you're going to the T side and you're able to alleviate the pressure and play a good style of Counter-Strike, that's where you can really see differences being made. Side of A has been contested, and is it taken over? Not yet. Knife out! Oh, Sovalio!
That's a statement kill, if you want to say we're resetting here in map 2. Knives out. ECSTATIC do get 2 back, so we're not completely done. The plant is good. Nut and Lele. Nut, of course, top fragger along with Christo with the previous map, so we should not count out the possibility of them turning this round.
Ooh, below.
Okay, now we can.
Yeah, now we can. Exactly. And Lele down low. Could find Kaide, but that should be all she wrote. Let's see though. Running in. Oh, club close. A headshot could be everything, but Moon was helping, not even needing to trade because the kill wasn't found. Replay up, of course. As we saw the A side getting pushed over by Ruby. The knife will definitely help quite a bit with their money as well, and just in general. Slashing and dashing for some funsies. 1-0 for Ruby.
Yeah, I do appreciate you just saying, you know what? We're at 2 close quarters, we can't do anything else. Knives out. I mean, we're going to be seeing a heavy buy from Ruby. So last time, of course, we saw the ECSTATIC were able to turn things by buying in a lot of SMGs, but this time round, you know, that extra money you mentioned from life kill, a good loadout here for Ruby. ECSTATIC going to be trying to cover the A site in force, given that they don't have the equipment.
Yeah, but in general shouldn't be able to find all too much. Their TMB falls, so unless Ruby goes straight up A right now, it's not going to be around here for ECSTATIC. Moon maybe overthinking it a little bit. If he sends it down into B, not that he knows, of course, where the ECSTATIC players are, but site would be free. Kaide slowly clearing for it. Well, he spots out no one secret, no one double door, then no one single, and that should be the call to make. Call to action, 4 keys now. 2 players seen on top, the other side as well. There shouldn't be any way you're going A now. Why would you push your way into pistols? If you can just take the B side, why would you make it so hard for yourself? Sure, you find the round, but B side is open, guys. Come on.
Yeah, that's interesting. It feels like that's a telling round from Ruby that they do decide to chase ECSTATIC down. Because, yeah, ECSTATIC didn't lose a huge amount from the exchange. They didn't have anything. So they're going to be coming into the 3rd round with the AWP coming through just because they were able to get a few more kills in the barrel. And ECSTATIC, they've got a chance to make the turn early on. You're talking about the outside control ECSTATIC could try and extend. Maybe this time it'll be the difference maker.
Yeah, Ruby had early possession before. If you can contest that as an ECSTATIC, you might be in for something. No Fen dive, just running it straight into A. Double kill to begin with. The Kazakhs are doing good work. On the side, double trade from Anadela. Might make the round somewhat more interesting, but to no avail. As though site looks to be taken over. Bomb is going down. And Ruby has found their 3rd, because there's no way Chris2 is going for this one.
At least he's able to keep the AWP, which I think wasn't a guaranteed thing. He's going to go out again and try and fish for another kill. Pretty risky, but I think it will not have any particular finding of a Ruby player, so maybe that's going to end up being for the best. So a big opportunity passes ECSTATIC by. Ruby maintain control, and we're getting some echoes of what we saw from our first map with the level of confidence we're seeing from Ruby in these early plays.
Yeah, 3rd round found. Previously, they did get close rounds on Vertigo, but it was always a chance for a round back. And now Ruby, the way they've played this map before, they really know it. They've played it a lot. There is so much more to their nuke than there was to their Vertigo.
3 rounds in a row last time. On Vertigo at least this was the turning point, but here, yeah, just the AWP salvage from the previous round. Christo looks like he's going to get pretty aggressive with this. I would argue maybe too aggressive with that one. You can see the desperation, just get in there, get a kill, start cycling weapons through to your squad, but instead the AWP is gone and likely won't be able to be recovered. No, I tell a lie. The entire plan of ECSTATIC in this round is just get that AWP back out and keep it to the end of round.
Yeah, and now what do you do? Nixon is going to try to stay alive. Nutton has found one towards outside. You would say Ruby is just going to take the bomb and send it into A. Before they know, Nixon might be peeking outside to take some space back. No one there, of course, to cover. Somewhat being watched by Kaide here, so maybe still going to be a harder fight. Turns around, gives Kaide a free one. No op save allowed. Ruby up to 4. And that makes a miracle happen with the Deagle. Gonna walk right into him. Oh, that's one, but to no avail.
Alright. I'm starting to get some, again, you know, the echoes, of course, but flipped with the teams around from our first map. That was such a weird round. You know, ECSTATIC, they made this huge, you know, heads-up play of just running in, trying to get the early kill. Even running through the molly to make it happen, and then spent the rest of the round trying to recover from that play. I just don't know if ECSTATIC being up one map need to be playing that aggressive this early.
In general, nothing really working, playing with pistols, so maybe that rectifies it a slight bit, but like I said before, it's ECSTATIC that can ride with the momentum, that can play that slower style. You know, Ruby is going to play aggressive. They have done so before. Is aggression the name of the game, or is it just you trying to hold on and anticipating on that? That's the question they should ask themselves. Probably we should ask ourselves too, but Like I said, when I saw this veto, there's a very good chance that this will just be a map trade for both sides. And we see Vertigo going one-sided, we see Nu going one-sided. Why can't we just go to Anubis already, huh?
I mean, it seems to be very much on the cards based on what we've seen so far. Trading one for one, we have got orbs on both sides of the equation. ECSTATIC back to what brought them initially to the dance, just keeping up here in the rafters, keeping good control over on A. We really haven't been seeing those B site plays so far.
Yeah, Kaide, with him taking so much space there, could potentially break the windows together with, or open the door. That's what he already did, so he's going to go right out for a flank onto Christo here towards ramp, but that might set the players for Ruby up for that ramp play. But they're going A. At least they're chipping in. There's Christo falling. Now you should have sent it into ramp. What is Ruby doing? You full control over ramp. You full control over B. Moon is finally going there. They're challenging A side for no reason. You have a full control over B.
I mean, this is what we saw from Ruby before. They were not satisfied with the easy win. They wanted to put the boot in to ECSTATIC instead. We will see the fight breaking out in short order. Nut grabs 2, and this one is done. The early streak is over. And yeah, it may well be that Ruby reached too far here in round 5 and get knocked down for their troubles.
Like I said, the round really doesn't make much sense from a thought point of view. You see the lurk, of course, initially coming out from Kaide. He goes all the way down, opens the door, kills Christo on ramp, and then what does Ruby do? Yeah, let's go A, where we've taken full ramp, right? That doesn't seem to add up, but one thing pretty clear, ECSTATIC is on the board. They found their way, able to play that, like I said, the more passive type of style. And like you said as well, Peter, it's something that we felt like ECSTATIC was going to do with the map up situation, with momentum being on their side and now anticipating on pushes, but they're going for a peek now themselves. They're trying to take initiative towards ramp. You got to be careful though, as your op is kind of blocking your mate. Not happy to be alive. Tanked is Christo by the upper, but getting away with a man advantage. How did that to you?
Yeah, that was a little awkward. It does speak to maybe a little bit of miscommunication, a little bit of team cohesion problems there for ECSTATIC. Not being able to read each other's movements ahead of time, but I mean, this is a big opportunity, a big window for ECSTATIC to come back in. If Ruby can get knocked down this round and they are down by 2, then ECSTATIC can really establish themselves here in the first half. And with the grenade landing as well, Ruby, they're already pretty desperate down to 3.
Oh, good swing, Kaide taking down on Alila. Man advantage still there for ECSTATIC. Sawalio, this will be flashed to send Sawalio into A. That's the plan. Ruby tries to chime in, but look at a triple stack from ECSTATIC. No presence elsewhere, so they're gonna have to end A. TMB can't deal with Moon just yet. Then he finds Kaide. Moon is down low, having to go through the main site while Hood's getting challenged. Sawalio down low, Moon down low. I don't think they're gonna go for this round. They're just trying to save. Christo watching the crossback. And that will leave the second to go the way of the Danes.
Well, I really like that as well. You know, ECSTATIC just running the clock down and down and down, putting Ruby off their feet early on. You know, it's what we could have hoped for Ruby in our previous map, just trying to break through the stock play, trying to put them into a difficult to maneuver situation. And I think we're realistically now in a space here as Ruby will take a well-earned tactical timeout. That ECSTATIC could come back in a serious way in this first half.
Nicely done for the side of ECSTATIC. You can see the buy coming out for Ruby. The pass coming out for Ruby as well. Trying to figure things out. But ever since that one singular round with Ruby, Maya still making a wrong call. They're now fighting back with lesser resources every single time. And soon we will start seeing the eco come out if Ruby doesn't play their cards right. That's where ECSTATIC could really come into play.
I mean, there's still enough money in the bank for Moon to be able to bring out the AWP for this round, but yeah. Sawalio, Tasman both being reduced down to pistols for the round, and There's no more room for error here for Ruby, as much as we expect them to do well here on Nuke. As they drop the first kill across to ECSTATIC. We're not seeing the... I think ideally for Ruby, they really want to be taking the initiative themselves, but instead they lose the first two duels. Moon is left standing with the AWP, but he's not going to be the difference maker.
Tries to. What can he do? Missed shot from both sides. Both AWPers missing. Then the AK falling. Tasman, what can he do towards ramp? If he finds an entry, there might be a way. Player dropping down, so could provide with a kill, could provide with a way. But ultimately, him not going for that. Moon also not really seeming to want to fight towards this outside. Oh, he's going to get a fight. And he will take it.
Ooh. I mean, we have been praising Moon before, and he is an extremely good AWPer, but when the rest of the team has already fallen to pieces, it's a bit of an ask for him to recover the round by himself. ECSTATIC have no real need to go chasing him, but LLA is more than willing to actually step out. Doesn't have sight of Moon, last one standing, 1 versus 4. Moon's already heavily wounded, and ECSTATIC are on the hunt.
And do you realistically want to save this, okay? You don't get any money. Next round will be a loss bonus of 2.9k. So, I guess it's worth it. Because you will have an AK with armor and a flash going forward. With an AWP then, with the pistols. But let's be real. A hero AWPer with 4 pistols, is that really going to make the difference? I don't know. I mean, better safe than sorry, or better just try than to find nothing. Get 1 kill with the AWP upgrade. A Deagle to an M4 could be useful. Still interested though about how they're going to approach this round. It will mainly be focused around the AWPer in particular. You should have him as the VIP to help the others. And the bodyguards trying to protect the sole AWPer.
See what Ruby have got for us here. I mean, they've been picking up a decent amount of kills so far, despite having fallen behind in these most recent rounds. ECSTATIC trying to keep the fighting to the outside, where they've got the most distance advantage. We're trying to run out the clock a little bit here, and of course avoid Moon doing what he'd love to do, which is taking out an ECSTATIC member and having Ruby swarm to take their rifle.
Oh. No VIP that has any protection. His bodyguards can't take him down. I want to say something about Trump. I'm not going to do that. ECSTATIC here.
Wise choice.
Going for a FOP and maybe even a double up. TMB was at least thinking about it.
Oh boy, yeah. I mean, that's the thing. You know, you just didn't have the position, you didn't have the equipment.
Yeah.
ECSTATIC get themselves back up to even in the half. And look at the money they've got in the bank. They're not just winning these rounds, they're winning them comfortably. Especially for the CT half. They are absolutely rolling in cash. And Ruby, with the AWP lost in the previous round, they're not going to be buying in another one for this round. They just can't afford to do so.
Yeah, and that position as well for Moon, right? The only position that you could be taken away from is Secret. And that was where the play was coming from. So yeah, that you're basically sent back in with no help from a player watching Secret, nor having any util. Becomes just a very hard task in general. Outside utility, lobby with 4 taken. Ruby looks to attract themselves towards that ramp side.
I don't hate this at all.
No.
Ruby, they've been sitting back for such a long time. I'd like to see the aggressive play. You see, Nut is ready for a push in here. I mean, somebody saw from before, unfiltered aggression coming the way to go. Nice clear on the smoke. Focus is in. The ramp is going to be taken in short order. I think that's the thing. ECSTATIC, they can't afford, or they can't take a remotely even fight anymore. They're just going to have to give up ramp control and maybe just accept that there will be the push coming through anyway.
Task. Oh, Moon. That is one hell of a play. Might try and wait on the ramp side while the others go somewhere else, but where do you go? Because no one is in Secret anymore, so you might be wanting to go back to A side, but then Moon's boost is not really there anymore. Not going to have the impact. Christo is all alone on A. TMB will try to help, while the rest is going to push out of HUD.
boy. Yes. Well, at least the plan to A is good. Christo does get deleted, and Moon managing to catch and Lele on the push up. So Ruby hitting the go button there. 3 versus 2. ECSTATIC, they've got the money to be able to potentially drop some weaponry here if needed. I think we're going to see some attempts towards a retake, but this is still a little risky, and Ruby are all over the site already.
Yeah. No retake attempt from ECSTATIC, then up. Then with the player being in the doorway, you wanted TMB to start stepping up a little more. Speaking of stepping up, what a kill that is from Soalio. TMB up close, hiding in the corner, getting himself taken away. Ruby cleans things up. Finally, after 4 rounds in a row, as an answer, it is a round back in the hands of Ruby. With the buy still partially there for ECSTATIC, having everything they can, but looking at the next round again, maybe economy will start to fall a little bit. Final few rounds and a half, and the T side still potentially looking like they could be winning this one, Peter. So, not out of dangerous waters just yet if you're ECSTATIC.
Oh no, absolutely. I'm really curious to see how Christo does in this one. He's been doing a very good job so far. I mean, look at the kill numbers across both the teams, all relatively even. Nixon from ECSTATIC, Tasman from Ruby, particularly Tasman being the top fragger on Vertigo, has a lot more to give here on Nuke. Early exchange utility favors ECSTATIC, as we're actually seeing something a little bit different. We haven't been seeing these B-side pushes nearly at all from Ruby. I think this might be the first round it's going to be made a serious attempt.
Oh, wow. Flashbang. Team B doesn't spot anybody. And look at Nutnut's position. This is ridiculous. Trying to take outside. Forkies drops over it. Nutnut's still an unknown entity in this round.
There's the push coming in, but ECSTATIC are ready for it. Instantly down to 2 remaining Ruby members. They're trying to claw their way back in, but it's nothing doing. Soalio, last one standing, got the 3K in the previous round. This time, no Ks. Says okay and heads out just to hope to fish off a kill, but I don't think ECSTATIC have got a decent idea where he is. They certainly do now.
Seen, taken, Soalio still getting 2 away. And a round to which ECSTATIC could have potentially lost some. They're now finding their way back around. That play here from Christy was insane, of course, but Nut there still waiting on the back of the garage. Getting away with murder as well. Just in general, great position from ECSTATIC in the mid-round.
Yeah, I always think it was a really, really nice play. And I think this is what we didn't see from Ruby so much on the previous map, was ECSTATIC, they read the aggressive play coming in, they completely swept the leg, and as Ruby get another attack pulls in, I think that's a tacit acknowledgement that what they've been bringing out so far has not been working as well as they would have liked, and particularly towards the back half of this first half, ECSTATIC have been firing on all cylinders.
Yeah, it's been phenomenal thus far. And going for that 7-5, Peter, we could be looking at a really good first half still from ECSTATIC. The way their form has changed in the middle of this game, the way their T-side has been on Vertigo in general, it's been insane so far. Really enjoyed watching this ECSTATIC lineup. Christu still yet to really get online. You don't even really need him. We have another Lele doing good work as well. Spray from TMB. Oh, sent Moon to the sky.
That's no Moon, and that's going to be ECSTATIC crushing their way through the round. Ruby did come into this one a little bit under strength, but ECSTATIC will leave it with the flags flying high, surviving with 4 members that go into the back half, or the last round of the first half, with everything they could ask for. Ruby, they're starting to show the cracks here, even on their own map pick.
Yeah, I mean, what would we be without a Moon? We would be nothing, and Ruby as well. And with him taken away, that round was done. 7-5 on the brink of happening. Looking at the buy, it's not too good for Ruby.
Oh!
Let's see how they will respond, because it could be a fast play towards outside. Look at Kaide.
It could be. It's a little late, but the early utility was great. There's Ruby suddenly showing us exactly what they are capable of. They get into position and they sweep aside ECSTATIC. This is even better than what ECSTATIC have been doing in the previous rounds. Absolutely murderous. TMB will at least be able to go down fighting, but Ruby draw us even 6-6, and that's a level of play we haven't seen from the Kazakhstani team for a little while here.
Yeah, it's a little weird, I feel like, because if these fast plays can happen, like we saw in the beginning, how were they shut down so easily by ECSTATIC for the majority of the half, right? Were they trying to play more strategic Counter-Strike? Were they forcing things? Or would it have worked if they just ran A every single time? I don't know. You know, it's just a weird thought in my mind. But for the most part, ECSTATIC will go for the T side with a 6-6. Not going to be the easiest for ECSTATIC, but I wouldn't say it's impossible.
Oh, not at all. Of course, we do have to remember ECSTATIC. They've got the one map pick in 4-13. We're in line for a much more competitive encounter here on Nuke. As we kind of, I think reasonably should have expected coming in. This is a more even map for both of the teams, but I'm much, much less confident I think we were before about seeing this one be a definite 3-map series.
Yeah, no, it's up in the air, I feel like, and a pistol can usually always matter, but also the first full buy round and such, probably even more important than the pistol is. Oh, this is a fight for keys. Caught red-handed there, falls away. Taken away is Nutnut, who tried to initially go for a lurk around. Chris2 on ramp. Could get this kill on Mooney, still alone. Now gets help. Up close. And Lele still waiting for the swing around. Getting taken from the flank, but helped by TMB, who's murdering 2 away. Low HP on Sualio. Knows he could go for a swing. Has dinked him already. So just a sole kill was all he needed. That's exactly what happens. The Danes are back in the lead.
Oh my gosh. TMB almost catching up with Adelaide there on raw kill numbers, but that was an absolute brawl on the tail end of the map there. Or tail end of the round. The map's still very much up in the air, but you're right. ECSTATIC getting back control again, I think, does a lot to quash Ruby's momentum coming out of that previous round, and TMB just seemed completely unflustered, especially to be the one who had to save the round.
Here they come. Pen dive, okay.
Interesting. Not something we would have necessarily been expecting for ECSTATIC, who were the ones coming in with the advantage this round, but we're going to be seeing Moon. He's from a different celestial body, and he's here to deliver all the punishment possible. Ruby, they have bought into this round. They've got the SMGs, they've got the shotty, and they've got a chance to maybe get ECSTATIC off guard.
Oh. I thought you were going to say Moon is from a different planet, and that would be... the same time it would be through as well, technically. Oh boy. Right now, Moon is on a planet, technically. Yeah,
we're on the same wavelength here when it comes to our temperature jokes.
That is interesting. The round goes to ECSTATIC. They take it. The buy, like with that Nova, a little bit extraordinary to have that one out. And that was a force buy, so an eco to follow, Peter. We're looking at an ECSTATIC that are going to be in striking distance of taking the map.
Oh boy. I mean, we've got Moon, at least with the hero rifle for the round, but yeah, Ruby, they're in some serious trouble here. We need to see some of that explosivity. We need to see them making these snap plays, but instead, we're going to be seeing ECSTATIC being the ones taking immediate control. I'd like to see Ruby falling back. Finally, we complete our rediscovery of the B site. Ruby are swift to move back to try and defend as Alalele fire and smoke. It's going to be a brawl here on B.
Nicely taken it. Entry found with the nade. You saw it coming from a mile ago. Door naded. Kill found. And here we see the save. Initially, I was a little bit skeptical about Moon buying this M4, right? The plan would be to have a scout next round, I think. But if you have enough money for an AWP, I would argue with it, and you can just buy that one. But he's going to save the M4, so they will at least have his weapon going forward. The rest can all buy because they've saved up for it. So it makes all quite a lot of sense.
Yeah, I mean, ECSTATIC aren't going to be able to, well, farm up any more SMG kills. I didn't get any out of the round at all. So at least it does keep their economy from blowing up too big. But that's still 3 in a row for the Danish squad. Ruby, on their own map pick, they're in some pretty serious trouble. I think this has got to be the round where we start to see them coming back with some real firepower.
This is the round. This is what we've talked about. Like I said, pistol, it might matter a little bit. Like I said in the first full buy round, that's where real things are going to be shining. If Ruby doesn't win this one out, 2.9k will be given to them. They're going to have Armored Eagle, which once more should be around for ECSTATIC. Then you're all of a sudden at 11.6. You can shut them down here. Get them to not necessarily their first eco, because T-side economy is so painful to take away. But yeah, all in all, this round is mandatory for you to pick up. Moon has a little bit more cash than the others, right? So in case they go for that lose and then anti-eco next, he's going to have an op by round 18. But at 11.6, do you want to have that op, or would you have liked to get it out sooner? That's still the thing I'm getting from that previous round, right? Not buying up an M4 with armor, I think would have given you an AWP.
I mean, this is the point, isn't it, Ruby? They've got to make some pretty tough decisions here. They're going to have to, I think, yeah, with the point they're at, they're going to have to do some sacrifice of long-term strategic play for just immediate firepower. We're bringing the rifles across the board. Good utility as well for Ruby. I mean, ECSTATIC, they're still keeping hold of a couple of the SMGs from the previous round, so Ruby, they've got the equipment advantage with the minus utility. This should be a chance to get back in.
TMB is looking to go fast. He has an MP9. Andalele is right at him to trade. So here they come. Utility thrown. Flashes as well. Send them in.
TMB has shown no fear before. Is not going to start doing it now. Immediately clears the ground level. Not in. Clear the air. And ECSTATIC are there straight away. Going to fake out the plant. Ruby, as we were saying, the pressure is on there. I think they're going to come back and try and make this work.
Nice nade. Nut sends
nice.
it. Andalele waiting there. Knowing two are there. Maybe steps were heard instead. Second vent still. Where player might be. Nut holds it. So under. Good position to hold here. Well, now the flash comes in. Taking him down. Andalele from second vent will be dealt with. Now a Mach 10 in for a clutch. Post plant needing to be held by Nixon, who tries to swing. He says headshot and then the kill. We'll find it. Oh, he's going off the defuse. No time anymore. At a 10-second one. No help there. And Nixon, although had a Mach 10 to work with, is going to be able to find the round.
Oh boy, that Nixon, he gets a croc. And it gets away with it. 10-6. Ruby Paul's coming in again. They burnt through every single one of them, Jazzy, to get to this point. Their best days may well be behind them, and now with ECSTATIC hitting double digits, so far undefeated in this half.
Yeah, that's good for your T side. We had a little bit of concern, but looking back at Vertigo, like I said as well before, don't count them out on their T side. They were 9-3, and it's a whole different caliber of map. But it's the way you approach the game on a T side level, right? You're having to call the strats, you're having to call the moves. And even though Ruby has been great, now it's the first time they get their AWP out. And that has been 4 rounds straight. Or I think twice. You might have been able to get the AWP if you play your cards right. But that's something for a later concern. Let's see how the round goes with Moon as that player, as that wildcard. Watching Ramp, TMB, trying to send it in. Brought as an entry fragger to create space. Let's say he's done his job pretty well. That's an understatement.
Fighting for control on top of ramp. We do see Ruby getting themselves the first kill, and courtesy of Tasman. The A site starts to feel a little bit more shaky as ECSTATIC, they're trying to do a little bit more of a slower style, and the A site defense is looking pretty solid. ECSTATIC, they've got TMB heavily wounded as well, so they're almost down to 3 versus 5.
Oh boy. Aesthetic initially looked so good, but that kill through the smoke gave Ruby something to work with. Limited util. So you gotta find an advantage somewhere. That's usually what we say. It kind of got provided to him this time, so I believe that's something. Still trying to go for a little bit more. Sending it into A. Famas gets taken from Tasman. Bomb re-picked up. Moon is on B, so a vent dive is not really gonna help. Ooh. That's your bomb falling. Knowledge taken. The op working.
You asked before what we would do if there was no moon in this world for Ruby. And that will be that the tides will go all kinds of nuts, but the tides have swung back. Ruby, they've got momentum. And Lele coming in. Finds two just like that. That's not allowed.
Still Moon is left. Was our player. Was our guy. Bomb picked up and taken. Wow. They both rotated up as well. Really thinking. The bomb was down in vent, right? So realistically speaking, if you picked up the bomb and went straight to B, it would have been a clear sight. Just to put it in perspective.
That play at the end, though. Yeah, that was so beautiful from LLA. Yeah. The control there to get both of them. It seemed like it was going to actually work out.
It almost did.
Ruby, they're back into the half. The first round achieved. Moon has his AWP, and perhaps all will be right with the world. There's still a long way to go before Ruby can take their map pick and bring us to Anubis, where we expect them to do very well, but we're still living in the world, Dutch Boy, where we may not see Anubis at all.
Yeah, and there's still a world. And with the double kill to begin with, ECSTATIC could be forced back to having an eco next. CT side is starting to get back together, and is it really because of Moon? I don't think so, but he's definitely found that previous round the kill that was needed in order to drop the bomb in the vent. Now a double kill from Ruby. It might have given them back some momentum, maybe some fear on the side from ECSTATIC as well. And I speak about Moon, and he will arrive. He's going to go for more. A tag on the second. Really impressive again to do the work. A second joining with an M4 in 4 keys, so maybe an unknown entity still around the corner. 2 players there. Nixon initially got tagged, so probably no cigar for him.
Still though, Ruby, after getting their first round, it looks like they got a second one coming in. Yes, I think Moon took offense to us talking him down in that previous round. Gets 2 coming out of that one, and the Ruby are back where we expected to see them being, 2 in a row, and it all started here from the outside. It doesn't feel like ECSTATIC do really very well at all if they drop the opening kill, let alone 2 of them.
Yeah. That is not something they've been working with on Vertigo, right? It was always the entry from TMB or someone else found. Now you gotta create it yourself again through a TMB or through someone else, but it's usually already been, you're trying to settle, you're trying to set up, and it's been Ruby finding a kill through the smoke, Ruby going aggressive somewhere, Ruby making a play, and now Moon chipping in, successfully finding 2, a vent dive, that's gonna happen. Giving TMB a shot at potentially planting this, although he's waiting, trying to knife here. TMB was chasing him with his knife out, I think. We didn't see it, but I think he was running.
I can believe it. It's that kind of series. We saw it starting off with a knife. Why not make sure you're getting as many opportunities to get stuck in on the opponent? With Ruby, though, they're back now by only a single round. ECSTATIC will be buying into this one again. The opportunity for ECSTATIC to close the series on this map might be starting to become much less of a done thing. The certainty dripping away round by round.
I love what I'm seeing. This game is becoming closer and closer. I feel like ECSTATIC can still make this one happen, right? They just need one nice execute, a second, and then an eco from Ruby. That is the path they should take, the roadmap. But Moon has been a force to be reckoned with towards outside. Has been in the way. Pretty solid as well.
Whoa!
Nut. That's fine. Stansman now, it opens up the door to go B, but also main that's been taken away. So no certainty just yet. Kaide around the corner. No one is looking. Everyone puts their util out. Will you clear the door? And Alella doesn't dare to swing it yet. And Nutnut is unaware of even the possibility of him being there. Now trying to trade. Can Nutnut do it? No, he can't. Kaide is the hero from Ruby.
And he arrived just as they cleared that as well. So nobody needed to look behind them. As far as they knew, it was completely fine. That's a hell of a round to Ruby to draw things back even again. And for ECSTATIC, their iron grip on the second half has been completely shattered. This will be 4 apiece, and with Ruby having the advantage now, and again, loads of money in the bank, I think ECSTATIC are in pretty major trouble.
There's Kaide. The bomb is still single door, double door. As Ruby not rotated bound, now Moon is trying to. Steps are made. TMB will shut off that pathway while still going for the plant. Single will open up. Main. Oh, ramp also checked. This is ridiculous from TMB. 10 HP or 10 seconds left, brother. Tap on the bomb. No swing from Moon. Has to go for the stick now. Moon has to run. Will not do it. The plant will come through. No C still in single door. Oh, TMB. It's ridiculous. The newest addition of the team, and that's why they brought him up. Entry fragger, clutcher, I don't know what you can call him, but he takes down the one and only Moon. That was so good for Ruby in that round.
Holy hell. And of course, our thanks to our friends from Hellcase as things continue to heat up in our last series of the night. This is the last match of round 2 of the group stage, and these teams are both delivering. ECSTATIC, perhaps moments from ending out the series. Ruby, they look like they were on such a good comeback, but now it's all up in the air.
Yeah, 4 on 4 we were thinking. Apparently not TMB. A wildcard player can step up, can make something out of nothing. I think initially it was a 4x3 moment because Kaide didn't respond to the head shown on Silo, maybe focused on his crosshair too much. And that is an entry of a lifetime again. Still got the Mac 10, still got the Galils, but see how much space he's gotten into Garage. Moon should be a dead man or otherwise. The M4 that now starts joining in. Forkies is not aware of how close the danger is waiting. And that's an entry of a lifetime.
Down to 3 Ruby members. ECSTATIC barely taking any damage so far. The ambushes, the plays from ECSTATIC have just been paying off in spades. And as Tasman gets his head knocked off, ECSTATIC move into control of the outside. Sawalio is dropped. Moon stands above it all, but he's the last one standing. ECSTATIC are so close to the finish line.
Moon still standing now against Chris 2, gets sent back to Earth. Earth as ECSTATIC finds it. Ruby, no elevation anymore. They really try to. We're almost there, almost at a tight spot now, having to play with a bus and bunch of SMGs, 2 M4s, but limited util. 1 kit available. All things I just named, not the best, not ideal. But you gotta try and make it happen. This is a must-win round for Ruby, unless they want to face elimination in this CCT Online Series 14.
One last chance. ECSTATIC, they go up against the Ruby squad who are down in equipment. This should be it. We know this is one of the most dangerous places to be, one step away from the finish line. Ruby really need that early win in here. Get a rifle back. Start to chain those kills, but you see ECSTATIC, they're treating this one very cautiously. They know how volatile it could be.
Yeah, taking her time. Lobby has usually been where Ruby has found the entry, so rather not go for that, but ramp will be challenged. Is Nixon ready? Yes, he is. Can there be a trade? There is as well, so Ruby is keeping them cells in this one. That would have been a round-defining play, but let's see how it continues here.
3 rifles now in the hands of Ruby. Gonna see a lobby fight break out in just a second. Sawalio wins it out handily, which puts the advantage back to Ruby. Cristo still in play with the AWP, but ECSTATIC now down numbers. We've talked about this before. They've not worked well, but they can't go in and trade aggressively, being behind in numbers.
TMB has been the only one that's been able to do it. Trying to build up a nice story, but his dreams get shut down. my dreams, potentially, as well. ECSTATIC, what can they bring? Moon, getting taken. What a clearance there from the upper. Molly thrown on heaven. Sawalio left alone on the side. He's been taken. Christy was going B. That's exactly where Forkeys is. The time is running out. That would have been the kill that originally opened up the door to A. But Christy was already completely tunnel visioned on going B there.
Oh, boy. Ruby, they're making their attempt. ECSTATIC. Are they going to face plant at the finish line? Of course, you know, they've already got the overtime secured, but it felt like a done deal. Now, AWP coming into play from Ruby. Moon gets to exert his influence again, and now it's ECSTATIC who have to operate with less than ideal equipment. Just a little bit down, but being back a step, and if they lose an opening kill again, I really see Ruby be able to bring this to overtime.
Yeah, not the best buy going forward, Peter. I'm starting to feel like that as well, but what has worked in moments of danger? An A push for either side. A push has been response to everything. But a triple stack there waiting around the corner. But getting clear, double kill, make it 3. So Walio, an absolute turret on the A side.
That was just outrageous. And yeah, you can see the heart has taken out from ECSTATIC in this round, down 2 members to 5. Ruby moving up to 11 to 12, I suspect in just a few moments. Christo is almost dead. Nixon on the Tech 9. ECSTATIC, they just don't have the momentum. And I think as much as they might be able to try to do a little bit more damage to Ruby, it's not going to be enough to matter.
Ruby going to 11, 1 away. ECSTATIC, they knew this was coming if they lost this round. Sending it into A. The flashes were there, but not on the position Sawalio was holding. At least checking it. Might have been useful. But the 4K from Sawalio made matters worse for ECSTATIC. Now on Tech 9s and 1P to 50. To try and pull Ruby away from this. Running fast, might go for a vent dive. They are trying to send it. 2 kills found from Kaide. B side is still held as well by a bunch of CTs. Although, Forkeys and Tasman trying to join forces. Moon as well arriving. Could be a ridiculous affair still. Although TMB can't enter the site.
No, I mean, it feels like this one is pretty much brought to overtime for sure. Though Christo wants to at least get a few hits in before it's done and dusted. It felt like ECSTATIC over the last couple of rounds have been somewhat resigned to this outcome. Given that Ruby have fired back strongly. I mean, it's been a close half, but it's been enough of a decisive half to make sure both halves will end 6-6.
Yeah, close game. 6-6 halves on either sides, and mainly in the end as well, economy from ECSTATIC that was starting to take a hit. This round where they rush into A, it was some Galils, even a Tech 9 on some right. Nixon having it, as you can see. Making at least a little bit less of a painful affair now when you have the buys. What can you do, right? Overtime provides you with a full buy every single time. And even this round got a little dicey with that Tech 9 doing work. Christo getting traded. And that was all she wrote. But that's what I'm saying, right? Overtime, everyone has buy. Everyone has an AK, but also Moon has an op every single time. So, ever since he's had that, it's looked better for Ruby. See if he can deliver on this close engagement.
And picking up the first kill again for Ruby is all important. ECSTATIC's confidence, I think, coming from the momentum, and it's such a momentum cutter. Especially to have TMB out of play immediately. Christo, though, will avenge his teammate. And while that does still leave one of the biggest players out of play for ECSTATIC, and Lele is here, but not for long. Tasman gets the kill, defending well on site. It's going to be a bloodbath. We're down to 3-on-3. ECSTATIC, their HP bards starting to look a little scary there. Nut is low, but as Kade is dropped, Sawalio, Forkeys, they have to save the round.
Can they do it? Sawalio has been in that close spot from Tasman. But then he did play this round. Not that won't be hit by the molly. Oh, incendiary range, just kind of smaller, of course. So No way to get that. So Walio waiting for Nixon to swing, but not does it all himself. Down low, both players are, but ECSTATIC has taken it.
Ooh, jeez. She said it's going to be a whole different beast here in overtime with so much money being thrown around. But as the attack pause comes in for Ruby again, I think we're still seeing that there's more to be thought about here. And ECSTATIC not bringing in the AWP for this time round. So it looks like it's going to be sheer face-to-face aggression.
Looking at round 14 potentially. Like I said, when you have the buys, it's obviously a lot easier. Usually you would say that towards the CT side of things, right? But particularly here, ECSTATIC were the ones that played their last 2 rounds with far less weapons than they expected. Might have those rounds been with full AKs, you would have had a different result, a different strategy approach. Strategic way of approaching it. Now you have the buy, so you can see what beneficial it is. First round found in overtime, outside smokes again. Trying to be abused by TMB.
Waiting to see what that first kill lands. Nixon almost falls victim. The beautiful play from LA. Right place, right time. Nut comes in at speed as well. They are clearing the site in a hurry. Molly up high. And a follow-up grenade as well. Just like that, ECSTATIC pulled the trigger. And Ruby are down by 2.
Good hand from Nut. Taken away, Tasman. Oh, beautiful nade.
Oh.
That is nice. Tasman falls. Kaide is gonna save ECSTATIC. 14 and 2 rounds already on the T side of things.
Oh boy. I'll give ECSTATIC credit here, to come back on the T half again and get the 2 rounds in a row is a great reset, considering especially Ruby's tail end of the half escape refuses to be removed. But yeah, Ruby have been doing so well on their CT half towards those last few rounds that I would have expected that momentum to continue into overtime.
Yeah, but what you can also see is ECSTATIC and have weapons to work with, have strategics, build up. And I do like the way they're playing this one out. And also for the CT side, again, economy hard to manage. If ECSTATIC goes there, it's just looking like a 2-0 right now. But might be getting ahead of myself. Let's see how this final round and a half will go. Plus, of course, the CT side from ECSTATIC. Ruby needs to find something. Moon hasn't found the information, hasn't found the openers that he's had, but Kaide has.
That's Analele down as well, the top fragger on the ECSTATIC squad. Again, we continue to... I'll continue to mention this because we continue to see it. ECSTATIC struggle when they don't get that opening kill with their heavy trading style. TMB coming in, going to try and be the difference maker here. Try and go for a kill untraded, but Tasman spots him on the way in. I think, no, TMB doesn't. And that means that ECSTATIC, their chances of getting a clean overtime first half, I think, evaporated then and there.
Yeah. Now they gotta rush something, force something. Moon is there waiting. Once more. So ridiculous. The way he's played. Always been there. Always a pillar to work around. And they know he's ramp. They haven't tried to go there yet, ECSTATIC. This time they really tried, force their way into it, and you can see what comes from it. No round, no cigar. 14-13 as we're switching sides. ECSTATIC to the supposedly easier side now. Although we've seen Ruby play some stellar Counter-Strike on that T-half.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost impossible to figure out what's going to happen here. We've got 6 and 6 halves on both sides, so by all rights, we just need to, it should be going on here forever, but we've got such huge numbers coming out. Sawalio, 25 kills so far. Anale, 22 on the other side. Coming down to overtime, I think all it's going to take is a single mistake to swing it.
Yep. rounds depend on those entries we've seen before. It's been hard for Ruby, particularly, or for ECSTATIC particularly, to fight back from a man advantage on the CT side. That's even worse. We have to protect the same amount of positions, the same amount of angles with a player less. They're taking their time though, Ruby, and that's been their downfall. So let's hope it isn't so this time. Chris2 turns outside, the smokes are still up. But for how long more? Soon possession might be taken and TMB is watching the main crunch potentially. This is still a bloodbath about to happen.
Everything balanced here on the edge of the knife. ECSTATIC just need 2 on this half to put this one to bed. The entire series. And Christo will open up with a crack of thunder. There's the opening kill ECSTATIC have been yearning for all this time. Now the emphasis is on Ruby to make the play stick here on B.
Analela is going to go to the double door. Not checking A, but the main presence will be from Chris2 and particularly Analela. TMB already to the back of B. But where is Ruby going? 20 seconds to do something. One is going heaven, Chris2. When is he going to check his back? Because Forkeys is right on the brink of going for that. On the cusp, looking for a second. Look, that falls! Oh, there's A falling, but he falls to his death. Maybe there's still a play happening on Alella. Gives a second lifeline back. How is this round still in the realm of possibilities? I don't believe it.
I mean, Focus just learned that one from Analela before. It was exactly the same play, and it worked out even better the last time round. TMB knows that he has to go into the jaws of death here. Only can hope that Tasman has a moment of inattention, because he has to get this one untraded kill. Moon is still in play. He gets the first. Moon is close by on sight. They're going to go face to face. Moon has got the utility out and TMB is too late.
Did he not have the time? I thought he had. Oh, wow. That is a ridiculous round to win for Ruby. I felt like TMB still had the time to go for a defuse, but he thought otherwise. And then I think that's the wise decision. I mean, I'm not the pro here. TMB almost winning the round if he went up the ladder a little bit sooner. But yeah, that's all if. Didn't happen. Round 14 to 14. Round 29. Who's going to get match point?
Ruby slow walking this one in the early going. ECSTATIC get aggressive with their utility. And Lele is there to meet TMB. Grabs another. It's the A-site fight again. But this time, Ruby just get absolutely swept through. ECSTATIC's defense looking so much better. And just as you said, now a single step away from the end of the series or another overtime.
It's a difference of a Forkeys triple or a Forkeys double. This time, no help as well. He was the only one getting kills there. And now, there is so many questions surrounding this side. Ruby now potentially on the cusp of losing things again. They've not been the ones on a match point yet. ECSTATIC had 2. Third time's the charm, we usually say. But that is a whole lot different in this game, I feel like. Ruby will try to send it towards A, it feels like. They have utility on the T roof. But they're taking their sweet time.
Do remember both of these teams are 0-1 in the Swiss stage. A win out here, of course, puts them back right into the center of the pack. A loss puts them on the edge of being chucked out of the group stage entirely. Marie taking this one nice and slow as befits a round of overtime as important as this.
Ooh, double boost back up. That is interesting. Flashbang sent into A. Nixon waiting for the HUD push, no one checking for it. Kill gets found, no HUD molly. Where was it? Not existent. What? And so a shutdown. Or is it?
Kinda.
What is happening? Ruby creates an opportunity and they have the advantage.
We now have Moon versus Crystal, but we kind of, I mean, that we have to watch on the replay again because that was ridiculous. I don't think Moon knows where Kaida is coming. Where Crystal is coming from. Kaida is roaming as well. There's still a possibility of a salvage play. Moon's barrel might stick out. And Moon finds Crystal. We will have ourselves a second overtime, thanks in large part to the 3K.
Yeah, this round looks done after this double. Even find yourself another. And Nelella gets it. And then Kaide with that triple coming from main. Main's such a good position to find your lurkarounds, but that should have been called by ECSTATIC. I feel like Crystal should have potentially been there. Should have potentially, could have. All didn't happen. We're going for OT number 2.
Look at the numbers on the Ruby side as well. Twalio, Bookers, and Kaida all around 25 kills so far. So we've got, Ruby just getting those a little bit more damage done. There's another brawl here on the A side. This time round, ECSTATIC are holding even better, and Moon will be shattered. ECSTATIC not showing any signs of slowing down. Start out overtime 2 with a solid round win.
It aren't done yet, and again, Ruby hasn't found a singular match point yet. It's been 3 for ECSTATIC, 0 for Ruby. It might continue to be. Previous time, ECSTATIC found 2 rounds on the T side. They find 2 on the CT. Those 2 rounds on T are going to be enough to win this game out. But you could obviously also go 3 unanswered. Just have a singular you have to go for. Ooh. Moon sent back in. And that's a brilliant beginning if you ask me.
Yeah, I mean, it's so satisfying to get the trade, or to just get the untraded kill rather, on your opposing AWPer. ECSTATIC, these are the moments we see them really come to life. Once they find a point of weakness, then we're going to be seeing them rip through Ruby. Tasman, the last piece of the Ruby squad, left all on his lonesome, while every ECSTATIC member, not even a single point of damage done to them.
Tasman looking for a second, of course. Tasman does it. Trade facts are found, looking for another potentially the burning player of Tasman. Can't believe how he's able to find so much, but still, should be to no avail, to be honest.
45 seconds left to play. Tasman's looking for a miracle here. Lovely nade up into TMB's face. He is 3 kills so far. You can tell he's brimming with the adrenaline right now. He's just looking for a challenge to bring face to face, but TMB shuts him down here in our second overtime. ECSTATIC get their second round. We thank our friends from Hellcase. You can find them below our stream. We are 1 round away from ECSTATIC potentially getting a clean CT half.
Yeah, the Hellcase giveaway has already happened. There will be a new one coming soon. So be sure to keep your eyes and ears open for that one as well. But congratulations to the winners of the 4 prizes. The ones able to compete next time. Tactical timeout for Ruby. And I gotta say, you've tried outside with Moon. You've tried A. That were your 2 kind of wild cards, right? To keep yourself into it in the first place. ECSTATIC have caught on both. So what do you do now, Peter? What would your answer be? I've no idea.
I genuinely don't know. I mean, I'd love to see Moon getting more support here. But, I mean, Christo, you can see, moving out there confidently, aggressively. ECSTATIC seems to be up for that outside fight. Christo gets hit with a nade, though. I think this might be the window opportunity that Ruby were hoping for. They've now got a decent amount of outside control. I don't know if they're actually going to end up using it, but at least it will spread the defenders a little bit more thinly.
Ooh, about for Christo, of course, taking Moon on the other side. Not outside, that got challenged. Just go into Hut and take him down. TMB up close, spotting Kaide. That's one of your other wildcards taken down. 4 keys! Oh, that's a beautiful read. TMB, Nixon, clinching forward. ECSTATIC have 3 more match points.
Oh boy, for Ruby, I mean, it's a test of you as a team, isn't it? To say, we've gotten ourselves into a situation where we've had to climb a mountain to get back into the group stage. But honestly, these are the kind of tests that teams need at this point in the competition. It only gets tougher from here on out if you even make it through to 1-1 after this match.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's going to be possible anymore to take 18-18. Like, you're mentally shattered, I would say. And then otherwise, sooner rather than later, ECSTATIC will also be. Like, I don't think this is the recovery arc. But hey, Counter-Strike will tell. Can you recover? Tasman falls. That is a big player to get dropped. And there's your second. Kaide fallen. 2 kills to begin with legitimately no answer yet for Ruby.
Oh boy, LLA 1 kill away from hitting 30. Yeah, 2 down for Ruby already. Moon, we call upon the Moon and the Moon will answer. That's 2-1. 2 down as Falcon steps forward again. Ruby, they're still not done, and Moon is advancing with the AWP, finds Nut with a nade in hand, and suddenly ECSTATIC's victory seems much less certain.
Okay, you dropped down. That wasn't what he wanted to do, I think. Moon stepping forward just about. Nixon still in the clutch. Looking to push the edge of the smoke. So Walio gets timinged. This is a lovely timing from Nixon. But goes too far, giving Forkies a fight. Fair fights taken for Ruby. They were 2 men down to start the round with. But aren't able, or ECSTATIC rather, isn't able to clean it up just yet. How much more of an advantage do you need?
Oh boy. So I think that's, as much as that was probably a bit of over-aggression on Moon's part, I don't think you can take it away from Ruby at all, the level of heart we're seeing in these rounds. We were praising Moon, you know, while he's not necessarily picked up the most kills, in terms of keeping his nerve, it's been the best. As Christo and Nixon, though, find Ruby and maybe the fire is buddy too strongly, and Soalio too! Back in return, we're back to 3-on-3 again!
Never a certainty, Peter. If you get yourself a double entry, oh, if it's ECSTATIC to do it, it's no certainty. If ECSTATIC doesn't get the entries, they usually lose the round. So, there's been a certain amount of trends going on, but this walkout of A is ridiculous. Not going to be checked. Should be a Tasman falling. Back turn kill found. Sovalio is down to 25. This should be the final blow. But you can't say it for 100% certainty. Let's say 95.
Soalio's 1 kill away from hitting 30 himself, and Lely up to 31. Ruby, this is the moment that makes you. The grenade lands directly onto Nutnut, but he's going to be unperturbed. No, sorry, my apologies. Not taking all of it, and Lele moves in to support his teammate. It's down to Moon. 1 Moon against the galaxy of stars.
And no Moon, that was Shine. The Moon needs the sun, but no sun there to shine. ECSTATIC, they take it. Shatter Ruby into pieces. And take what is theirs. They played, I feel like, the better game. They were so close to take it various times, and now they've pulled off the final blow. I wouldn't have been surprised if this would have been a map trade, and we would go to Anubis, but still, it would have been, I think, a far easier map for ECSTATIC as well to go for. So I'm not too sure what we would have seen if we went towards that Anubis, but it would have at least given us some more Counter-Strike. For now, Ruby, not eliminated yet, but under a lot of pressure.
And it's just looking at the score there in the series, 13-4 on the first map. You don't expect it to then go to double overtime on the second map. For what, you know, what a wild roller coaster ride of a 2-0 series that was there. I think ECSTATIC incredibly, you know, relieved to get through that one and not have to, you know, coin flip on Anubis and potentially, you know, lose out the series overall.
Yeah. It is incredible. This lineup, you see right here, TMB played a very good game. Coming in as the entry fagger. Obviously, he's selling himself into fights usually. He's trying to make space for his team, and certainly has created space for ECSTATIC to win out this game. But at the same time, I think you need a player like him, for example, to activate a player like Annelelle, to activate a player like Nixon, and Nutton as well, to get into there. You have to have a player that just says, F it, I'm just going to run your way down. And the fact that he finds so many kills already initially as well, he can do it against a level like this, because he's played on a higher level as well. So I really feel like it's a smart move bringing him in. They needed a small difference, probably a player. Initially, they were playing with the likings of Tarsen. I think he's got an offer from a little higher. He's now playing for Gamer Legion. So I think that kind of forced them into a play, right? Sold towards Gamer Legion, or his contract expired and they wanted to get in charge. And yeah, good luck to him, of course, there. But this lineup with TMB is definitely not worse.
I'm still going to remember so often, the double play out of heaven.
Yeah.
Just, the lightning strike coming through and getting the 2k, the 3k from there. Those are the kind of highlight reel plays to show, you want to be able to have that level of threat as a player to say, when everything seems to be lost, you can pull off a miracle out of nowhere, and your teammate can run the same play again even better. Astounding stuff. But, friends, as we said before, that will bring things to an end here today. But we have, Dutch Boy, got plenty more action coming up tomorrow, starting of course at 1000 hours CEST. Gun 5 versus Passionue, of course, Passionue mentioned earlier on today, then followed by Zero Tenacity versus Melsport. We've got Monte versus Spirit Academy, and TSM versus Ultra Attacks to end out the day at 1900. So
yeah,
should be an incredible day of CS. We hope you guys will come back and join us for it. For now though, I've been Canifit alongside Dutch Boy. Thanks very much to production as well for doing a fantastic job here today. But again, we'll catch you back here tomorrow at 10 o'clock CST.
You look into your inventory and there's only... It's time to forget about this garbage. Here you will find everything to play with really cool skins. Open top cases. Upgrade dropped skins and turn your junk into a cool gun using the contract system. Every day, thousands of people upgrade their inventory with us. Hellcase.com. Look at yourself in a new way.
Do you have any unnecessary skins or want to sell them? Try SkinPlace. Visit the website, select the skins you want to use. Easily fill your Steam trade link. Make sure we offer good prices and choose a payment method. Hit the button and boom, instant cash. Safety. Low commissions. Instant payouts. SkinPlace.
SkinPlace launching an event with a total prize pool of $10,000 in honor of our first anniversary. Just sell skins, claim daily bonuses, complete missions, visit the shop, and participate in the main giveaway with popular skins and a powerful PC. Follow our social media to not miss.